Hello, good morning. We're back for more. This is Al Simpson of Vampires in New Jersey. Um, I'm going to speak with Joe Scott and Michael Newton today about Rogue Animal and the launch of their site and all the things they're doing. I appreciate them coming over to me. They're over in England. It's very kind of them to take the time, to come on and talk. This is a show that's going to last probably from 10 a.m. Eastern time until 6, maybe longer. So it's to raise, money for my Kickstarter for Vampires in New Jersey #7. It's been going pretty well, but as everybody knows, your Kickstarter sags in the middle, and I'm at that saggy part. So to pump it up a little bit, I thought I would do this, and also talk to a lot of creators that I know that have very interesting projects and get the information out on them. I'm going to run my commercial, so to speak, for Vampires in New Jersey #7. It was done by the magnificent Wendy Shaner, who is my partner in crime, who's also doing a con this month for Comic United. But I'll give you more information about that later. Let me switch to sharing of the screen. Hopefully I share the right screen. Oh, let's go with that one. And there we go. Well, let's hit my next level for giving away some free stuff, which is cool. And we'll run this, which showcases all the artists I'm working with. And there we go. So let me switch back. Okay, it's me again. Okay. And I just threw in the link. I'll be throwing other links of all the individuals I'm talking with so that you guys can check out their stuff, connect, and take advantage of it. And right now we want to talk to Michael Newton and Joe Scott of Rogue. Let me make sure I get this right. Animal. Yeah. My reading skills still work. Hold on, guys. There we go. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Nice of you to join me.
Thank you for having
Looks like a pretty sunny day over there in England. Not bad.
It's not too bad.
Not too bad.
That's good.
Great and great sunny.
Appreciate you guys coming on. I know I talked to you, I guess it was a couple of months ago about things you're working on, and I just wanted to get an update, get your information out there. What's the best link for me to throw into the comments as long as we're...
So I can put a link to the site in the comments.
Yeah, throw that in if you want.
There we go.
Thank you. Very good. I don't have to search for it. That's always good.
Yeah.
And tell me what you guys have been working on. I'm excited to hear.
Okay. So last year, mid last year, we began to work on this project together. It was a result of seeing the amount of frustration out there amongst both independent creators of comics and traditional novels about not being able to get their work seen properly. And what we wanted to do was create a platform that could effectively spotlight some of the best quality work from those independent authors and shine a light onto them so that they could receive more promotion and more attention that they deserved.
Right.
So I approach it from the more traditional novel aspect. I've been writing for the past 10 years, and Joe comes from the comic and graphic novel side of it.
Right.
It's to create a platform that people can make a career from, to create a place where they can go and build their career up by using that platform.
Very cool. So based on your, I guess, based on your experiences, you guys came to the decision that this was something that, you know, that indie people or just artists in general needed?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty much through seeing that frustration that I mentioned before. It felt like people, you know, who were doing a lot of work and putting a lot of hours in weren't getting the attention that they needed.
Right.
And it felt as though the publishing industry as a whole wasn't really being there for those people. You know, a lot of people we see who have gone to have success as independent authors that have been completely ignored by traditional publishers, and it seemed that there was a whole wealth of talent out there that hadn't been explored, and we wanted to do something that could.
Right.
There isn't anywhere for traditional book authors to go when it comes to that area. There's no platform out there for them to go. It's either self-publishing them by themselves independently, which is incredibly hard to do, or trying with a big publisher. So there wasn't anywhere else for him to go and get help for him to build that career. And we wanted to do that for them. And also for comic authors, there's a lot of sites out there who, when you put your comic on or work upon, it never gets seen because there's a lot of work out there that people aren't committed to doing, and you get you get pushed to the back because there's so much content.
Right.
And the people who want it to be a career don't actually get to have it as a career because there's just so much out there that don't get seen.
Yeah, I mean, I remember I mentioned this before in the past that we've gone on sites, especially comic sites, and you'll see people who just upload a single image and it's not really a comic at all, and they're effectively blocking the good quality work that's being put on there by other authors, and it's a shame that because often on these sites there's no quality control, they aren't being picked up on and people aren't being found. So that's one of the reasons why with our site we wanted to make sure we read everything that is uploaded first and make sure it fits our guidelines.
Yeah. And also a lot of other places, they like to pick certain works to promote the most, where they don't promote everyone equally. They just do a few. They pick a few, and they get them to be big successes, where everyone else is just left behind. And
right.
It's not a nice notion, I don't think so.
Yeah. No. You'll find a certain genre will be given way more attention than the other genres, for example. So often we see sort of on certain sites, romance particularly is given, you know, the best, the most promotion, whereas the other genres are given slightly less, and so people who are writing in those genres are already at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, do you feel that people will, you know, there are writers that say, oh, you know, romance is super popular, maybe I should just write that it's influencing output? Or do you feel that people are writing what they want to write, but they just don't have anywhere to take it?
No, it definitely, in the comic part, I know it's definitely influencing what people are doing, because some comic authors feel like they have to do that certain genre to be able to actually get seen, and they should be able to do what they love and get seen for what they love doing, rather than just picking a certain genre because it's popular.
And of course, there's no problem with romance genre. It's great that people want to write that, they should, but it shouldn't be a case that people are unable to write what they want to write, if you see what I mean, to get seen.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Money or you know, greed for money is kind of a driver in a lot of media. We were talking yesterday about, you know, film and in other areas where, you know, a lot of decisions made by the corporations are based more on you know, money than actual quality, or even just creating a environment of you know, different stories for different people, you know.
Yeah.
do you find, I mean, do you think it was easier in the past, or how do you guys see the future? I know what you're doing is going to help change things, but you know, do you feel that things are changing in general because more people are writing and there's more different types of content out there?
I think there has to be some sort of a change because there is that amount of, as I said, anger out there for people who aren't getting seen, and there are so many talented authors out there that I think that the system has to change eventually to accommodate that, because people are now finding new and better ways to promote themselves with, you know, away from these big sites.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Well.
But of course, money will always have a huge influence on things.
Yeah, it's part of it, but you know, even with music, I know in the 70s in this country, there was a renaissance of like singer-songwriters where people really wanted to hear, like, you know, them tell stories and some political stuff, but it was more like just the storytelling and as a craft with songwriting, and that seemed to permeate most of the music business, as opposed to the way it is now, where it's kind of like, you know, machinery just being, you know, pumping out different songs based on algorithms or something like that. You know, it's unfortunate that we lose a lot of the artisticness that we used to have, just trying to, you know, mass produce things for everybody. Because
yeah, I think a lot of things that are put out at the moment are based around demographics and what they think can appeal to whatever's you know, hot as a topic at the time, and so it feels like a lot of work is not being explored because of that demographic driven marketing.
Yeah. True.
now, in your case, did you guys, you know, I know Joe had told me a little bit before. Did you write a piece and submit it, and then just find it like a ridiculous experience? Because
Oh,
out of those things, usually people come up with innovative ways to, you know, to make the system more fair.
yeah. For me, I had done a full graphic novel myself, and like I was trying to get out there and stuff. I was like, it wasn't brilliant. I did it years and years ago now, and it wasn't brilliant. But yeah, I just found it a bit of a sad experience to actually try and get out there on sites, because you could just tell by the experience that they weren't for the author sort of thing. They was for what was just popular at the time. It sort of made the algorithm of the site was made so to push you more to the back. And I actually did some research on these said sites, and
Right.
a lot of them are sites that they were trying out, seeing if Korean comics actually were able to become popular in the West. So a lot of them were mainly used for that. So the top ones are these Korean comics. They aren't actual like you and me author indie people. There are comics that are already popular beforehand, and they're like them and other ones like that are pushing other people down to the back, so it's just not right. So that where my inspiration to create Rogue Animal came from. It was just a frustration with the system.
Very cool. So the site, I mean, how do you go about building that? Are you guys technical people, or do you bring in people, or how did that work?
So initially we had a completely different site, and that was pretty much built by Joe. And I think he did a great job with it. But you know, we were using a free program to do that,
Yeah.
and it was limiting.
Wix to do the first site that we had, but yeah, there's just too many limitations on it, and we couldn't build it to where we wanted to go. We couldn't create the platform which we knew we could create.
The site was running too slowly.
Yeah, it was too slow. We couldn't. There were just too many limitations, and it weren't right. So we had to end up hiring someone. but it worked out for the best because it's come out really well now.
Yeah.
The platform.
Yeah, so we began the process of creating a new site at sort of the beginning of this year, and obviously we had our Indiegogo campaign, and we're able to speak to people like you and learn, because this is all entirely new to us. We're not, before this we hadn't really learned how to network or how to, build up an audience in that sense. So this has all been a massive learning curve to us.
Right.
As you probably tell, we're not particularly natural in front of a camera or anything, but we.
You guys are good.
But we're gaining confidence from doing things like this and learning better how to grow the site. So it's been a really positive experience for us over the past few months to be able to learn all that.
Yeah, I think the Indigo was like, it taught us so much. It was something that it was more the information we gained from it and the learning experience. What we learned, that more than anything, that was what was valuable for us. That we got so much in terms of knowledge out of it.
Mm-hmm. Now with Indiegogo, do they have a section where you can just set up a storefront after you're done your Indiegogo, or how does that work exactly? I mean, when it's over, is it just over like Kickstarter, or
yeah, it's basically the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
The page is still up there, so people can still learn about obviously what we were trying to do.
Okay.
But yeah, for all intents and purposes, that campaign is now finished.
Okay.
But we would like to do things in the future. I mean, as much as improved as the site is, there's still more things we want to do with it. And so in the future, as we grow our audience, I think we'd like to try again and additional features using a campaign. But for the moment, our goal is simply just to grow and to reach as many people as possible. So we're trying to run sort of different events, perhaps interact with people more. Obviously, we've got Halloween coming up, so we're having a special event for that. We're going to have a Halloween horror series that is going to be on the homepage of the site, so authors can submit and send their stories to go in that, and hopefully we'll be able to promote them a bit through that as well. And we're also doing things to try and engage with the audience more. So we've recently set up a Rogue Reader Facebook group, which is for all the readers on the site and authors. So they can go, we can put out updates on there, they can give us feedback, authors can sort of tease their new releases. So we're trying to do as much as we can to really engage with people at the moment.
I'm just trying to build a community up around it all at the minute.
Yeah, it's a real challenge you guys are taking on. I'm impressed that you even attacking it, because it's a big, whenever there's a big problem. I know when I was doing my doctorate, the whole point of it is find a big problem to try and then think about it and how you would fix it and then write your whatever. So I know how difficult it is, trying to attack a large problem and then figuring out, the best way to do it. Especially with limited resources. I mean, I know in my case, you have to make different decisions based on what you have to work with. If you had unlimited resources, it would be a lot different story, but it also requires, you to think and be innovative with what you do so you can have real impact.
Well, a lot of these sites, when they started up, I'm not going to name them because I don't want to get them wrong, but
okay,
a lot of the comic sites out there, there's two in particular. They're quite a big one. What you put comics for free on, or they give you money or whatever. But yeah, those actually, when they started, they had millions of pounds to put into it, and millions of dollars and stuff like that, and investors and stuff. And we basically just have me and Michael here. So.
Yeah, so it's going to be a slow process, basically. Yeah. We don't have the funding that other people have, and so it's going to take a while. But that's why, in a way, it's a good thing, because as I said, it's a learning curve for us. So as we grow the site, we can learn more and how to improve in the future. And so if we had this, if suddenly we had this huge audience, it would be a bit of a shock for us anyway. So it's good to build up. But the site is doing well already. It's got more people than we ever had on the old site. I think we're going to get something like 6,000 page views this month or something. So that's quite,
wow,
from the old site.
That's pretty good. Now, do you find that most of the traffic is within England, or is it, worldwide, or what are you
Actually,
saying?
I think America is our largest audience, and then it's the UK, and
Okay.
then it's Australia or something. So
Yeah.
but we're trying to appeal to everyone everywhere essentially. But
Yeah.
to say we're trying to learn how to speak to these different markets at the moment.
We get a lot of book or novel authors from Twitter, though, don't we? Like you've gotten tons of book authors coming from Twitter, messaging us and submitting their books to our site, and we got a lot of nice comments of just, and it makes you feel good when you see that you're actually doing something positive and you're making an impact. People saying thank you and stuff for doing this. It makes you feel like it's worth it what we're doing. It's a good feeling when that happens.
There's this huge. They use the hashtag writing community on Twitter, and that's mainly for traditional book novelists. And we've been able to sort of tap into that and get quite a few people. We're trying to grow Instagram to connect more with the comic and graphic novel people. Perhaps you'd be able to give us advice about that too, but we're trying to grow those platforms. But yeah, we do get quite positive comments saying they like the platform and that they think it'll be useful to them. So it's really just trying to reach more and more people who we can help with it.
That's cool. I know in my case, I work with a lot of artists and writers that do graphic novels. So, when you guys post, I'll try forwarding on to them, so they know what's going on. That way, you can make connections. If you see anybody who looks interesting, ask me if I've run into them. Since I've been online more since the pandemic, I've met, I must have met 100 different artists and writers in the last 4 months. And a lot of them have friended me or they're working with me or, we've talked on some of these shows. So yeah, it's getting to be a pretty active community that you guys can probably tap into.
Yeah, that would be great. We're happy to have on our site just samples of some short samples of comics too, where people can then send the people from who are reading the samples to go and buy the full thing and stuff, because that's what it's all about. It trying to helping people with having that career, getting paid, getting money from it, all that.
Yeah, we've noticed, especially with comic authors, there's a bit of a sort of narrative on certain sites where people feel they have to upload the whole thing.
Yeah,
and that's fine if you want to do that, but you shouldn't have to get views or whatever. So we're trying to build a place where people can put samples up and really promote their work through the samples rather than having to give your entire year's work away for free.
My dog's barking. We've got a comic on our site. Got a comic on our site at the minute that's 200, 300 pages long. And
Wow.
it really should not be up there for free. They should be selling it and making money off it. It's crazy. We're very thankful they're putting up with us, but we just wish we could fully create a place where they can make the money from it.
And that is what we intend to do, isn't it? Eventually, be able to, people can sell books through the site.
Right. So the site, is are you guys offering electronic files, or do you offer away a throughway for people to send, actual paper copies of books, or how does it work?
You explain.
So at the moment, it's you upload a PDF file or a series of images. People can then view that, and if they like it, they can go to your profile and go to the place where you're selling the comic or the book. Eventually, as I say, I'd like to be able to do it so we can sell books directly from the site. At the moment, we haven't been able to do that due to funding limitations, but that is again something we're intending to do hopefully within the year. So
okay, yeah, that sounds cool. Because I can't believe you guys are getting so much reaction on Twitter.
Yeah,
I don't know many people in the comic world. Well, I guess there's some the bigger guys or bigger women or whoever. that get a good react, like like a good pull through. But yeah, if you guys are getting something on Twitter, that's kind of rare. I don't hear that very much.
I don't know. It's all down to Michael. That he's done well with it.
Well, I mean, it is still largely traditional novelists we get through Twitter, but we do get a fair amount of comic authors as well. But yeah, there does seem to be more of that community built around traditional novels, and not so much with the comics. I don't know why that is.
I think a lot of comic artists use Instagram because it's visual. It's a
Visual. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it kind of makes sense. Twitter, writers are concisely putting their words on Twitter, and artists are slapping their their big picture up on Instagram. So yeah.
So we're trying to make the most out of both platforms.
Yeah.
Do that.
Well, that's cool. That's good. It's good. You guys are making progress, slow but sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the indie way of doing things. You got to build it one brick at a time.
Yeah.
But, as long as you have a plan, for what you're going to end up with, things usually work out.
Yeah.
But you got to be diligent. You got to hang in there.
Yes.
Because it's not easy.
Take some time, but we'll get there. Like we start. When was it? When we started it? About 2 years ago.
Well, yeah, 2 years ago. But the site was only launched.
Yeah.
The first site was only launched last year.
Yeah.
So it's we have made a good amount of progress in the year, but again, it's I guess at first we were limited by our own lack of knowledge about marketing and all that. But by doing, as I said, by doing things like this, it's really helped, and we've seen a big amount of growth on the site, on the new site, over the last month. So we hope to continue to see that growth. And yeah, for anyone who watches and uses the site, and they want to give us any feedback, then please do join that Rogue Reader group, because we are always wanting to hear what people think and how we can improve things.
Right.
So
yeah, once my Kickstarter is over, I'll check it out. I'll have more time. Between the time it ends and then the time you get the money is like, what am I doing? So I'll have a good 2 weeks there to do other things. I'll definitely put that on my list and give you guys some feedback.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Least I can do.
In the future, also, yeah, in the future we're going to be doing a Kickstarter for, we're doing a graphic novel. Well, we're doing it. We're in the middle. It'd be about in 2 years or a year or 2 years. But we're doing going to be called the Oculus Box. A Kickstarter for it, and it's going to be our actual first published book from Rogue Animal. It's actually going to be the first published book. So we're excited for doing that as well. It's going to be very fun to do.
Yeah.
Sounds like fun, guys. Very cool.
I was going to say as well, we will of course share your Kickstarter as well on our different platforms for the remainder of your campaign. Yeah,
I appreciate it. I have had a good number of people from England ask, I offer electronic files, but I have had them say I want the real comic, and postage here has gotten so ridiculous. I feel bad. I say, well, let me know where you live, and they give me their address, and then I run it through, and I look at it, and I say, I don't even want to tell them it's postage is more than it's more than my comics are going to cost. So it's been tough, but definitely, I can feel that there's a group over there that would be interested in what I'm doing. Hopefully when things get back to normal, I can do a con over there somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, they're definitely a big audience for comics and graphic novels and mangas over here. There's massive audiences. They're just no shops or anything, though. It's crazy.
There's very small number of sort of independent.
Yeah, it's a small number, but no big things.
And it's the same for publishers as well. That there's not any publishers really for graphic novelists in the UK. It's we've got Marvel and things like that, but we haven't got anything for independents. So that's a whole market that looks like it could be explored.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I would love to have a shop or a couple of shops over here and publish everyone's books over here in all different stores and everything like that. It'd be great.
Yeah, I saw a con in London, and then I have people I know in Birmingham, and they had a smaller con there, and they were like, "Yeah, you should come over." And I've been over before, so I'll definitely try working it in when things get back to semi-normal or whatever we're going to have next year.
Mm.
Yeah. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I mean, well, one step at a time. Got to chip away at things, and I think eventually we'll get back to some normalcy. But
Yeah.
in the meantime, you can work on your creative process and develop your product basically to to the level you want it to be, because it doesn't just happen overnight.
No. We I think we put in like 2 days a week now, don't we? At the minute.
Well, I mean, we spend 2 full days, but I mean,
do posts every day and stuff.
we're always posting and all this other, every day. So it's a fairly full-time thing, but
yeah. And then we do like 2 full days. Like I'm at uni some of the other days, so like it's so busy at the minute, crazy.
Yeah, it's tough, but I will go on the site, and I like that that the piece you're working on. When you can give more information about that, let me know. I'm curious.
Yeah, we'd love to talk to you again when that's closer to completion. That would be possible.
It's going to be a really like I got a lot of work to do for that one. I'm going to be drawing it forever.
Well, as long as it's not 300 or 400 pages, you should be okay.
Oh no, it isn't. I think how many pages? 180.
150. Yeah.
Oh, 100. No, it was 180.
Is it 180?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds sizable enough. It's a good read.
Yeah.
Good.
That we're going to do 2 volumes too. So we're going to do 2 volumes of it, 2 volume long.
Okay. So, are you going to split that 180, or is that 180 volume 1 and then 180 volume 2?
Volume 1, 180 volume 2.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's a nice chunk. That's good. Yeah. It's good that you're planning that out now. It helps for how you picture where you want the story to go and where you want it to kind of end, but then have that other piece ready, which is cool.
Exactly. But yeah, there's a lot to do on that. But at the moment, we have to put on. I mean, one of the things, obviously, Joe's still, as he said before, still at university, so he's having to put a lot of time into that as well. And obviously, we're trying to grow the site, so there's a lot going on. It's quite hectic at the moment, but
dissertation at the minute, so that's fun.
Yeah, business good. I think I might have a question here. Okay. Yeah, I have a friend, Charles Santini, who actually does use a UK publisher. They're called Marcosia.
Right.
And he's releasing his comic Rammer through that. Thanks, Charles. You should come on and talk about it when you get a chance. Yeah, he's an American, artist, creator, writer that lives here, that worked for, I know he worked for Marvel, so he's been around a while, and now he's doing his own thing, and he's releasing it with that publisher.
Right. Good. No, brilliant.
Yeah.
There are some in UK, so it's good that there are quite a few here.
Yeah. Well, he's a guy that's well known for years, so it's it's a little easier for. He's got the juice, which is nice. Yeah, and he's a nice guy. So, but yeah, he was just pointing out that's what he's doing. I know he does have something. It's I think it's just about to come out, or it's out now. So, okay. Yep. He says, don't have time now. Of course, it's Saturday morning here. I barely had time to make it because my one kid went to soccer practice and my other kid wanted pancakes. So, me and my wife had to split duties and go and get the job done. But I appreciate you guys taking the time today. I know it's later in the day over there to come on and talk.
I don't know how you managed to do 8 hours straight. We could barely do half an hour on Monday, so it's.
Well, it's yesterday was kind of good. I didn't really. I cut back on coffee because it makes me jumpy. But then around after the first, I guess 6 hours, I was like, yeah, I probably need some coffee. But then I had the coffee. But then, with the time difference, I thought maybe I talked to you guys earlier, but people were like, well, this is a good time for me. So I kind of had that gap in there. So that's why I did the replay of the first 8 hours. But even with that on, I couldn't really, I'm thinking, because people were commenting still. So I lay down and I'm in the same, I crashed in the same room, and beep, somebody comments at 4 a.m. my time or something. So it's kind of like, even though I thought with the replay, I said, well, I'll get a break, I could sleep. I didn't really get to sleep. So yeah, I'm starting to feel it today. It's like, wow, when I was young, I'd go out all night. I'd go to breakfast in the morning. I'd be hanging out with my friends. And now it's like, I'm an old dad, and I'm used to fall asleep in front of the TV at a certain time. And, that was the whole thing with this. I was like, I got to challenge myself to see if I can really, do it. So that's, you'll see when you guys get older, you'll be like, yeah, I used to do that. I want to push myself to see if I can still do that type of thing.
I'm pretty sure me and Mike will be terrible when we're older. We'll be sleeping all day.
Yeah. But yeah, I do appreciate you guys taking the time. I'll be on, actually Faye Kennedy is an artist from over there. She's going to be on later today. She just texted me. So I'll be talking to a lot of different, I have artists coming on. I have musicians coming on. And then, all kinds of media producers. So it should be interesting. If you miss it, go back to sleep or relax, whatever you guys are doing, and it's going to be on replay. This is, for me, it's a nice way to create a lot of content quick, so that I can run these all next week towards the end of the campaign. There's be less of me live and then more of me talking to you guys and other things, and I can just post that. So that's kind of the other thing.
It's a good idea. Like we like me and Michael should do when we come to having our next one, something like this, because it's a good idea to get a community being built too, and to get to talk to a lot of people and everything like that. So, no, good idea, brilliant idea.
We'll see how it goes. I'll try not to fall asleep by 6 o'clock today. I have my friend Karen Nicole coming towards the end. She's a cosplay. I call her the queen of cosplay. She actually just put out a cosplay lingerie calendar, which is smoking hot, of course, because she's very attractive to the eye and also a brilliant business person. Her and her husband are, when I talk to them, and I've, working on my doctorate, I met a lot of management, business, whatever. And then when I talk to like guys like you or people like her, it's a whole different way of handling business that the book people don't even understand. So when I met her at C2E2 this year, I was just blown away by her business acumen, along with everything else. But, we're all learning from each other as we build our businesses. Yeah. And I think that's the exciting part of what we're doing, because nobody has it 100% figured out. Even huge corporations are still tinkering, trying to figure, how do I stay on top and how do I keep going? So
definitely,
it's all about building. But yeah, I appreciate you guys coming on. I can probably cut you loose if you got something to do. If you have something else you want to pitch, if you want to throw your last words in to send people to the site, all yours.
Well, if you're a creator and you feel you need some more exposure, please come and visit the site. We will look at your work. If it's a good standard, we'll host it. We'll promote you through social media. We've got groups, so you can notify us about when you're releasing your books, and we'll make sure that we let our people know about it. We try to communicate with you. So if you want to talk to us and ask us any questions, then please just leave us a comment on either email us at rogueanimalpublishing@hotmail.com, and we'll speak to you that way, or hit us up on social media.
Yeah. And if you're a reader, come on and have a look what we got on the site. A pretty good story.
All variety. But everything from manga to self-help books. So complete variety.
We expect to get a self-help book on there. We've got 2 now, haven't we?
We have. So
that's cool. Yeah, that's definitely a variety. From manga to self-help. That's pretty cool. All right, guys.
Okay. Thank you for having us.
Oh, my pleasure. You guys have a great day.
You too. Good luck with the rest of the stream.
I'll prop myself up and have some coffee in a minute and try to keep rolling.
Thank you.
Yep. Right. Take care, Mike. Thanks, Joe. And that was Michael Newton and Joe Scott of Rogue Animal Books. They're trying and building a site they're from England, but they're building a site that you can use worldwide. If you're a comic creator or graphic novel person, a writer of books, even of self-help books, it's a site that will allow you to post your work and also connect it with people, customers that are interested in your product, and they help connect them with you. So it's another way of being able to sell your product and stay in business. And as a small business owner and a comic creator, it's something that obviously is sorely needed. I'm not as familiar with publishing. Their site, Charles, just above where you posted there in the comments, it's rogueanimalbooks.com. Yeah, I'm more familiar with publishing here, and I had a couple of writers on yesterday, Stephanie Milan and my buddy Neil Cohen, and it's difficult when you write books, getting the book to a publisher that will put it out, but also reaching your audience. You're welcome, Charles. Yeah, it's definitely needed. I know over in Europe, I've visited over there, and I know some of the industries are a little tighter than others. They're mobbed up, as we would say in Jersey, in that the big names get all the attention, and they're always looking for something similar to that. So if you write something different, it could be hard to find a niche. But I think with the internet and the way things are right now, a lot of people are learning that you can find different ways of offering your book and of offering what you do. In my case with Vampires in New Jersey, I took it to my local store, Ron's Comics in Mount Holly, New Jersey, and it sold out. And then from there, I went to more stores and did more cons. And then this year, I got talked into Kickstarter, and my first one was successful for Vampire 6, and now Vampire 7 is out, and that's one of the reasons I did this Kickstarter. If you look in the comments, there is a link to Vampire 7 Kickstarter. I did just run a trailer for it a little bit ago, so I'm not going to shill too much. I do have another guest coming on at 11, but I'm going to see if they're available a little early. And that's going to be Todd Stark. And because I also have done films, I thought it'd be interesting to mix films, musicians, artists, all media creators and producers together to show other other people that do things out there. There's more than one way of doing things. I mean, there's the traditional way, which is good. I mean, that you create whatever you create and you get some Hollywood or New York or corporate deal, and everything goes great. You get your money and your stuff gets out there, and you're living on easy street. But for most people, it's the creation of the product, and then what do I do with it? Or I'd like to create a comic, but how do I create that comic? And there's all different ways of doing it. I learned better from other people that have previously done it. So I've been lucky enough to work with people like Wendy Shaner and CB Zane and Steph Wilson and Jim Noble and Karen Nicole, along with a couple of the new people I'm working with, Bob Heron and April Reyna, and Chris Mad. I mean, just people who have that experience and are fantastic artists, but also have the business acumen with, this is my product and this is how it should be presented and this is how it should be sold. And you learn a lot from people like that. And what I'm finding is the community actually is very good with sharing information. So if anybody has any questions about anything, if I don't know it, I'll be happy to connect you with somebody who does. Let me see if the next guest is available. StreamYard is pretty cool in that I can just kind of, I think Todd is ready. Kind of just shoot it out. Okay, and the thing about working by yourself is you constantly are getting messages from other people, which is fine. Just had to coordinate here. Last night was pretty wild. I liked the playback because, it seemed like things were gelling. A lot of the guests don't know each other. So it's kind of their first time meeting, But based on my experience with a lot of these people, they have a lot of the same interests. I mean, usually when people do a book, they are also interested in seeing how that book would look as a film or as a TV series. So that's interesting to have writers who, envision. Okay, yeah, Todd's going to come on pretty soon. He was slated to come on at 11. While we're waiting, I'll run the trailer again, I guess, and talk about get to it. Run the trailer again and talk about the Kickstarter. I am offering to people, to backers, if you do the Kickstarter and you spend $50, I will throw in a. Let me show it here. Actually, it's weird being a filmmaker. I'm not used to a physical product. Let me go back to me. I will throw in, not throw in, but you also get the graphic novel of the first 3 issues. So that's kind of an interesting little chotsky that I am doing, as a incentive to get people to go on the Kickstarter, check it out, find some cool stuff. And that's if you would purchase $50 or more of anything, any items. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff on there. There's sweatshirts, T-shirts, comics, graphic novels, prints, but any combination thereof. You also get the volume 1, which is the first 3 issues of the inimitable Vampires in New Jersey, up to issue 7. So I actually had some store owners ask me to do volume 2. So hopefully I will get to that, be able to print one of those, hopefully by Christmas. I think it'd be a nice Christmas thing to be able to get the first 6 issues in volume 1 and 2. Usually there's 3 issues in each one, and then at the end, when I get to 10 issues, which I don't think it'll be the end of the series, but I think it'll be the end of the character arc of the main character, Cassidy, where he'll have to make a major decision. I'll be able to put out a compendium kind of the 10 issues, so that should be sweet. And I'm working with Connor Cole for interiors in order to have a consistent 10 issues straight through. So it should be a good read for people, hopefully. I'm actually being messaged a couple of different ways here. Okay. Yeah, I wanted one of the artists, Bob Heron, to come on. He's another brilliant guy I just met. Hold on just a second. And you know what I'll do while I'm typing? I'll run the yeah, we'll do this. We'll do the screen share of Kickstarter, yada, 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 and we'll start it over, and I'll run the actual clip. And cool. And basically, I introduced some new vampires, which the artist really took to. One was, well, there's 2 of them. It's a duo of vampires that are part of a group called the Disciples of Vlad that are out to basically assassinate my main character because he might become the prime vampire if he lives and if he beats all of them. So along with my usual characters, let's see if I get this right here, Karen and Wanda, the new characters, Josephine and Leanna, are really fierce women killers. And I spoke with the artists about that, and they love the idea of the characters. I'm trying to go more international, just in general, with the storyline to make it more epic. But the next 3 issues are called All Roads Lead to Jersey. And these disciples of Vlad, I call them, they're like the disciples of the original vampire. They are on a mission to clear the decks and get rid of Cassidy, my main person, who's on the edge of turning. It's a good story. The 2 new characters, one is from Asia, and the other one is from Africa, and their backstories are kind of interesting, even though I don't get a chance to get into them with the issue 7, but I'll get to them because they're vampires. They can be around throughout time. So one has a connection to the Yakuza back in the 30s. Another one has a connection to like colonial Africa times through French and English, who came into Africa. On the side note, or the main note, my next guest is available, Todd Stark. Hello, Todd.
Hey, my man. How are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Up bright and early today.
Yeah, it's very weird to me because, I said 24 hours, and I'm like, 24 hours, how am I going to do this? And then I knew I had a bunch of people in England where the time is, earlier, later in the day, but then like everybody, it's Saturday and they don't want to get up before, they don't want to get up before lunch either. So it kind of like, ended up right back where I started.
It's funny. I heard you in the previous interview talking about how when we were younger, we could go out all night and get up in the morning, not even go to sleep and just, grab a coffee and go to work like it was nothing,
Yeah, it was a joke. I worked in Wildwood on the boardwalk in 1984, and I met a bunch of people who came from northern Belfast, Ireland. And they literally they work my shift during the day, then they'd hit the clubs, they go home, shower, hit the clubs. It was like 10 guys. And then they would party all night and then come back in the morning and do like another shift. You know what I mean? And I was like, what are you doing? How do you, but that's the stuff we used to be able to do. You just had all that energy and you just keep rolling with it, Yeah. And then eventually you do crash, you do that for a couple of days and then you hit the wall.
Oh, sure. And then you sleep for 24 hours
Yeah,
straight.
like, what happened to Al? He was like all energetic and everything. Oh yeah, he passed out. He's crashed in his room or whatever.
Exactly.
But, yeah, they were definitely the days. Now that I have kids, and I know you do too, you get to see them start to do, things that you used to do. So then you're like, wow, it's just bizarre that, did I used to do that?
Yeah.
That's hard to believe, You don't want to turn into your parents too soon, but eventually you are parents, so you can't help it in a lot of ways. So Todd, I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, of course.
I know you're from the New Jersey HorrorCon. You've interviewed me a few times, for what you do. Tell me, how you've been and what's going on. I know everybody's been stressed out because we haven't been able to have cons. And I kept thinking to myself, there's so many people I haven't had a face-to-face with in a long time. I'm just going to send out to all of them, and hopefully I can catch up with them until, we get back to some sense of normalcy with just everything in general. But it's good to see you.
You too, man. Yeah, it's been, I met up with a couple of friends yesterday, in fact, for the first time in, months.
Right.
And it was just good to be around people, even though we were kind of masking it up and staying socially distant, it was nice to just be around people and have a couple of drinks and, and like you said, just have some sense of normalcy. It's just been a weird year. I think for a lot of people, it's still April, because time is a funny thing. But yeah, man, as far as cons, of course, I miss it, as they started falling by the wayside and getting canceled. I was like, oh man, there goes another one. Oh man, there goes another one. But, I decided like we can all lament everything that's going on, of course. But then I looked at the other side of it and I said, holy crap, I saved a crap load of money this year, you know? So, you know what? I decided to just not mope around about it, just make the best of it, save up, you know, and hopefully things come back next year.
Yeah.
And we'll get right back to do what we do, you know? So thank God for things like Zoom and, you know, and things like that that let us keep in touch. And I saw a lot of people doing virtual conventions and things like that. And that was kind of a mixed bag, I think, you know?
Yeah.
But still, it was a way for us to all kind of keep in touch, you know?
It's it's been challenging. I know when I went out to C2E2, I had no idea that was it. That was going to be the big con, and that was kind of going to be it. You know what I mean? I was like, it was right at the beginning of con season. I was like, well, great, everything will explode from here, just bigger. And I know so many comic creators and other people who had such big plans for the year. You know, they bought all their materials, they were ready to hit the cons, they were ready to go do that, whatever. And you know, life interrupts you sometimes.
Sure.
And while you're waiting for life to get back to life, you can do, you know, different things to work on your craft and improve what you do, you know, and it'll make when we get back that much more sweeter, you know?
Yeah, I hear you, man. I felt really bad for people such as yourself and other you know, even just vendors who just sell product at conventions as their livelihood. Yeah. For me, like I do it for the joy of doing it, you know, going to conventions. I get to do press and interview people like you and other guests. So for me not to be able to do that was a bummer, but it didn't really affect me financially. You know, I have a real job, you know, that pays my bills, you know, and everything else I do just for the pure fun of it. So I felt really bad for the people who were really hit hard by the collapse of the con circuit this year. And, you know, they were like, well, I don't know what I'm going to do. You know, this is how I put food on my table, you know, and those are the people that I really was thinking about. But, you know, we're all, I hate to use cliches. I really do.
Let them fly, man.
We all are in it.
We have nothing left this year. Just
right.
If we don't go to cliches, I think we'll all jump out a window, which is another cliche. So
we all are in it together. So hopefully when things ramp up again, the fans will come back out and they'll be ready to spend some money and, you know, the money that they didn't spend this year, you know,
they're
and
definitely
things will come back, you know?
I mean, I know in my case, I'm in the stores. So, you know, I'm connected to the comic stores, and they were going through a hellacious time after Diamond decided not to even give them comics. You know, a couple of them had to shut down permanently, and it's been painful, you know, painful. Even now, I think I was mentioning yesterday, one of the guys that I work with in a film I did, Joe Garifo, he was at Jay and Silent Bob's because he actually worked on a project with Kevin Smith, and he went up there to that pop-up movies that Kevin had last week, and he went to Jay and Silent Bob's to get one of my comics, and they were sold out, you know, which is cool. But it's kind of like I just backed off a little bit because I know I talked to them a couple of weeks ago and they were just opening up for the first time. And it's like they're really struggling to get back to normalcy no matter, you know, and that's a comic store that might be the best known comic store in the world.
Right. Right.
And they're like, give us a little bit of time to get back to normal. So it's been, you know, challenging. I've been trying to support the stores that I work with and other stores, you know, with whatever I could do as far as just getting the word out that they're, you know, that they have like, you know, you pull up to the curbside delivery, you know, you place your orders online or whatever, however their business model is working. Because every one of those stores works differently, you know. And, but, you know, I've been trying to support them and do different things to keep things on life support long enough for us to get back to where things are, you know, closer to normal.
Well, you know, it's interesting. In fact, we were talking about this at my friend's house last night about how, like, the really smart businesses out there will just find a way to adapt, you know, like you said, curbside delivery or outdoor dining, or, you know, I have a very close friend for 40 years who owns a restaurant. And she said to me, you know, I really wish I had signed up for DoorDash sooner because it opened up a whole new world of people that either were, you know, couldn't come to my restaurant or whatever, just don't like to go out. Now, all of a sudden they're ordering delivery or pickup, and I have a lot more business, you know, now. So, you do what you have to do. It is sad that I think a lot of places are going to just disappear.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest with you, Alton. You know, some of them were teetering anyway, and this kind of pushed them over the edge.
Yeah.
I don't like to see anybody lose their livelihood, you know,
No.
or a business that they spent years, you know, building.
Right.
But, you know, well, let's see what happens. Hope springs eternal, I guess. And
yeah, you have to kind of have to think your way through things and see what other people are doing. This is a time when paying attention to what if you own a restaurant, paying attention to what the restaurant down the street's doing will pay off. If
Sure.
if you had that community aspect of we're kind of working together on our own businesses, but we're in the same industry, you can learn, like you said with DoorDash, that's something that if the restaurant was super busy this time last year, they never gave a second thought to. You know what I mean? But now it's like that extra thing that might allow them to just get through. You know,
exactly.
You kind of have to rethink your way of doing business and how you see your business, and that's good. Unfortunately, it's a challenging time, and that could be the difference of your survival or not. You know, in a lot of ways.
Oh yeah, for sure. My friend, I never thought like we'd be living through anything like this. You know, like in recent, you know, obviously there was 9/11, you know, huge event. And then for me locally, you know, when Superstorm Sandy hit, like 5-6 years ago, I thought, well, this is the worst thing that will ever happen.
Yeah.
You know, that we're going to have to recover from. And then 2020 came along and said, hold my beer.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. You never know. Mm-hmm. But, you know, we're working through it. Now, in your case, the Horror Nerd, you do your festival and a bunch of different things over here. Talk about that a little bit. In a regular.
Yeah, so my festival, Grindhouse Nights Film Festival, like many others, was canceled for the fall. You know, and a lot of people, you know, asked me, well, why don't you just do it as an online or a virtual festival?
Yeah.
And I did think about that. And then I wasn't going to have the time to do it the right way.
Right.
You know, just to take a quick step back, I was very fortunate in this pandemic in that I kept my job. I work in IT, mm-hmm. and I was able to work from home. So for me, my daily life didn't really change all that much, you know. And I had this huge project that I was working on for work, so that kept me busy. And I said, look, if I'm not going to be able to do a virtual festival the best that it can be, I'd rather just not do it.
That's the right attitude, because you don't want to half-ass do something that's going to ruin your brand anyway.
Exactly.
And make people unhappy. I mean, people aren't happy enough right now. What we want to do is make them happy.
Yeah. And there are enough people doing it the right way. You know, there are plenty of awesome online and virtual film festivals. You know, friends of mine ran one back in May, and it was great. You know, so I said, you know what, let the people who know what they're doing do it. You know, mine is more of a specialty event where I have a lot of live entertainment and things like that, and so it's a little difficult to translate that to the virtual world. You know, so we'll see what happens next year, and we'll be back. You know, one way or another, we'll be back.
Yeah.
And on the other front, I partnered up again with Tom Ryan and the Theater of Terror to produce a new anthology film called Return to the Theater of Terror, which is the follow-up to our 2019 anthology, The Theater of Terror.
Right.
And I'll tell you, we talk about timing. We wrapped on our first segment called Soothsayer the first weekend in March.
Wow.
Before the whole world shut down. Yeah. And that was our second day of shooting. And I can't imagine what would have happened if we had only been able to do the first day, and, you know, and not be able to have the second day of shooting. I know my buddy Tom would have been bouncing off the walls, you know?
Yeah.
So we managed to get that in the can, and that got finished, which was great. And then, honestly, man, we didn't know what we were going to do. You know, we had always said we wanted to launch a crowdfunding campaign for the film.
Right.
But then the pandemic first hit, you know, millions of people are filing for unemployment. and we're like, ooh, should we really be asking for money right now?
Yeah.
We put that on hold, but then we launched last month, and like yourself, we're actually doing quite well. You
Yeah,
know,
I'm actually posting a link now. It looks great.
thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're a little over 50% funded, with about 3 weeks left to go.
Mhm.
So we're very grateful to all of our contributors. We know that it's tough out there. Independent arts, especially, you know, as you know, have
Mhm.
been hit hard.
Right.
And so we're just eternally grateful to everyone who has contributed in any way. And in fact, as we record this, today is Saturday.
Right.
Monday, we begin filming on the next segment of the anthology called Splinter. So we're going to see how that goes now, with all the precautions we have in place, you know, and we
Right.
put a lot of thought and effort into that. We want everybody to you know, to feel safe on set, you know, and protect ourselves and others.
Mhm.
So yeah, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes on Monday.
Very cool. I'm getting fancy here. I'm trying to do this with both of us on here.
I am totally impressed, dude. For an IT guy, I'm not good at this online social media stuff.
Well,
So
me neither.
on the screen right now, I am very impressed. I just want you to know.
I just mess around with things until, you know, I did some shows, and I'm looking at the shows and I'm like, well, how hard can it be? And it's not easy, but the more you do it, the better you can get at it. But a lot of these, you know, different things that it can do, you can't do unless it's, you know, you have people on the show.
Right.
So it's like, you kind of like, I have to test it while I'm kind of live, which is kind of wacky. But I've done this a few times and it seems to be working out. And then with the replay, I was able to, because it goes to YouTube, it loads in.
Right.
And then I could, once it was loaded in, I could play it back through the system, and, you know, it worked. So,
well, I am going to be picking your brain at some point, my friend.
anytime. Let me, you got a trailer here, so let me get that up here. Trying to make it bigger. And we'll give it the star treatment.
Cool.
And let me turn it up.
2020 has been a tough year for the world. Like most of you, we've been home not knowing when or how we were going to get back to doing the things that we love the most. For us, that's making independent films. Well, I'm very pleased to announce that we're ready to get back to it, and we've started pre-production on a brand new 4-film anthology titled Return to the Theater of Terror. Yes, we are making a sequel to our 2018 release, where we'll dive deeper into the history of the mysterious theater and the horrors that lie within its film reels. Carl McGavin is a less than honest paranormal investigator who receives a call for help from a widow in distress. Ever since her late husband's passing, she and her daughter have been harassed by a poltergeist. McGavin takes the job, but what he discovers turns out to be much more than he bargained for. In Haunted. Young Jack lives in an abusive home. One night, he witnesses what appears to be a meteorite landing in the nearby woods and discovers a small, damaged robot at the crash site. Fascinated by his find, he brings it home as a keepsake, but this robot is sentient and rapidly becomes aware of the dire circumstances surrounding his rescuer. In Robot. While renovating his recently inherited home, Scott Wills steps on a small splinter. The wound only continues to get worse as he slowly learns the history of the town, its people, and a terrible family legacy. In Splinter. A brilliant scientist and his assistant discover the secret of time travel, albeit with certain limitations. When he demonstrates his new device for an old colleague, he catches a horrifying glimpse of what the future holds and is determined to prevent it. In Soothsayer. We've got some great perks for our supporters, including a link to Soothsayer, the first act of our new anthology, which we've made available to donors at the Terror Trooper level.
Nice.
As you know, Theater of Terror always delivers on its promises, so I really look forward to your support. Stay safe, everyone, and as always, Viva la Indie Horror.
Very cool, man.
Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, it's we've got some great stories, and I'm yours truly. That the segment Splinter is an original story by me,
Nice.
and then Tom and I co-wrote the screenplay. So I'm looking forward to seeing that come to life.
Mhm.
So
Congratulations.
I'm excited about this project. Working with Tom and our co-producers, Russ and Diane Hackett, was a lot of fun the first time around.
Mm.
And when you can find a core of people that you just enjoy working with and that are going to produce quality work, it's just being on set is fun to begin with, but that just makes it even better,
Yeah, that's the one thing I know. When my wife and I were shooting our first short and we were on set, we all looked at each other like, isn't this like a great time? Aren't we having fun? There's nothing like it,
Yeah, yeah. People, although, and as you know, as a filmmaker yourself, people who are not involved think that we're just running around with a camera and some special effects, and it is a lot of fun, but they don't realize the sheer amount of work.
Oh yeah,
that goes in. The first anthology, The Theater of Terror, was my very first big project as a producer, and boy, was that a learning experience for me. I will tell you. People don't even realize just the amount of like paperwork, like keeping track of money and actors and schedules and everything, like all of that. That's the part where you're saying like, why did I get involved in filmmaking?
Yeah, there's a lot to it.
Set, so people don't realize that, like, just because we're indie doesn't mean like the process is the same as making a Hollywood film.
Okay.
You've got lights and you've got, logistics and things like that to figure out, and dealing with technical challenges or whatever. But dude, I wouldn't trade it. You know what I mean? Like for one of our segments in the first film, we started at like 9 o'clock in the morning and we wrapped when the sun was coming up the next day, and then you see the finished product on the screen and you're like, okay, that was totally worth it.
Yeah. Yeah. If you can get out of it what you put into it, that's really the trick, because, an unorganized set can work forever and come up with very little. You know what I mean? And an organized and concise set at least allows you the opportunity to capture what you're trying to get.
Yeah, and as much as it physically pains me to say this, I have to give credit to Tom Ryan, because he does run an organized set. We know exactly what we're doing, what the schedule is going to be, so there's none of that, where we're just looking around at each other, like trying to figure out what to do, so I do have to give him a smidgen of credit, where credit is due.
Yeah. Yeah, you need at least one person like that on your set just to make sure things keep going in the right direction. Because I know with our first thing, it was just bedlam. I mean, it was too many chefs in the kitchen, and you know what I mean. And then our two lead actors quit after the first day.
Wow!
Yeah, and actually, I was talking to, I guess, somebody yesterday, maybe Brandon. I was talking, and they said, well, that might have been a blessing, because suppose you shoot everything and you need that last bit and then they quit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it was a train wreck right up front. You know what I mean? But yeah,
it's always good to get the screw ups out of the way early.
yeah, it's difficult, especially when you're trying to get your vision out there. It's not necessarily the actor's vision, and they have to kind of be professional and join in with you.
Sure.
Some people buy into it. Like I got lucky with Jose Luck because they all really liked the script. Like all of them liked the script, and some of them were working, and they went on to bigger and better things. I know the one guy went on to The Upside. He worked with Bryan Cranston.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's had a pretty successful career, and the first time he was on set was with us 10 years ago. So, picking the right people and keeping things going and focusing on what you're really after at the end of the day for each day. Those are important things in life in general, but especially in filmmaking, because there is a budget and you got marks to hit, and if you want to get what you say you're going to make, which is a movie, out of it, you really gotta focus on that. You can't just let it go kind of haywire.
Oh, dude, there's no question about that. And unfortunately, like, look, one of the great things about being involved in filmmaking today is like the cost barriers have come way down. A decent camera is not that expensive, and editing software is not that expensive. Script writing software is free, So, there are a lot of tools that open doors for people like myself. I'm not independently wealthy yet, My fallback plan of winning the lottery doesn't seem to have worked yet. So,
buy another ticket, you never know.
Right. But that doesn't mean you still can't try to do it the right way and be organized and you can't just pick up I'm going to pick up my iPhone, I'm going to run in my backyard and let's just shoot a movie.
Yeah.
People find out it doesn't quite work out that way.
Right. There's more to it than that.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons I approached you and Brandon to kind of educate me about filmmaking today. I mean, I was talking to Stephanie yesterday. She's a writer actress, and we made a film short that was in the 48-hour film festival 6 years ago now. So that in 6 years, I know a lot has changed in filmmaking. You know what I mean? So
yeah, sure.
That's the key to me trying to do some type of interpretation of vampires is, learning the expertise from you guys and working with people like you and Brandon to bring that to, a level of professionalism and quality that it's, sellable or that people are even used to. Because when I started filmmaking in 2003, I was talking to Brandon yesterday. I had a Panasonic digital tape camera, and that was the standard back then. And that's,
right.
I think it's 1080, so it's a 1K camera. And literally when I went to American Film Market how could I forget that? Brandon reminded me yesterday, in California, I'll say. The waiter was shooting a movie. The waiter for me and my wife got in a long conversation with us about he was shooting a movie with his friends. He had buddies who worked at the studio who could go into the studio and use anything they wanted as long as they didn't break it. And
wow.
they bought it. So he was like, yeah, this was when I think 4K had just come out, and he was saying that they had a 6K camera that they got their hands on. So, and that was a couple of years ago. So
right.
Yeah, the quality of what you can do now is evolving and better than maybe it's ever been at the independent level. You can make something that's got that quality to it, that Hollywood, New York style quality.
Yeah. To piggyback on what you just said, there's sort of a hidden trap there, though. Like, I find that a lot of indie filmmakers today are so enamored with the technology, like, oh my God, I can shoot in 8K now. I'm like, congratulations.
Yeah.
But do you have a good script? Like,
Yeah.
do you have decent actors? Like, your film looks great, but I can't make sense of it. Like, so there are so many aspects. Like, I just find so many people are just enamored. Like, like, oh, I shot my film with a red dragon. I'm like,
yeah.
Great. Like, so what? Like, I knew
a guy that's all he talked. Whenever I asked him about his film, that's all he talked about was that red dragon camera. And I know I've studied it online. I know it's a beautiful camera. I know in person it's impressive. But tell me about your plot. Tell me about your actors. Right. Tell me about the meat in the sandwich, not just the tools you're using to make it.
Right. And then I'll go to a film festival where I'll see a film that I love and I find amazing, and I'll say to the filmmaker, like, what did you shoot that on? Yeah. Oh, my Canon, my camcorder, or whatever, like whatever camera they had. Oh, I shot it with a Canon T6i, or something like that, a $600 camera, because he had a good plot, and a good acting, and I loved the film, and I'm like, okay, I saw a little bit of grain or whatever, like, okay.
Right. Yeah. But that becomes part of the creative process for creating that type of environment that he was working on,
Right.
and that can work to his advantage if the other issues, like you said, story, plot, and all that, is where it needs to be. You know, it's not a detracting, as opposed to it might be detracting if you were trying to do something really, really high, you know, def, whatever. You know?
Exactly. I will tell you what, though, overall, you know, I am a judge for several film festivals each year. Mm-hmm. And the overall quality of indie films that is being produced is astonishing. You know, there are people doing great work. Like there's stuff that gets submitted to my festival where I can't wait to meet the filmmaker because I want to know, how did you do that? Like, you know, like, tell me, how'd you get that shot? Or how'd you come up with that story or something? So, and that's where it's great that the cost barriers have come down, because there are people who have good stories to tell, and now they have the tools to be able to tell them.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, I always felt, even when I started, that it's exciting the way people are making the films, and then the technology is getting better and better to assist you in making that. So it's kind of like, as writers, you need to up your game, not just be all visual and use that, because you can always use that to draw people in. But sure. You know, when you see a scene with a well-cast actor, well-written lines, and a well-written story that has a real push, and then you put that icing on it, which might be, you know, really great lens or a good whatever, and then you got a good director who really gets it, all that working together, it just blows you away. You really feel the difference, you know? Oh,
there absolutely. Or, you know, I'm a huge fan of the golden age of Hollywood. You know, I love movies from the 40s, 50s, and 60s, you know. When you had to rely on acting and you know, camera work, there were no big special effects or big action set pieces, really, you know. So you pick a scene from like you know, Citizen Kane or Casablanca, and you're so focused on the actor delivering an amazing line or an amazing speech, you know, and you're just so focused on that, you don't care about anything else, you know. Don't get me wrong, Alton, I love a big action movie, like, you know. I love to go to the movie and watch a big Michael Bay movie and watch him blow shit up, and you know, like, it can be a lot of fun.
Good at it. Yeah, he's actually really good at it. He's turning into an art form.
Yeah, so you know, I love all that stuff, but even down to the indie level, when I see a film, you know, where I'm just so focused on the acting, I can forgive, you know, that the effects, you know, you can see like where the budget limitations crept in. And things like that, but I'm so focused on the story and the acting that I just don't care about any of that.
Yeah. Movies are they're essential. I mean, they're. I was talking to Brandon about it. I said, yeah, that communal experience of sitting in a theater, I don't think people will ever get over. You just don't. I mean, when everybody gasps because something happens, it's like something we're all reacting to together, and we enjoy that. It gives the movie an extra thing in your memory as far as how you feel about the film. And you know, he was saying he thinks that people want to, well, he's saying he's hearing people want to stream everything, and you know, I think drive-ins, personally, I think drive-ins should come back strong. I think I saw a lot of great films. You know, kids today didn't see films in the drive-in, but I've had a lot of great movie experiences in the drive-in. So, you know, I think they should. I think that's one of the innovative things that the film industry should take a look at in order to keep people interested in that experience. You know.
Sure. I will never not enjoy going to the theater. You know, I like the big screen and the big sound, and like you said, seeing a movie with the crowd. You know, especially like a horror movie or a comedy where everybody laughs at the right time. But speaking of drive-ins, like there are a lot of pop-up drive-ins now in my area. Yeah. And the cool thing about it is, obviously, like for the most part, they're not showing new releases, but they're showing cool shit like Jaws and Grease and Star Wars.
Yeah, the heyday of drive-ins, really.
Yeah, you know, there's one in the like 2 towns over from me. It's sold out every night. Now, granted, it's, you know, limited capacity, but still, it's sold out every night. And what are they showing? Back to the Future. you know?
Yeah.
So I think that's great, you know, and it is, I think it's a great experience. I have yet to go over there, you know, because I procrastinate. So by the time I'm ready to buy a ticket, they're like, are you kidding? That's been sold out for a week.
Well, that's how things used to be. I know when I went to see Batman in '89, me and my date, I mean, I literally remember going, it was before super giant multiplexes. So it comes out and it's like incredibly popular movie that first weekend. And we went from theater to theater to theater, and every normal size theater was sold out. It was just like, and it wasn't like today where you could buy online on your phone like a week ahead of time and reserve it.
Right.
It was like you showed up, even if you showed up an hour early, you know, the line was so long that by the time you got to the front, you were out of luck. So, you know.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I would take that back in a second, you know. Yeah. I remember, Alton, as a kid, the earliest I can remember of anything like that was I was 12, I guess, when Empire Strikes Back came out.
Yeah, Brandon.
That was the first time I can remember like a line wrapped around the building of a theater. Yeah. My dad took me and my brother, you know, and the line was, and I was like, what is happening here? Like, that was the first big movie I remember as a kid where it was so, like, the anticipation was so amazing, you know? But yeah, like you said, Batman, and I think it came out that same year. I remember waiting online for Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Yeah. Was a big event movie like that, you know? Oh man, those are the times. Yeah, they were fun. Now you go to the theater and the Blockbuster is showing in 9 out of the 12 theaters, and you're like, oh, what time do I want? You know?
Yeah. It's so ridiculously convenient.
Yeah, it is.
And then with the streaming, you know, I try explaining to my kids, if I missed a movie on TV, because I remember before VCRs even, you know, if I missed it, that was it. I mean, Wizard of Oz came on once a year.
Right.
If I didn't see it on that Friday night or whenever they stuck it, it was like you missed it and you just had to wait, you know. And that's a whole different mentality as far as, man, I really want to have that experience and enjoy it because it's rare, as opposed to, let me pull it up on this device anytime I want, you know. So people are very cavalier about a lot of it now. And, you know, I just try and get my kids to realize, when I saw Scooby-Doo, if I missed it, that was it.
Right. It's funny. My daughter is 15, and trying to make her understand, like you mentioned, the Wizard of Oz, because I brought that up to her, and she's like, "Are you serious, Dad? Come on, once a year." And I'm like, "Yeah, like remember, Olivia, there was no when I was a kid, there was no VCR, there was no cable TV, no nothing. My big one was Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I waited all year." Yeah, to see that.
Chitty Bang Bang, Wizard of Oz.
Yes, yes. So, those were the biggies. Or if you missed an episode, like my grandmother was a big, she loved Dallas. Yeah. And if she missed an episode, tough. You had to wait for summer reruns. Remember when those were a thing?
Yeah, right. They take a vacation and they just rerun the entire year.
Right.
Probably saw. And that was it, yeah.
Yeah. You know, so it's funny, like one of the big uproar right now is the fact that season 2 of The Boys is running on Amazon Prime, and they decided not to release all the episodes at the same time.
Yeah, it's a question of
huh?
It's almost like they wanted to have it both ways, because they released the first 3.
Yeah.
And then the rest they release, and it's kind of like, dude, you can't, pick a lane. You know?
But you know what? So I get why they did it, though, because I can only speak for myself now. Like, so I watched last night's episode. Yeah. And now I can't freaking wait till next Friday. Yeah. So the anticipation is there, you know?
Yeah, it works better.
So I guess they wanted to have more like a throwback feel before binge watching was a thing, you know?
They want to build
things change, you know.
Yeah, I guess when I guess House of Cards came on Netflix and everybody binged it that weekend or that week, that was like just a different way of looking at television. And that, like, wow, this is different. You know what I mean? It just felt like this is really like, what, I can watch the next episode now? Like I remember looking at the TV, like it's right there. So then you jump in and three's there too. You know what I mean? So for us who grew up waiting for like Miami Vice or whatever to come out the next week, it was like something refreshing and different. But now I guess with everything streaming all the time, it's kind of mundane. And to stand out, they were like, hey, we'll just put one out every week like they do with Walking Dead and regular cable TV. And in between, we can build up, anticipation for the next thing with the after show. The after show is hilarious. I love watching that.
Oh, yeah. It's fun.
Very good. Very good.
Like, I always try not to sound old because I really don't care about my age. I really don't. But I do miss event TV. Like, I remember Who Shot JR, Yeah,
that's
a big freaking deal across this whole country, My grandmother, I thought, was
around the world, Todd, because it played later in my wife's from Czech, right? So I know we've been married 20 years, but I know when I first started talking about television with her and her family, that our shows in the 80s got there maybe late 80s and early 90s. And it had the same crazy impact. I mean,
right?
Who shot him? So it was literally a worldwide phenomenon.
Yeah, and my mother and my grandmother lost their minds like waiting. Yeah. And now, see, you and I are of an age when we were kids. There was one TV in the house. That was it.
Yeah.
So, and my grandmother, I grew up in a big Italian family. My grandmother was the matriarch. So it was either what my grandmother or what my father were watching at that moment. That's what we watched as a family. Right. So I remember my grandmother making the announcement a week ahead of time that we would be watching Dallas to see who shot JR. And even I was just a kid, and I was like, "Yeah, who the hell shot JR?"
Yeah,
those were the days, man.
Yeah, network TV back then was, when they got it right, it was really exciting.
Yeah, it was. Look, there are times, Alton, when I think, I don't know if streaming or having instant availability is such a great thing, because I don't know about you, but sometimes I get paralyzed trying to figure out what to watch.
Yeah. It's so
and I spend an hour flipping through all the different streaming services, and then I end up watching something I've seen 1,000 times. Like, oh, you know what? Shawshank Redemption is on. Okay. Yeah.
Well, the new stuff requires, to me, if you enjoy it, you enjoy the premise, you're going to get involved in it. You know what I mean? That's the thing about TV when it was weekly. You're like, well, yeah, my Tuesday nights are this show. My Friday nights are Miami Vice or whatever.
Sure.
So you're developing a relationship with that property, and sometimes you look at it, it's almost like, I know my wife, when she met me, she's like, you're high maintenance, because I had long hair and I was at the gym 5 days a week, and when you look at some of these shows, you go, that's like an investment in time. I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Yeah.
It's not you, it's me. I just don't know if I can delve in that deep, because it looks like it's going to take up, even if you get into it and it's like they have 3 seasons there, then you're like, you know what I mean? Streaming when you have the free time,
And I tend, if I like something, I tend to be all in, So sometimes I'm afraid to get started on a new show because I know I'll be up until my eyes start bleeding, one more episode.
But it's great that there's so much right now, but that's just stuff, that you can discover later, the way I look at it. Because I know with Vampires in New Jersey, I heard about True Blood, but I never saw it when it was on. Then I got the DVDs after the show went off the air, and I discovered it. And that became part of my impetus for Vampires in New Jersey, as opposed to down south. So, it's fun that it's all out there to discover. But yeah, it's like a fire hose right now with everything, because I know somebody yesterday was mentioning all the, like Apple has their shows, and, there's a lot of stuff, just a lot of stuff.
It's astonishing. And, I talk about this with fellow indie people all the time. It's a mixed bag, I think, for indie filmmakers. Yeah. Things like Amazon Prime or Shudder or Tubi give you a platform, you know, to get your work out there. But a lot of people lament, well, but you can't, Amazon Prime doesn't really pay, you know, you can't really make money.
Yeah.
And I said, well, you know, as an indie filmmaker, you have a decision to make. Do you have stories to tell, or are you looking to make money? Because if you start out from the premise of, I want to make money doing this, you're probably going to be disappointed. That's just how it is, you know? Yeah. So, you know, then I go on Amazon Prime and I see a movie and I'm like, oh, I know the dude that directed that. And I think that's cool. Yeah. That has, or she, now they have that platform where millions of people have access to their work, you know?
Yeah, I was really happy to have my stuff.
Pardon?
I was happy to have my films on there for the time they were on there.
Yeah, you know? I mean, why not? Like, because listen, for how long before like the internet really exploded or whatever, how long have indie filmmakers or indie artists just kind of toiled in obscurity and had like maybe a local fan base that bought their DVDs or whatever at a convention, and then that was it. Yeah. Now, okay, let's put our stuff up on Amazon or whatever, and you know, and see what happens. You know, maybe people will see it. So that's how I tend to look at it. I know not everybody feels that way, and that's okay. You know. Yeah.
Well, it's just another avenue for you to reach people. I'm happy if my my media product reaches people and they enjoy it. I mean, that's really it for me. Yeah. You know, the money will come if enough people enjoy it. You know, and you try to run it as business-like as you can. But you should want your product to be viewed by people anyway. If you're creating it, you should want I want feedback and I want people. And not everybody's like that, I understand, because it's risky. But, you know.
Sure, it is. It is. But again, you know, when that artist picks up a brush for the first time and a canvas, are they thinking, maybe this painting will sell for $1 million? Or are they thinking, I have a vision in my head and I have to get it out somehow?
Yeah.
You know, so I think same thing with filmmaking. You know, you have a story you want to tell, or an author, or whatever it might be, a poet. You know, you have something in your brain you have to get out. And like you said, if enough people like it, that might be a springboard to bigger things.
Yeah. But I know. You know, Jose Luck got in the Philadelphia Independent Film Festival, and then, you know, I was looking for places to put it, and Amazon had the Create Space DVD program then. So if you burned your movie to a DVD and you send it to them, they'll sell it on demand as people buy DVDs. And, you know, that was before Amazon got into streaming.
Right,
so,
right.
You know, everything was like another way to just reach people and get them to enjoy the film. And then once they got into streaming, they were like, if you encode your movie to our specs and give us the pictures to our specs, we'll put it up. You know,
right.
We'll give you whatever. And yet, no, they don't give you a lot. I mean, you really have to stream a ridiculous amount to make any money. And they kept changing the deal the whole time.
Oh, please, yeah.
You know, but I was on a platform that the whole world, you know, it streamed in US, UK, Japan, Germany. Once they got into the other countries, they wanted you to, you know, do, the words for every country. Yeah, which makes sense. You had to reformat everything. So that was fine. But it was nice to just be able to, you know, people were enjoying it. So that was it for me. You know?
Yeah, man, look, it's cool. Like, I've talked to some indie filmmakers and they were like, listen, all I wanted was to be able to walk into a Walmart or a Best Buy or something and see my film there on the shelf, you know, or Redbox or whatever, and say, hey, I achieved that. You know, if I'm not getting, you know, paying my bills off that, that's cool. But I made a movie and now people can buy it, people can see it, and that's enough for me. Yeah. And I don't want to speak for anybody else at Theater of Terror, you know, but I was very proud to be involved with those guys and to be involved with that project. You know, when we had our premiere at the Landmark Lowe's Theater in Jersey City, which is a beautiful old movie palace. Like, it's just a gorgeous theater. Yeah. And I just took a moment, you know, we're in this giant 3-story lobby, you know, with the big chandelier and stuff. And all that, balcony.
Yeah, you
and
look up and you see that giant balcony, and it's not small either. It's like a whole floor. You know, this a floor with like a cliff overlooking.
Oh, please. And
It's
I
so
just took
amazing.
a moment in this big room of people, and I'm like, yeah, this is pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah, and you're up on that big screen. Yeah, it is. It
Oh,
is.
yeah, oh,
It is an experience.
yeah.
Definitely.
And again, like when, just to make like a big circle back again, when Tom approached me again to be involved with the sequel, there was really no decision. I'm like, yeah, I like anthologies to begin with. And anthologies are what really got me into horror in the first place. And I just love the format and the idea that there's different stories all kind of woven together, you know. And it was really a no-brainer, you know. But I'm looking forward to being sort of back to work again, even with the changes in place. But again, you find a way to adapt, you know, like we have, like I said, we have all the COVID-19 precautions in place.
Yeah, keep it as safe as possible.
We have pardon?
Just keep it as safe as possible, you know.
Yeah, we have a very limited number of people. I'm not even going to be on set this time because I'm like, listen, we don't need too many people.
Yeah, there's no hanging around needed. Just
right, exactly. That's it.
And do what you need to do. Yeah, it's a smart way.
Masks, hand sanitizer, all that stuff. So it's just good to kind of be back to it again.
That's how I felt when I did one of my friends who owns Plunder Palace in Cherry Hill comic store. He said, I'm going to have an outdoor like mini con, you know, and this was a couple months ago. And, you know, I was like, well, it's the first time I've been out, but it's outdoors. This was right when the governor was loosening things up and saying you could be in groups of whatever outside. Yeah. And it just felt good to be out, to have, like, he had enough land around his store, you know, like a parking lot on the side or some grass on the side where he could actually bring, wasn't raining. It was a nice clear day where he could bring the comics out so people could browse. And then I was with my friend Jay, who was here yesterday, an artist who does his own books. And we had tents, you know, and it was just like 3 or 4 of us. And it just felt good to get back to, hey, how you doing? You know, we had our masks and we had our sanitizer and all that.
Sure.
It's like, hey, tell me about your comic or whatever. It just felt nice to be able to have those conversations again. So. Yeah,
I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree more. And I'm definitely jealous about not being on set on Monday, but better safe than sorry. Like, look, I'm not even good. I've heard enough about COVID-19 for 6 months, you know?
Yeah, it's just, I don't think the rest of the country has understood until recently what New Jersey and New York went through.
Yeah. And we gotta get back to work, but we gotta do it in a safe manner, you know?
Right.
And I think it's doable, you know? So far, everyone on our team has bought in. All, you know, the crew and cast, everyone is on board with what we're trying to do. So we're looking forward. This particular one, Splinter, is a little more. Soothsayer was very sort of Twilight Zone / film noir. Right. You know, Splinter is a little more effects heavy, which is going to be cool. I want to give a shout out to Michael Scardillo, our prop and effects maker. Michael is amazing, and he has done some amazing effects. Right. And Beatrice Sniper is also an incredible makeup artist. She's going to be doing some makeup and prosthetic effects for us. So nice. I'm looking forward to it, especially, you know, to, again, I nothing if not shamelessly self-promotional. It was cool to actually write one of the stories, you know, this time around. Right. Tom, I was going to do it, Splinter, as just my own film, you know, my own short film. Right. And Tom, I gave the script to Tom to read, and he said, oh, I kind of like this. How about we make it part of the anthology? And I'm like, cool, you know? So, yeah, I'm looking, again, like I said, I'm looking forward to that story being brought to life. Yeah, I mean, I like the setup for each one of those because they're all different. And that's really cool. They're all different ideas that you're like, I wonder what they're going to do with this, you know? Yeah, and that was our goal, was to, they are all very different. I mean, we've got an awesome sci-fi story, our first kind of paranormal ghost story, you know? So yeah, we'll see how it unfolds. We have no idea what the timing is going to be. Like I said, we got Soothsayer in the can just before the whole world shut down, you know?
Yeah.
And all we can do is play it by ear. The good thing about indie filmmaking is we don't have some studio breathing down our neck for a deadline or a timeline, you know? We'll do it when we can, you know?
Yeah, that kind of flexibility is actually good.
Yeah.
It's good to have. There's so many things about independent filmmaking that I enjoy, but I've never worked on a Hollywood set. But then I work with actors who have, and they tell me they enjoy my set better because I have that same attitude you just said. We want to get it right. We don't just want to get it in the can and throw it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And, look, I have never worked on a Hollywood set either, but I've watched, I lived in a town in New Jersey called Lodi, and they used to film The Sopranos in my neighborhood all the time. So, I assume you've watched The Sopranos, but the strip club where they hang out, the Bada Bing, the real name of that place is Satin Dolls, and I lived pretty much right behind it,
Okay.
So I would see them coming, I'd see the trucks, and they would allow people to stand and watch, know.
Yeah, they were cool.
So I saw what a massive undertaking it was, and there were ants running around with clipboards and headphones, everywhere.
Yeah.
So, and it was so regimented. And then you're right, at least on the indie film set, it's kind of the same, but you do have a little more flexibility. And, if you want to make a change on the fly, you can do that, something's not quite working, you can do it a different way or change something up. So, it's pretty cool. How cool is it that we get to play make-believe?
Yeah, I know people think to themselves, I'd like to do that, but they don't take that extra step. And it really is work, but it's very rewarding, And the indie world is people have their view of like a Hollywood way of shooting. I think that's what killed my first film experience, is that we wanted to be like Spielberg, but we weren't. And you had to kind of be like, well, I can't build a set for an Italian theater. We tried to make one, and it ended up looking like bad dinner theater. You know what I mean? And now, with what I know now, I'm like, why wouldn't I just go to an Italian restaurant and say, can I shoot there? Because that is an Italian restaurant.
Right.
In Hollywood, you and I, if we were big Hollywood moguls, we'd build an Italian restaurant. You know what I mean?
Sure. Of course.
We kind of had to break away from that thinking. And I think some people are like, yeah, I would do it, but I would want to do it like Hollywood does it. Well, yeah, of course you would. But in lieu of that, there are ways you can tell a story, in a grounded, realistic way, using the independent, way of doing things.
Yeah, man. Look again, and we're always learning, right? In this, in this anthology, we learn from the things that happened on the first anthology, and we try to step up our game.
Right.
I made my own short film, this year. It was my first attempt at writing and directing, and I watch it back and I'm proud of the work that we did. But there are a couple of moments where I was like, I wish I hadn't done that, or I wish I would have wrote that differently. But it was a learning experience. So that's it, And you're right, man. When I win the lottery, I promise I'll share. And I'll have a big production company where we'll have lots of money and we can build sets and special effects and stuff, So.
Yeah. It's funny, after going out there and talking to studios, it's just very odd how they do movies. And really, if they do 100 movies, only 3 of them make a tremendous amount of money. And basically that money pays for the other movies. So as a business model, even the way Hollywood's doing it, it really doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But that's the way the industry works,
Sure, you can't hit a home run every time, right? You know, but you know, to touch on something you said though, the biggest piece of advice for whatever it's worth though, to anybody who's thinking about doing anything, making a movie or writing a book, just do it. You know, just do it. Try it. That's people ask me all the time, like, "Oh, you're so lucky." No, I feel unfortunate that I get to do the things that I do, but it all started because I watched an indie movie that I liked. I met the guys that made it, and I said, how can I get involved? You know, like, what can I do?
Yeah.
You know, oh, well, you can help lug some gear on our next movie. I'm like, all right, I'm in, you know, and that's it. Like, just, hey, Todd, how can I be in one of your movies? And I'm like, oh, well, you could, you know, when we put out a call for extras, you could show up, just saying, you know. So, yeah, man, you got it. People, you know, just do it. Stop saying, I wish, you know, and just, there are always barriers, you know, but you got to get around them.
Yeah.
Just do it.
That's the right
Oh,
attitude.
wait, I don't want to get sued by Nike for saying that.
Well, I always say if the corporations get to the point where they need to sue me, they're in trouble.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm like the bottom of the rung. If they down to me, they should worry about their own business model. You know, it's actually better for me because now I'm a name. Oh yeah, Al Simpson got sued by, you know, whoever.
Yeah, exactly.
But they're not in the wrong door. But yeah, I appreciate you taking the time.
Always, man. Yeah, it's always good talking to you. I miss being able to physically, you know, meet up, but those days will come back. I look forward to it.
Yeah, we will.
Yep.
I'm actually, I didn't include time for lunch, believe it or not, in my ridiculousness.
Uh-oh.
So the next person was ready, and she's like, "Are you ready to go?" And I'm like, "I didn't really think I should probably, you know, I've been going at it a while. I should probably eat so I don't pass out by 6."
Yeah.
She goes, "Yeah, I forgot to eat too. We'll just eat.
Nice.
We'll do it." So I'm going to take. I'll replay, you know, something from earlier, and then I'll come back around 12:30. But I appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Thanks for the platform. I wish you the best of luck with the Kickstarter.
Yeah, good luck with your project.
Yeah,
I'll be going on your Indiegogo. I'm sure I'll be backing it. It just looks like a lot of fun, you know.
Yeah, it's gonna be a blast. Like I said, we're filming in a couple of days, and I can't wait.
Cool.
Thanks again for having me on, man. I really appreciate it.
Enjoy the rest of your show. Thank you.
You too, man. Be good. All right. So long.
All right, guys. You might have heard my conversation there. This is the Vampires of New Jersey #7 Kickstarter a-thon. I actually have been trying to go as many hours as possible, but I didn't include you know, time to eat. So April Grady Reyna is going to come on next. She's an artist I work with. She actually did a cover for Vampire 7, and she's going to do some art. But before that, I'm going to take a little bit of time and eat. It's just about 12 o'clock Eastern time. I'm going to replay part of what we did yesterday, if I can get it up here on the screen. And I'll be back post haste. There we go. We'll give you guys a little look at the beginning. If I can be coordinated enough here, which I usually can't, but I'm learning screen share. And we'll start off with a little party. Going out. Hello, Vampires of New Jersey. Al Simpson here. I'm doing the Vampires of New Jersey 24-hour thing. My first guest will be Cohen, one of my favorite people. Let me put the guitar down. I'll bring him on, and we'll get started. What's up, Neil?
All right, here I am.
How's it going?
Good. So I'm not quite sure what this thing is. You gotta tell me, what's a 24-hour thing? Is this like is this like a Jerry Lewis? Are you trying to stay live for 24 hours?
Actually, no. That started popping into my mind as I was doing it. I was like, is this like the Jerry Lewis telethon where I'm really 24 hours, straight? Which I used to love the Jerry Lewis telethon. I mean, that was some crazy entertainment. I mean, that was before cable.
Oh yeah, it was always the once a year, and then he would just get like degrading, tired throughout the thing, and then the tie got loosened, and then the shirt got unbuttoned.
Yeah, his trucks were all messed up by the end. Yeah, he just fell apart. But it was entertaining watching him go.
There was a great movie in maybe the late 70s.
Yeah.
God, I got to think of the name. But the story was America had gone broke, and the president was John Ritter, and he decides to do a Jerry Lewis type telethon to raise money to save America because like someone was going to buy America. I can't remember, and it was all like it was a making fun of like the Jerry Lewis type acts. So all the acts were just awful. But they just kept coming. They kept bringing every single terrible entertainment act. Now, I guess now we got that with America's Got Talent and all these other shows. What is the other one? American Idol. We got that 24 hours of terrible talent. But I have to look up what that movie was. God, 70s were great movies.
John Ritter, president.
He was the president. I remember that. And I can't even remember if it was a movie or a TV movie. I just remember seeing it, and I remember Meatloaf was in it.
Oh,
and he battles a car, and like that was his act. Like literally, there was a car, but he didn't see the driver, and he battled it like a gladiator. And it was all these terrible acts, and I don't remember what it was. At the end, someone drops a whole bag of coins or something like Saves America. But I'll have to look that. I love certain 1970s movies.
Sounds like a TV movie to me.
Yeah, it probably was.
And I will say this: the 1970 TV movies to me were as good as regular movies. I mean, they were completely amazing. They still had because the TV shows would be on the same lot as like the Hollywood movies, right? So they could still use like leftover Hollywood sets from the late 60s, or whatever new was laying around. And those movies are incredible. Even the after school specials I saw the other day on Instagram, people were talking about after school specials. Even those were like amazing.
Yeah, they were, and they took on serious topics too.
Right.
For the best movie, I remember. It's funny. It's weird how this stuff sticks in your mind. I remember watching Logan's Run. Weird. Still a classic. Still so goddamn ahead of its time. There was actually a run where he decides he wants to meet a girl. And there's this video screen in front, and he's swiping through these pictures of different women, and then he picks one, and then the girl literally steps out of the screen. And it turns out that anyone who wants to meet someone for a rendezvous just stands in this portal, and people choose you, and she steps out. And that was like, what, 73, 74 maybe?
Believe it or not, that was 76.
76, yeah, and a lot of things in there that were ahead of its time.
Yeah, that was just before Star Wars.
And then the after-school special, there was one with who I had the biggest crush on, and I still remember that. And it was where she's in high school, this guy, and then she goes to a party and she dresses up like a tramp, and then he her, but then and she fools around with him, and then the next day she like goes up to him and anything to do with her, and the school is talking about her because she was the girl like a tramp beat, and she went home and ate a whole chocolate cake. I remember that, watching it with my older. So the lesson learned: don't dress up like a tramp.
Oh my God. Neil, I lost you a little bit there, buddy.
Oh, am I back?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I said the lesson learned is don't dress up like a tramp.
Yeah, those after-school specials, I don't know. They were just really well. I mean, they were like movies. Like they could have been released in theaters. They were that good. You know, I like them. So we were talking before we came on about the con situation. I went to C2E2 this year, and I literally thought it was going to be more, more cons this year, but it turns out that there aren't. So,
what do you mean? Was it a virtual con, or you went to an actual con?
I went to C2E2 in Chicago in, I guess, March.
Wow. Okay.
Or maybe, I think it was March, late February, March. It was cold, I know that. And, I was planning out the whole year of stuff I was going to do. I talked to some publishers while I was there. I had big hopes for the year. I made my investments as far as my graphic novel. I was going to get it in the stores and do a lot of other things, and then COVID hit. So, and nobody knew. People knew, it was in China at that point, but we didn't know it was here or it was going to hit as big as it did. So I usually run into you at actual cons. And I met you. That's where we hung out. You were nice enough to put me on a panel down in Washington for Awesome Con, which wasn't really awesome. I really enjoyed it. And, it's been a tough year. I mean, how have you been weathering it?
Well, it's been deadly because I launched my latest book. Where is it here? There we go. Business is Dead.
Yep.
That was supposed to launch in 2020. It came out officially at the very end of 2019, but there was Christmas and everything like that. So the plan was to be at cons all through 2020. I was kind of same thing as you. I had cons lined up, and then I think I went to it, but I didn't exhibit. I think it was Katsucon in January.
Right, I remember seeing you there. Right, Katsucon.
That was the one. It was at the anyway. It was here in Maryland, at the Gaylord Hotel, Gaylord Inn. And my kids went. They love it. They, thank God, because it was the last, and that was the big con that they went to as they were there as fans and having fun.
Yep.
And then the plan was for me to be at cons, Awesome Con, New Jersey Horror Con, a bunch of other horror cons, and then one by one, they just all started getting canceled. Yeah. So Awesome Con, I'm still booked at, but I think it's May now of 2021 they're going to do it. And I'm doing New Jersey Comic or Horror Con, which is March, so it'll be March and May with the next cons. Now, my worry is, will people go back? Are people still going to be scared? I think they will. I think people have gotten used to it now, and it's not the apocalypse, and it's not the pandemic, and people can put on masks, or they'll, just whatever social distance. Right. But people will go because I think people are just sick of being home. And then when you come to the spring, people are going to be like, that's it. Look, I can't be a prisoner anymore. I can't be in house arrest. Now it's going to be easier for people to be home now that we're getting into the fall and winter, because it's just cold and dreary out. And then January, February, it's miserable. But then as soon as spring comes, people already lost the entire year of their life. Hopefully people are going to come back. So I'm going to try to relaunch the book. It was supposed to launch in January at con. My first con was, I think it was scheduled for February. I think I was doing a local signing in late January, and then the con started in February, and then every single one of them get canceled. So I'm hoping.
Yeah. At first I was like, because I met with some fans earlier this year, and they talked me into doing a Kickstarter. So I was busy with that right in March, April, and I think I finished it in June. And I thought, I'm busy. This is a new phase. We'll come out of this, and then we'll get back to normal and everything. And I didn't terribly miss it because I didn't plan on doing a whole lot of cons this year. I only picked a few. But then, as time goes on, there's certain people you run into at the cons, and we have a nice camaraderie, you and me. And then when we were at New Jersey Horror Con, we met the other, film people, and it's just you miss that entire thing,
Yeah, well, it's the networking. There's so many people. You keep in touch with them through like Instagram and a little bit of Facebook, but it's not the same. Yeah. It's the networking, and what always happened, for me was I would promote my appearance at an event, and I would get some book sales online. Then the event came; it was great sales. And then after the con, there would be some sales, and then it would die down, online sales, and it would die down into the next con. And that was the peaks and valleys of promoting your works when you're an independent. Right. And without that, it's gone. And it's hard to get noticed online if you're just doing it just regular promotion, not physically there, because there's just so much out there that you're competing for the eyeball. Yep. And you can pay for that. The cost of a con, maybe you drop $1,000. Yeah. For $1,000 you can reach 20 people on Facebook. It's not the same.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to me because once I started doing Kickstarters, I met a whole new crowd of comic book creators who basically only work in online space. So they didn't have an experience. I think they worked cons, but they hadn't done, like, my books are in stores and things like that. So there's a whole different way of thinking as far as how to reach people in Kickstarters. Even now while we're talking, I'm, posting this to groups to try and generate a little bit of interest. And it's been weird. I mean, at the beginning, everybody was stuck in the house, and I think I got a little edge from that, and I got spoiled. And now that, most of the country is kind of out and about, the groups are a lot different than they were. They're now immediate.
Yeah, I don't know how many people are out and about. I was at the mall about 2 weeks ago at Potomac Mills Mall down where I live here. Yeah, that is, Potomac Mills, and it's like the #1 tourist attraction in Virginia. It is this huge, massive indoor outlet mall, and it was the weekend before school kicked off. Right. And normally, you would walk in that mall on a Sunday, and it would be shoulder to shoulder. You could barely move because everybody was shopping or get back to school stuff. Clothes, sneakers, supplies, everybody, parents, kids. The mall would be absolutely jam-packed, like Disneyland packed. And it's just a mess. My wife and I went. You could have rolled a bowling ball down any one of the aisles into any one of the stores and not hit a person. Yeah. It was just dead. Yeah. And then I was at another mall just this past last weekend, actually, and I could not believe how many stores were closed up, going out, either out of business or announcing they're going out of business.
Yeah, you can only take so much pressure from the drop in sales for so long. I know. A couple of stores that I was in that have gone out of business, and it breaks my heart, But
the independent guys, these comic book stores, these independent artists, I don't know how they're holding up. Like, I tried to get that because I had invested a lot for 2020. I had booked cons, I paid for it in advance. Right. I bought my books to sell. Right. I bought displays, everything. Right. Can't sell any of it. It's all sitting there. So I went through. I couldn't go for the PPP, the Paycheck Protection Program, but I tried to go for the disaster relief loan. Right. And I am now 7 months into it, and they're jerking me around. Yeah. Now it's just a test of wills. Yeah. I don't care about the loan anymore. Right. Now I'm just angry. Yeah. That it's been 7 months, this SBA, and I'm like, look, man, I'm a small business. I've been paying my small business taxes since 2013 when I self-published my first book. Right. So this is the time I'm asking for something back. The first time that I've been paying my taxes since 2013. Sure. And not only do I pay my federal, as a small business, I do all the state cons, and
Right.
you do the state cons, you have to register and pay taxes in that state. And we do a lot of cons in New Jersey. Besides the fact that the tolls kill me driving up there to do the con, I sometimes pay more in taxes after the con than I made in profit at the con. But still, I love doing it because I love going up to New Jersey.
Right.
But holy cow. And then it's finally, you're like, okay, you know what? This is what I pay my taxes for. Nope. Let's jerk you around a little bit. So I'll let you know next time we talk how that goes. But I'm in an all-out battle with it right now. I'm not giving up.
Yeah, I hear you. It's been a mess. But now, my one question to you, since you do, the Exit Zombie books, I know you did a lot of research into what a pandemic would do before you did the zombie books. Tell me about that, because I think what's happened kind of parallels your books in a lot of ways.
Well, it's almost, the word profit is thrown around, but for me, it's perfect. So this is right up to today. Here's what I wrote about in the trilogy.
Now, what year did you write?
I started writing it in 2013.
Right.
It was finished in 2016. So Exit Zero came out in 2016. Nuke Jersey came out in 2017. Zombie Democracy came out in 2018. So this is years early. So the brief overview of the book is a zombie virus, an unknown virus, gets released in the United States on an election year. That's the thing. That there's two candidates running for the president. One runs his whole candidacy through Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. The other has a great persona. Like when he's in public, briefly, they keep him only briefly in public, and there's a reason they keep him, and then they keep him hidden because of his dark secret. So the public only sees him for a little bit of time. This is all in the book. Two, in my book, I have the survivors of the virus. Those who survive the virus become wanted or hunted because they have a certain attribute to their bodies that can help protect you against the virus and survive. So it's not like, oh, great, convalescent plasma, they can donate blood. No, because the people that survived are now realize that there's cabals of rich, powerful people who are hunting, not to kill them, but to get them because they're basically a get-out-of-virus-free card.
Right.
I predicted the Chaz or Chop or whatever you want to call it. I had in there autonomous zones get created. Like I had multiple autonomous zones that appear around New Jersey. Some were like up in the mountains were preppers. I had Atlantic City gets taken over completely by the mafia.
Right.
The new police force that comes out to help out the country after zombie no longer has their names. They won't wear names. They only have 4 numbers. They're identified by 4 numbers on their uniforms. That has happened now. New York State now, they're saying because there's so much violence against officers that they will no longer have their names on their uniforms. Line by line by line by line, everything I predicted is coming true. I had them shut down the universities so they could store the infected at the university, and they sent the college kids home and they put the infected in the universities. It's just so ridiculous. That's why I'm pissed because I didn't get better, recognition here. My God.
Well, we need to talk to some PR people, because you were ahead of the curve.
Well, the only thing is everybody always says, I predicted this. F you, I got it in books. I got 3 goddamn books, and they haven't published it. And everything I predicted. Now, if this was my book,
right?
We're in the very first chapter of the 3rd book, Zombie Democracy. Right now is in this state of the virus. Right. So what comes next? Let's see how well I predict what comes next. As this virus goes on, and as information is still coming out. Now, where did I get this? I didn't just think this up. This is not just Neil pulled this out of his vivid imagination. what I did was, for years, I was interviewing government people and military, government, foreign government, World Health Organization, CDC, and I said, first, give me a concept of a virus that would be the most zombie-like. Give me a realistic virus or a combination of viruses that could affect and would produce a zombie-like result. So mine are not reanimated dead. There's no mysticism and there's no meteor shot over and suddenly everybody died and came back to life. Mine are infected. They are living people who are infected. So in my book, there's also the issue, you can't just kill them. They're not like zombies, like you can run around and just kill them. Right. They're living people. They're just infected. Right. So you can't just go up and say, oh, I'm going to kill these people because they've got Alzheimer's and they could be violent. Right. You can't. These are just regular people and they're infected. So you cannot kill someone who's infected unless your life is absolutely, in peril. So I interviewed them, and then I said, how would the United States handle a mass pandemic, civil unrest, complex, cascading, coordinated virus or event like a massive zombie virus? Because what do you got? You've got the pandemic, you've got a medical issue, you've got civil unrest, you've got the failure of utilities, you've got the failure of the medical system, you've got people that are not going to show up to do their jobs because they're staying home, either scared or protecting family. And this all went into the book. And you were seeing a lot of that stuff play out right now. So it's just, God damn, I should have, I don't know how, I wish to God I could get the word out there that this was all in there.
Yeah, I'm looking for your, Russell, a friend of mine, actually just asked about your books. Do you usually sell them? I see them here on Amazon. Is that the best place?
Oh, yeah. They're all on Amazon.
I'm going to throw a link in with people.
Yeah, and my link, my website is businessisdead.com, spelled out, businessisdead.com. And that links to all my books, all 4 of the books. So there's the 3 zombie books, and there's the book that released at the end of 2019 that I was supposed to promote. That's my first nonfiction. That's all about entrepreneurship inspired by The Walking Dead. So I'm hoping to get a little bit of juice out of Walking Dead announcing their final season.
Yeah, what's going on with that? You're the specialist in that area. I mean, I saw it and then I said, well, 11 years is, that's a pretty good run. Plus they have spinoffs, don't they?
Yeah, so it's not going away. They've got Fear the Walking Dead. They've got, what is it called? Walking Dead World Beyond, which is the new one that hasn't released yet. That's about the kids that grew up after the zombie apocalypse. Then they're doing a spinoff with Carol and Beryl. I don't know how that's going to be. If it was me, I would recommend the beginning. I would let a series starting from the very beginning. Walking Dead started. The first season had it right, and then the second season they found the showrunner, they got rid of some people, they brought in new people, and then just went the rails. And then they tried to bring it back, but then they said, well, the timeline so we could merge the shows, and then we could do characters crossing the same timeline, and then it became, well, what was the point? It's that you're moving over to Fear and vice versa, and so it's The Walking Dead at a different location. I'm like, we tuned in, because you were going to show all the stuff that happened between Rick getting shot and going into a coma, and then the full out complete government's collapse. Now we're in the zombie apocalypse. What happened in that time period? That's what we tuned in to Fear the Walking Dead to see. And I think they lost sight of that. So now they're going to try to do this thing with the kids growing up after, which is interesting. I'd like to see that. I'll watch it. It's a new take on it. But still, I think the problem with Walking Dead, and the reason I think it's probably going off now, it's merciful. If you watch the show, the topics are like the three communities trading with each other, and they're taking carriage rides, and the guy's doing a blacksmith internship, and I'm like, this is like Little House on the Prairie with zombies, you know?
Yeah.
It's too far out. I don't relate to this anymore.
Did you ever read the comic books?
The first couple episodes, and then I trailed off. I never finished them. Is it trending with the comic books?
As far as I know, it's not. But I didn't read all. Was like 100 issues. I didn't read the entire series. But I know, in television and as you know with media, once it gets going, and the studios are making money and the networks, then they're just kind of like throw in whatever you want as long as it keeps going.
Oh, it was a juggernaut. But now AMC, I don't know what they're doing. Some of the stuff online I'm watching.
Yeah.
They had this thing called the Walking Dead Rewards. I don't know if you saw that, but like every time on the show they would say, "Hey, join the Walking Dead Rewards Club" or something like that. And I never joined. I never did any of that, but obviously a lot of people did.
Right.
But then what obviously happened, like you had to do things to get rewards. I guess you had to subscribe to this or buy that or try this, whatever. So people got a lot of the rewards.
Right.
And then they just announced, oh, by the way, that we're ending the rewards program at the end of the month, September.
Well, too many people.
Second, I've got tons and tons and tons of rewards. They're like, okay, yeah, well, it's like Chuck E. Cheese. You can turn in 10,000 awards for a Walking Dead puzzle.
Right.
And people are like, whoa. Yeah. So I hope that's not a good way to win the trust and loyalty of the fans.
Right.
And especially if they're going to keep this franchise going and they want to launch something in the future, everyone's going to be like, hey, remember what you did when you screwed us over with the rewards?
Right.
Why would we trust you again? So I haven't been tracking. I got to look at what's going on. I was following the chatter of that online.
Yeah. Well, Russell has a question for you. For anybody who's new, who just came up, this is to get backers for my Vampires in New Jersey issue 7. Right now, I'm going to run a special for any new backers that pledge more than $50. I'm going to throw in my graphic novel. So that's for the people who just came in. Hi, Wendy. How's it going? Wendy Steen-Shaner just came on. She's my guru, my Kickstarter guru. She helps me run my Kickstarter, and she's actually running another Comic Unity Con, online virtual con right now. She was nice to stop by. Russell had the question: who was your inspiration that got you into the industry? And I'm assuming that's for you, Neil, because I talked to Russell.
Yeah. Well, inspiration. I think it was reading World War Z. Like I was the guy that read zombie books, loved it. If it had zombie and apocalypse, those two great tastes that taste great together, it was for me. If it didn't have either one of those two, I probably wouldn't have read it. And I read all this stuff, and it was so hard to find. Like, nobody, it was so funny because nobody was in the genre. There was only a couple of movies, there was a couple of books, and that was it. And then when I read World War Z, I said, God, this is the greatest thing ever. And I said, yeah, and I was like, but I have an idea of how this would happen. I have an idea of how people would respond and how this in the real world would happen. And I said, well, I'm going to write down my story. This is how I feel the virus would come about, and this is how I feel normal everyday people would deal with it. And I always loved the beginning, but then they would get to the mall, and then they just would jump forward years, and everybody was either a zombie killing ninja or a cannibalistic madman. And I'm like, what happened to everybody else? Everybody got eaten. There's no normal people left.
Yeah,
everybody's gone. And I said, it's not going to happen. So I wanted to say, what would normal people do? What would happen to the lawyers, the salespeople, the comic book writers, everything? How would they handle the zombie apocalypse? I don't think everybody would be wiped out, and that's what I wanted to write about. And that's what I thought was interesting.
Yeah. Now, do you see? I mean, you did 3 books, so that would obviously make a good series.
Yeah, Yeah. I don't have, obviously, I don't have the juice to get it going. I've been promoting for years. I'm no shrinking violet. I've been out there. So what I've been told was that to get a movie, you know.
Now, would you want a movie or a TV series?
Oh, well,
Alrighty.
So I actually got some pitches. Like I actually got a pitch for Netflix and everything like that. And what they told me was that you have to have this international appeal. Right. So your material has to. Thanks, Wendy. I'm sorry. Yeah. So if they they're saying this is for them to purchase. Right. Right. It's got to have an international, like if it's in Hindi, if it's in Asia, if it's in Germany, people need to look at the cover and the tagline and say, I know what this is about, right? And I like this topic, right? And my problem was that my books are very U.S. centric. Obviously, you know, even though they take place, I've got a character from the UAE and a character from the Philippines in there. It's the whole book takes place pretty much in New Jersey. Right. And New Jersey is very funny to the United States. Like, we get the joke. There's a lot of Jersey busting on jokes throughout the book. And United States understand and get those references and understand that New Jersey is kind of the punchline. But if I'm growing up in the UK or India or Asia or Germany, I don't know what New Jersey is. I don't get a lot of the references. The characters may be too US or Jersey centric. And that was the feedback I got, that it didn't have a global hook to it. That the hope is, you know, when I can push out the book about fandom, entrepreneurship, and The Walking Dead, which is really, I'm trying to capture all fandom. I write about The Walking Dead, but it's for all fandom. That would have more of a global appeal because everybody is a fan of something, pop culture, and everybody is part of the business, you know. Yeah.
But I think in my case, since The Sopranos, I don't know how big The Sopranos is outside the U.S., but I know I get a ton of people from the UK that are interested in the comic, and I'd say half of my Facebook page is in India.
Well, see, because you have the global appeal, people love.
Thank you, Neil. Yeah, that was a stream from earlier, and I'm actually just about to switch out and bring in April.
Well,
hello.
Good morning.
I have returned to life.
Oh my gosh. Are you feeling better after lunch?
Yeah, I was fading there for a little bit. I stopped drinking coffee during the COVID thing.
That's when it really started.
I know. Right. That's what I mean. So I specifically made sure I didn't drink any this week so that when I do drink it, it actually has an effect. Because my wife drinks, like, she can drink a whole pot. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I wanted it to, like, have a nice jolt when I drank it. So I hold off as long as I can. And I got it to get me through, you know, the rest of the afternoon. Should be okay. But then the other half is you got to eat something. I totally did. I didn't make any time.
Yeah, that's, oh my gosh. Since Mouse has started kindergarten, I am not used to waking up at 7 a.m. anymore. I mean, we had that nice long stretch where I got real comfortable waking up pretty much about this time. Yeah. Don't judge me. Stay up until like 5, 6 in the morning doing art. And, you know, it's justifiable or something. It's certifiable some days, but.
That's a lot of fun. I almost forget what that's like. Oh, wow.
What, staying up so late?
Yeah. My one is in high school now, and the other one's just about to be in high school. So it's like a whole different, you know, mindset. You know, I got to remember what it was like to be a teenager again now. And he's, you know, excited about getting his license and all that. And it's all, it's a learning curve, you know.
Oh, it sure is. My oldest, oh my gosh, it feels like just yesterday when she was a little one. She's going to be 13 in October, about a month from now. So
Yeah.
it's kind of exciting.
Yeah, my
She's not ready to adult, and I'm like, oh, you're so cute. I can hardly stand it. But I'm actually getting a chance to tap back in doing algebra. She's in algebra this year, and I'm like, oh, bring it to mama. Let's do this. I felt really bad that I got a problem wrong. I was like, yeah, but I was doing this at the same time as having a PTO meeting, and I'm on the board for that. And I was just, I felt bad. It's hard to be 100% all the time, man.
Yeah, but you mothers seem to be able to do it better than us fathers. I'm horrible at math. My wife is great, and my kids are both like really, really, really in advanced math classes, and it's like I don't even know where that comes from. You know what I mean? But I'm better at writing and all that, and she's better at the math part. So.
See, I wish I was a better writer. If there was a way that I could pull some of the ideas that I had rattling around in my head, I have snippets of things that sound cool, but I don't have a way to string it together. And I came to the conclusion, I don't know, about 5 years ago, I just don't have that ability. I just sit here and draw pretty. That's all I do.
Well, it's good to know what you're good at. I think that's part of like becoming a real adult. You can finally go, look, I'm not gonna, write the great American novel, or I'm not gonna, go to the moon, but I can do this really well. So I kind of want to, maybe I should focus on that.
I know, right? And I'm so excited with like October coming around, and like the whole artist community doing the Inktober thing. But I've got some friends that have brought me over to the dark side, so I'm trying something new this October, and God, I'm probably gonna wind up getting banned for it, so I can join the ranks of my fellow colleagues.
That's always fun.
I know.
I don't know what to say. I'm still waiting to get thrown off of something, I've seen people get like guys that do shows like this, I was on one, and he had set it up so he could post to 100 groups at once.
Ooh.
And Facebook didn't like that.
Really?
So yeah, they kicked him off of all those groups at the same time, and then they banned him from posting for like a month.
Whoa.
On a show, on a regular basis, and it's like, what did he do? And then, with Kara, she does some things, and we always joke about her being thrown into Facebook jail,
I know her and Wendy's husband and I think Steph, and I think it's hilarious that I seem to be getting a pass on a lot of stuff, and Bill or William was all like, I can't believe you haven't been in Facebook jail. I'm like, I'm working on it.
Yeah, and it's something to aspire to. But with Kara, she was just like, yeah, they have a whole team that's studying me. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You're like a experiment or something? She's like, yeah, it's like, she goes, I don't understand how they'll look at one thing. It's almost like the censors on TV. They look at one thing and it's okay. And they look at the other thing and it's completely wrong. And they're weighting them like differently, but they're almost the same.
That's hilarious.
In her case, I'm like, as soon as I see something, I'm just like, look, I'll talk to you when you get back out of Facebook jail. I'll or something, but
oh my gosh, I love her.
We're trying to do our art. There's nothing too ridiculous about what people are doing. We're not inciting riots or anything. It's just a picture.
Well, I don't know. I think anymore people don't have an outlet to get that pent up aggression out, and they wind up taking it out on social media. And I am surprised at what will get somebody into Facebook jail. They said something about like they were looking at pictures or memes from like 4 years ago, and then all of a sudden it enlisted.
The standards are different, and they just like that's getting you into trouble. And it's like all you do is repost what you already posted, which you figured was safe the first time, and it was okay the first time.
Right?
Yeah.
No,
that's crazy.
Yep.
That's weird.
So I thought it was weird. Like the worst I've gotten so far is like this. It was like a fact checking thing. I'm all like, yeah, okay. Like when did Facebook get so smart? Like they've got their own Wikipedia offset or something, and I was just like, okay.
Oh, you know what was weird to have to me? This is interesting. That video that Wendy did for me with all you guys' covers, I posted that to Twitter, I think yesterday, and it gave me one of those may not be suitable for everybody things.
Ooh.
That was the first time I ever saw one of those, and I'm like, well, the last video for the other Kickstarter was much racier than this. And they didn't say a word, but then I went back to look at it, because you click on to see, well, does it look okay? Does it play or whatever? And it was closed up, like, you had to give permission in order, to look at it. I was like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Well, sometimes like that works in your favor. Like, what am I missing out on? And half the time I'm really disappointed. I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. Thanks for giving me some sensibility.
Yeah.
So yeah.
What are you working on now, April?
Oh my gosh, what am I not working on?
Everybody's got secret things going on.
Well, Tom Hutchinson already had his Kickstarter for the Showgirls cover for Penny for Your Soul. So that was really exciting. I finally got a sneak peek of what my piece looked like with colors, and it's gorgeous. It's so beautiful. I can't wait to see it in person. I did the scene of, what was her name, Naomi, sitting on the rooftop. So you get her image with, of course, the Penny for Your Soul wings, and then you have the outlay of the city of Las Vegas, like downtown, or the strip. I guess the strip really isn't downtown, but yeah, no, it's just stunning with all of the extra colors and purples, reds, and yellows. It's really eye-catching. But I'm sure that with all of the amazing artists that he had on that set, like I'm just happy to be a part of it.
It's kind of awe-inspiring when you see what people are capable of.
I know, it's really great. Someday I'm gonna be able to like just wow the socks off of him, and it'll be fabulous.
Your work's brilliant, April. Stop it.
What's really fun is that this is the year that if you really want to remake yourself, you've pretty much got that option. If you want to learn a foreign language, you've been given the time to start it. If you want to do online education or try a different trade.
Huh? Don't tell my in-laws in Czech. I've been promising to learn Czech since I got married, and my last excuse was I'll wait till I finish my doctorate, which a doctorate takes forever. Well, guess what? I have a PhD now, so they're in Czech going, yeah. So, I know, jak se máš?
Yeah. Oh. Well, I can't say nothing because my husband's first language is Spanish, and I could barely make it through a year and a half of it in college.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. There's something, I've really never had the exposure to the foreign language. Like, I grew up in the middle of nowhere, Illinois, and I got very set in that whole mentality. Like, there's a lot of things that I can totally overcome. Foreign language, it takes practice and devotion. And let's face it, if I had that, I would be 100 pounds thinner.
It's a whole different mindset. I mean,
it really is.
My wife, I know when I met her, she she's in Czech. So one side is Germany, one side is Polish. The Russians were there before the USSR fell apart. So she knew like four or five languages, including proper British English and then American slang, which is different.
Oh, yeah,
but once she got here, like every other American, she didn't get to use things as much as possible.
Yeah.
We've been married. Cell phones and the internet have allowed everybody to do like what we're doing, where you can actually talk to people. So she talks to her sister and her mom, because everybody's back in Czech, on a regular basis, which allows her to sharpen her primary language.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. With the way things are, there's plenty of time. I need to sit down and hunker down and, you know.
Well, I don't mean
My in-laws, but I don't argue with them because we don't know enough of each other's language to really have a decent argument. So it's kind of good. But I think, I should fulfill my promise. So
there's only so many hours in the day, but this was my the one thing that I managed to do primarily during this whole quarantine issue is, try to, level up my game. Usually with cons, like, you're torn into different facets. You've got your con community that you have promised covers and commissions to, and then you have your regular set, and then you have your professional set where you're trying to build on top of. And this year I've done.
What do you usually do, April? I'm just curious.
Huh?
What cons do you do on a regular basis? You're part of the country.
I actually do a lot of the Southwestern ones. So Phoenix Comic-Con is like always my go-to.
Right.
And then I really love the Amazing shows, Amazing Las Vegas, Amazing Hawaii. I've only done Hawaii once, but it was amazing. I want to go. Mm-hmm. It's done by J Company Comics. Okay. Jimmy J and Bill, they do an amazing job. They had one here in Houston, and I managed to come to it one time, but it kind of dissolved. It dissolved. Yeah. But yeah, so right now I think they only do Las Vegas and Hawaii, and Vegas is great. Vegas is great. I love it.
Yeah, I have friends in Vegas. Actually, a friend of mine from college settled there, and we're always talking on Twitter, and he's always out. So now that I'm starting to meet people all over the place, like I know you, I know Kara in Arizona, and Wendy in California, I'm like, well, I'm willing to do a con like away from home because I actually know people, and maybe I'll be able to hang out and do whatever.
Yeah, so that's the best part.
It's on my hit list.
Yeah. I eventually want to get up there to do some of the Eastern shows. I'd love to do Big Apple. I'd love to do Baltimore. I'd love to do Moose Weirden. He does he runs a couple over in North Carolina. So I eventually I want to start kind of migrating that way. Yeah. I would love to do some in Chicago. I was all set to try to apply for one this year, and then of course freaking COVID happened, so I didn't actually get a chance to. It's fine.
Yeah, I've been talking about C2E2. I just happened to go out there to actually work with a publisher, to meet with them, and I just happened to go. Kara was there, Chris Mad was there, who's from Jersey, but he was doing a cover for me, and a couple other people, and it was like they were just all there. But none of us thought to ourselves, this is the con for the year, really. And we were thinking, this is a great way to start the year. This is going to be a crazy good year. Mm-hmm. So, it's been, weird. But yeah, meeting Kara was crazy because she was Lady Death, and she really was Lady Death. And I was just like, I came over and I talked to her online without, not anything like this, just back and forth on the message. And I went over to her and I'm like, I'm that Vampires in New Jersey guy. And she had, Lady Death's eyes are like white.
White,
so she's method. She had the contacts in, and she was like, oh my God, Al, I can't believe you're here. Lean over and talk to me. I can't actually see you that well unless you lean in close because I have my things in. But it was just like such a amazing, amazing meeting her and then working with her and stuff. So a lot of that. I hope to, when things get back to normal next year, I hope to get, back to meeting people and not online situations like this, but actually, meeting in person would be fun.
Well, I have to admit, this whole online thing has really expanded quite a few doors. I mean, if it hadn't been for Demon Phil, I never really would have gotten in touch with you or Jim Noble or Alan.
Phil introduced me to everybody and convinced me to do my first Kickstarter.
Yeah.
He was just like, I love your comic. I want more people to read it. I'm going to hook you up, introduce you to all these people, and we're going to do a Kickstarter. I was like, I did an Indiegogo, Phil, and it didn't go that well, man. It burned out after 2 days. I mean, he goes, you got to do, there's more to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Phil was a great guy.
When did you start doing the online platforms, the social media Kickstarters and stuff?
This is my second one. I only did, well, I did Indiegogo like when I first did the first issue, and I was clueless. And that's why, no pre-launch, no nothing. And then I got in there and I'm like, nothing's happening. What's going, you're running around like a chicken with your head cut off.
Yeah.
But then this year, I guess I talked to Phil before I went to C2E2. So probably February. It was cold, I remember. And then, I was communicating with everybody, the artists, online. And then I got the idea to go to C2E2 because one of the guys I know who does actually a really big comic, he works for that publisher. And he was like,
Mm-hmm.
I want you to come in and meet these guys, And I went in and I gave my pitch and everything. It didn't turn in anything yet, but I just felt like I want to get out there and do it now to kind of set up my year.
Yeah.
Organized with everything I want to do. I'll get that out of the way because they like you to pitch at a con. So eventually they would have come to Philly was what I was thinking. Now the way the year ended, they didn't come to Philly. So I kind of got out there, ahead of everything. But yeah, Phil convinced me it was a good idea, and he was right.
Nice. So. Well, it's looking like a pretty successful Kickstarter from the last time I saw it. So that was pretty good.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like, you do it and it funds. And the first time I was all obsessed, like every 10 seconds looking at it. And now I'm just like, I know kind of what I should be doing in order for the numbers to keep going up. And you never feel, I don't know. I mean, you see like Brian Polito with 200 grand, and then you see like Wendy with like, 30 grand, and Jim Noble with like 25 grand. And then you look at your numbers, but then you look at like the chart that they give you behind the thing, and the chart is like pretty good. You're like, it looks pretty good. It's going like, it's like that chart in your first math class. It's going, it's going where it's supposed to go.
Going places.
So, yeah, it's all a learning thing. I mean, Wendy's done at least, I think she's done like 10 of these, 10 Kickstarters.
Like that.
So she's like a pro. And Jim, he told me his first two were kind of like mine, and then his third one just blew up. He's like, he goes, I don't know what I did different. But, it takes time to build that following and get that momentum. And I'm just happy to be able to get to the point where I can continue to, do the next issue and keep going with the comics. So.
Yep. My friend Shelby, he was telling me that there's a girl that is down in Tucson, and she's got some pretty decent art, but it's not like what I'm aspiring to do. Right. But she turns out a Kickstarter like every 3 months or something like that, and she makes some serious bank. And I think it's like that rollover of something that everybody looks forward to, and they just know to watch for it. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, that's actually really smart. Like, if I was in a better position to be more reliable time-wise, I think that would be like a nice ambitious goal. But
you'll get there. It's a real coordination type thing, because even with this, there was an opening because of COVID, but I had already planned to do it. So then it took off during the March and April into June. So it was like weird that it hit and it worked. Yeah. And it was like, well, I didn't anticipate this being, a thing, work. It's kind of like when I sold my first comic in the store. I was like, well, now people like it, so I got to get the artist back. You know what I mean? Like, now it's a thing, so you have to kind of like pay attention and work at it. So it's just how things are going in general. We had to kind of assess the situation and see what works, and then kind of, work around whatever we need to do for the time being.
Yeah. I have a tendency to constantly keep looking at the future, but not really managing things from the past. So like once I mail something in, I kind of like stop worrying about it and I move on to the next thing.
That's good. That's the best. I think that's the best way to be, because your mind is busy.
Trying to push your own thing.
Yeah, you don't have the anxiety, worry, because you're occupied. And that's good. Busy's better.
Well, I guess, but then you wind up with something like this that looks like absolutely horrendous, and I need to like chisel it down. Yeah. But the other side is nice and sparkly, so it's
Well, sparkly. So fun.
Yeah, I've got let's see, what am I working on? Oh, I just got the Bomber Beauty sketch cards off, and so those are a charity sketch card set that
Right.
benefits World War II museum down in New Orleans.
Wow, that's really cool. I love
Oh,
those.
really?
I love those retro, like when DC has like the bombshell things.
Oh, yeah.
I love that artwork. You know.
This was actually World War II nose art.
Oh yeah, they used to draw
Yeah.
on the
Yeah.
planes, on those big bombers. Yeah, that's amazing that they used to do that when you think about it. I mean, how did they think? You know, I know they were probably like, we're stuck in this situation and we want to make it as enjoyable as possible. But then it's like very artistic, you know, to give that plane that personality. You know what I mean? Of the beauty that they put on there. That's
totally.
I wish they still did that. I think that's really cool. You know?
Very much so. So I was excited to do some of that, and it's really neat to like browse through and see what everybody else has done. I mean, some people did like very cartoony stuff. Some people were being like really I don't know, true to the form, you know, like very pin-up-y, very cute. I was trying to do a little bit of both, like marriage the title of the plane with something really relative.
Right.
And see. So yeah, it was just fabulous to see so many different styles about the same thing. Let's see, I turned in some sketch covers for Wendy, so that was really exciting. I cannot wait to see those. This was the year that I worked on anatomy a lot, and started working on more than just trying to be super sexy. So like with Vampires of New Jersey, I did the two vampire assassin chicks, and they weren't sexy, but they were good looking. They just looked, you didn't really want to mess with them.
yeah, they're beautiful and deadly. I guess that's
exactly. That was super fun to draw, by the way, except for the background. Like that gave me a run for my money.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's weird with me. I kind of like let people, you know, figure out what they want to do and go for it. I'm trying to pull your picture up right now, believe it or not. Yeah, okay. I'm still figuring all this stuff out. But the finished product you came up with, I mean, even when you went online and you were like, what should the license plate be like? I thought that was brilliant. I was like, well, that's like the most interesting idea that I've seen anybody come up with. There we go. No, that's Bob.
No, that's it.
Yeah.
And there you go. Yeah.
Sucks to be you. I mean, that's brilliant, you know. Just the whole idea what you came up with is very, you know, Amazon-y, Netflix-y, you know, streaming series cool. You know what I mean? So
and then Carl did such a fabulous job with the colors. I was really, really happy with them.
Yeah, have you worked with him before? I mean, have you worked with him a lot?
You know what? We talk a lot at cons, but this is the first opportunity I've ever had for him to actually color my work. I know he does a lot of undercolors for what do they call that? Color blocking for comics on a professional level for like Hi-Fi or I can't remember, like for like the Scooby-Doo comics and stuff like that. Oh, cool. So he does a lot of like ghost colors for people. And he's been at like the last 2-3 years worth of shows. Him and Shelby were buddies, and I just kind of happened to meet him through Shelby. And it was awesome. I really, really thought he was cool. And I've just never gotten a chance to work with him before. So with Shelby. Shelby Robertson does a lot of my personal colors. I love his color palette, and I knew that I had sent him some work that he was doing, so I didn't want to inundate him. And I gave Carl an email, asked if he was, available, and he was, and he turned this out pretty quickly. So I was really impressed.
Yeah, it's a great piece. I really appreciate it. It's weird. Last time I got overly excited and I printed everything early just to have it, and now I'm kind of like, just relax and print everything at the same time, so my printer is not going all wacky.
Yep.
Heroes and Villains, which is like, I guess, right down the street from Kara's house.
Oh, that's Krista and Stefan.
Yeah, literally. I know. I was talking to them one time about some comic books I was sending Kara, and they're like, "Oh, she's here now." I'm like, "Well, yeah. When you print them up, charge me and just give them to her." They're like, "Yeah, she's here all the time. We'll just hand them to her." So
yeah,
it's I'm excited to see your artwork on the actual book in my hand. That's always a thrill for me. So
I know. I'm excited too. Oh, although we got to get that Grady changed to Raina.
There you go.
Yeah. So, it's, I don't know. It's just been really fun this year trying to work beyond just the, I don't know, just what I wanted to do, work on other people's, creations, and it's been a great opportunity. So I have been blessed, more than most, and I definitely realize it. So
it's been good meeting everybody, and it's a nice community. Everybody seems very helpful and positive for the most part. I mean, you got a few little issues with certain people, but I'd say 90. I'll give it 95%. Well, we'll go 97 of the people that I've talked to. Not even if I work with them, but especially if I work with them. I'd say 100% with the team, because I've been lucky. All you guys have been like, we like what you do. We enjoy what we're working on. I can put a little, some of myself into what I'm doing. I can make it fun, and it comes out cool.
Yeah.
I'm always really, surprised and excited when you turn something in, and I'm just like, I never thought of that, but that's beautiful. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's like you come up with these characters and you think, and then when people first started interpreting them in different ways and whatever, it's kind of like, yeah, that's how they see it. But as a writer, I never looked at it that way, and that makes me think of the character differently. So the next time I write, I got a different direction to go.
That's true. Well, you're also pulling from other people's different backgrounds and stuff. I heard you talking about The Sopranos and stuff on their previous podcast while I was in the green room, or whatever they call it. Yeah. And I don't have cable. I've never seen The Sopranos.
Yeah, you're missing a special experience. But see, the weird thing with me living in Jersey is, and this actually happens, certain shows have this weird quality where you see the first 5 minutes and you go, there goes the next 6 years of my life.
Yeah.
I think The Walking Dead did that. When you see that opening scene, you're just like, this is drawing me in so much. And I remember when before House came on, this was back in the, I guess early 2000s. I used to subscribe to Entertainment Weekly, and they sent me, what's up, Wendy? They sent me the first premiere pilot of House about 4 months before it came out.
Really?
Yeah. So my wife and I sit down and we watch this show, and this guy is mean. He's yelling at people. He's awful, but he's brilliant. And you're like, this is a whole different type of character, anti-hero kind of, that we haven't had in dramatic TV on a regular basis. And then Tony Soprano came along, who, he's a mobster. He's a guy who, kills people or has people killed. He does all kinds of stuff. And you're just like, normally you would hate this guy, but the actor and the way they wrote it makes you like him in weird way. You're like, I really think this guy's kind of cool, but then he pulls himself back, but then he goes, you know what I mean? It's a whole, you get wrapped into it. And then being from Jersey is bizarre because as soon as I saw the character, first 5 minutes of the show, I'm like, this guy lives down the street from me. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
he literally could be in my neighborhood. And then I'm like, this is a guy that when you meet him, you know you don't like want to get on his bad side. You always want to be on his good side. So
Right.
in Jersey, it had a real different feeling. And I know with David Chase, the guy who created The Sopranos, you know, you write a story, like you write a story or I write a story, and you're like, I see it like this. It's in, you know, wherever I live, and this is the people. And he took it to like CBS, NBC, whatever. And they're like, yeah, well, look, we won't shoot it in Jersey. We'll move it to Hollywood. We'll do this. We'll do that. And he's like, no, you can't do that. You just, that's another character of the show. So he shot it in North Jersey near New York. And literally, I was just on with somebody who was telling me that they lived right behind, there's a part of it is a strip club that they own called the Bada Bing. And he lived behind where they filmed. Well, he was just on. He was on like the last hour. He's like, yeah, I live right behind where they film. And and he goes, and because it's Jersey, we just go, okay, the Sopranos are filming out there. I mean, it's not like all crazy like it would be in Hollywood, paparazzi or whatever. And that's key to the success of that show is that it's grounded in reality. And you feel like I could know these people. You know, literally in my kids' nursery was a woman who worked there, who took care of the kids. And she said, oh yeah, Paulie Walnuts. He's one of Tony's, you know, underboss guys. She goes, yeah, I know the actor. He lives like I lived in North Jersey and he lives like near me. So I know him. You know what I mean? And Paulie's like guys. And she goes, he's not acting. She's like, he like that. She goes, I saw him get mad at, you know, when the mobster threatens people like in, you know, a Scorsese movie. She goes, I saw him get mad one time and he's, you know, you worry about him when he does stuff. So it has that sense of realism that, you know, that makes the show work. So if you ever get a chance to see it, watch it. And it may be for you, it may not be for you, but you'll come away going, yeah, that feels like a real thing.
I imagine I like those kind of gritty dramas like that. The one thing I didn't care for about what was that really popular one where the guy had cancer and he was selling drugs to
Brian Cranston's show. I know the show you're talking about. I saw the first episode of that and I said I can't watch this whole series. I tried 3 kids, and I was just like, I have kids, and I can't get. I think I said this earlier to somebody. It's almost like you're looking at a new show like you're going to date them. You're like, I want to be involved with this person because that's like 10 years of my life that I'm going to have to devote to this show. Because I don't know how I guess it is around the world because I've been in other countries and my relatives are into certain shows, but we fall in love with the show, and that's it. It's like my Tuesday night is. You know, this and I built my life around it and I'm involved with the character. Oh my God, what's the character's going to do? So, yeah, I mean, that's
Breaking Bad. Yeah.
I watched, thanks, Wendy. I watched the first episode and I said, yeah, that's 6 years. I don't know. I just don't know. I knew it was great, but I knew it was really, really weird, you know?
I had tried for like 3 seasons, not on a weekly basis, but like to binge watch it and figure out why people liked it. I thought it was smart. I thought that they did a good job with the acting, but I couldn't like the characters enough to actually finish the entire series. I was like, this isn't for me. Like he's a bad guy and I want to like my guys, whether or not
Tony had a family thing where you're pulling for his wife Carmela because she's trying to have a normal life, and his kids don't really know that he's a mobster, but they kind of know. But you know, through the show, it's almost like if the Brady kids were like little at the beginning, and Mr. Brady was doing shady stuff, but they couldn't figure it out. But the show's on long enough that they get older and they start going, well, maybe Mr. Brady's not an architect. Maybe he's, you know what I mean? Something else. So there's a lot of different ways of looking at the show, and you could get involved in different layers. But with Breaking Bad, you're right. It was like, I need one character that's likable to kind of cheer for. And it was just like all the way down the line, people were like outdoing each other with their badness. You know? Different type of show. I know I have relatives that swear by it, but I never watched
Yeah,
more
no.
than maybe a couple of shows. It either gets you or it doesn't, and that didn't get me. It's brilliant, but not.
Not for me. Yeah. So with Vampires of New Jersey, these assassin chicks that like come in and take care of business.
Yep.
Tell me more about them, because like, are they're gonna keep coming up in the next issue and the issue after that?
Yeah,
Inquiring minds want to know.
this issue ends, and I write it like 100 pages, and then Connor looks at it and he goes, "Okay, I want to end it here," and then I'll look at it and go, "You can't end a comic there. You got to end it like with something exciting about to happen, just like a
cliffhanger."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I know when I talked to you, I started developing a backstory, and one of them I was like, yeah, her background could be like, because they're vampires, they've been around for a long time, and her family is involved with the Yakuza, and that's part of how she became a vampire, because the Yakuza was fighting with a vampire mob in the 30s. So I could do like period pieces with both of them. And the other one, I was going to actually go colonial or pretty far back in Africa's history and have that type of story with her. So yeah, their backstories could be whole comics by themselves, because I'm thinking about them more now. But the 7th issue ends with them about to have a big fight with Cassidy and Vincent on the Brooklyn Bridge.
Ooh.
So it's almost like the things that have been happening are finally going to be kind of publicly viewed, but at the same time, Vincent's group, the Order, works with the Vatican, but they also have control of this negotiations with the CIA and all these other places. So they have the ability to we're going to just shut down that bridge and say it's something happened that we had to shut down the bridge in order for them to have a meeting. And then people are going to kind of see what they're doing, but it's from a distance. So they're not exactly sure. Are they fighting? Is that guy airborne? What is going, what is actually going on out there? So it ends really cool. And then it just goes into the next issue starts with the fight on the bridge. It ends with them beginning it, and then it starts with the fight on the bridge. So it looks good. And Connor actually started on 8. He's doing roughs for 8 now. So I should be able to find that out pretty soon. But the characters, once I create them, I think about them a lot, and I try and give them a life of their own. And then when I talk to somebody like you, who's like, tell me more about those characters and where they're going to go, that makes me think even more about where they could go. And then I'm like, yeah, because I have that flexibility that they could have lived any amount of time, I can kind of play with the 30s or the 20s genre, or colonialism in general, and a lot of different ways of looking at things. So,
who is your favorite character in your comic?
What that's like saying who's your favorite kid. It's hard to say.
Although
when I'm writing, I try and give everybody something interesting to do.
Yeah.
I try. Connor is cracking out pages. Yeah. Yeah, he is. He's into it. When we first started, it was kind of like we were feeling each other out as far as what we wanted to do. And I had Mahathir originally, and I kind of was like, can you draw like Mahathir? Which is always ridiculous for an artist to try and be another artist.
Mm-hmm.
Mahathir did the original drawings. But then after the first issue, and people liked the second issue, he would say, do you want me to how am I doing? I'm like, whatever you're doing, because he would change his color palette and throw his own style in. I said, look, I'm putting it in stores and people are buying it. Whatever you're doing's work. So just keep rolling with what you're doing. And after that, it's kind of like he's been on fire with it,
Cool.
He's been good.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But April, because I overslept or had to take a break, I actually have a backlog of people waiting to get on now.
Yes, let me let you go. I got groceries to go pick up anyway.
My friend Gary. Gary and I were in grade school together, and he is a brilliant musician, and he's in San Francisco. What's up, Gary? Let me bring him on. And I have done a lot of things with music, and I actually wanted more musicians to come on too, because there's a lot of independent musical people that I know. Gary.
Alton.
April.
So good to see you, man.
Hello.
Hi, April. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I appreciate you coming on, Gary. I wanted to let April say hi to you before you cut loose with your music stuff.
I appreciate that, and I was backstage going, "Breaking Bad! It's Breaking Bad!"
Yeah, I saw
I'm
you.
sorry, I haven't watched it
it's-
forever.
It's fine.
Weird, I get a brain cramp on so much stuff, and everybody knows something. And Wendy's saying it in the comments, and you're saying it backstage. So we're with the right crowd.
I'm on a West Wing kick right now, so don't mind me. It's just it talks so fast and it's so funny that I don't have to watch it while I'm working, because I tried to watch Supernaturals and I damn near dried out a pen while I'm like watching it and not working, and I can't multitask like that anymore.
Yeah.
I get distracted.
Or April, so I mean, it's kind of how it is these days.
Totally. All right. Well, I'm going to say bye-bye. Alton, if you need me at all during your campaign, just send me a message. I'm happy to contribute. Gary, have a wonderful evening. Have a great day, you guys.
Thanks, April.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So how
So,
many minutes of sleep have you gotten so far?
well, it was weird because, I'm old now, and I fall asleep kind of early some nights, and my kids laugh at me, of course. And I was pacing myself. The whole thing was kind of a challenge to see if I could do it. And I figured out that I can, play replays of the earlier hours, but I also know a lot of people over in England. So what I wanted to do was in the early morning hours here, talk to them over there. But guess what? They don't want to get up early either, especially on a Saturday morning. So I think I might have had 2.5 hours sleep, because even when I was doing the replay, people were watching it like it was new and they were commenting. So I would hear beep, 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 like, oh, somebody's commenting. I got to, 4 a.m. Yes, answer a question or something. So even with the replay, I had to get up and do something. Yeah, Wendy says sleep. What is sleep? Who sleeps anymore? Yeah, I usually wake up, in the middle of the night if I fall asleep early anyway, but I'll crash when this is over,
Yeah, when I was a lot younger and actually playing out regularly, we were playing in Philly in an originals band called the Bensons, in places like J.C. Dobbs that don't exist anymore, and all sorts of places that don't, the cabarets, Chestnut and Ardmore, and gosh, I used to do that, go to work on 3 hours of sleep, and I think that's why I look the way I do now. It looks like I haven't slept, and there's a reason for that.
Gary, you look. I tell you, Gary, when I took that picture with you, and just so people have a perspective, I think Gary and I went to grade school, and we graduated in 1979. So I literally didn't see him for a lot of years, and then I think about 3 years ago, was it 3 years, 2 years, 3 years? I was on a road trip up the Pacific Coast Highway, and I got to see people that had moved from Philadelphia area, New Jersey, out there. And Gary was in San Francisco. I took a picture with you, and the people we went to grade school with were like, well, one of you looks like you've aged, and one of you looks like you haven't.
Wow.
And you know which one looks like you haven't. You still have that boyish charm that you had back in grade school.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My daughters would disagree vehemently.
Right.
And if you want a counterpoint, I can bring them in.
No, I have kids too. I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying.
What would you like to hear? I mean, like I play originals. I've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah.
Songs that your audience won't know.
Yeah.
I just started really getting back into it again and put something up on YouTube.
Cool.
Original song called Play, which I played all the instruments on. And drums. I'm a trained drummer. I picked up guitar because I got tired of carrying all that damn drum stuff. It's a lot. So I have a very rhythmic approach to guitar, no surprise. So I'm, and you got a whole bunch of folks. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'm thrilled to be here. It's so good to see you. Congrats on the new edition.
Thanks.
Comic. I hope people are donating to the Kickstarter program, and
we funded. So I mean, I can't ask for more than that.
What's that?
I said we funded, so I mean, I can't ask for more than that.
There you go. shows I'm paying attention.
No, I'm just saying in general, you know, you'd like to make $1 million, but you know, you may or you may not. But at least if you fund, you know, you're getting some traction. People enjoy what you're doing, and you know, it's another way to help you keep going, make more comics, and do what you love doing. So.
Well, you must not sleep on a regular day, given you're doing music, you're doing movies, you're doing comic books. You're like a perpetual motion machine. I mean.
Well, a
right?
lot of the stuff I've done is over a period of time. I mean, you know, I haven't shot a film, and I was just talking to Stephanie, who's an author of books and an actress that I work with on my last short film. We shot a film for the 48-hour film festival. But I used my kids, and they were kid detectives. So it was called Secret Mystery of the Hedge Fund Manager. And I made it like a noir. So they actually had the fedoras, and they did a case. And I actually wrote in the Rockford Files. I think Jim Rockford used to say $200 a day plus expenses. So my 10-year-old had that line. So it was very comical and fun. But that was 6 years ago, you know. So I've been writing and doing things, and next year, hopefully, after everything passes, I can film some of the stuff I've been writing, like vampires.
Right on, right on. Well, that's great.
Yeah,
that's great. And oh, by the way, you're in phenomenal shape. So I mean, there's another half hour a day, 45 minutes a day. You're not sleeping. So
well, my wife's 12 years younger than me, Gary. So I kind of want to keep a little bit of that sheen going. Because everybody in this house is so damn young compared to me. I feel like, you know, I'm not just a different generation. I'm like a way different generation. So I try and stay fit. The thing I posted about drinking water was very bizarre to me, because as we get older, we really need to drink like a lot more water. And I was like dehydrated. I went to the hospital and all this stuff, and they x-rayed me, and they were saying what you said. You're like, you're in like really good shape. You just like don't drink enough water. You're like incredibly dehydrated, and you get dizzy, you get nauseous, you get all this weird stuff. But you know, I got to drink like 100 ounces, like 80 to 100 ounces of water a day. And I'm like, yeah, in the old days, you drink a Coke and you just keep running. You know what I mean? But when you get older, you literally have to do that. So, and then I did a push-up contest with my teenage son, which I haven't done in a long time.
Oh boy,
so like it's go time. You know, so I try and, you know, you try and stay kind of with it. Hopefully I don't break anything off that I need.
All right. Well, hopefully I don't have to participate in any push-up contests in this, unless this is more music than comedy.
No, it's a one-time event. Trust me.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll do a tune.
Okay.
And I'll do a tune that's very finger picky.
Okay.
It's called Exception to the Rule. It's a short tune, so you're welcome. And it's just a play on it. You know, when you get to this stage in life, you know, your pop tunes are typically some sort of love interest thing. I've been happily married for over 15 years. And so when you come up with a song about a guy or person lamenting, you know, this one other person that got away and they were the exception to the rule, right? You have some explaining to do. So the truth of the matter is this song was just written based on that turn of phrase, exception to the rule. Right. So quick tune under 3 minutes. I like to try to stay around 3 minutes plus minus. This one comes in under that. So again, it's into the rule, and it's very finger picky. You can tell me, you know, if it's too quiet or whatever. But
I'm going to give you the big picture, and I'm going to run around in the room, but I'm still here. I can hear you.
All right, great.
All right,
so I'm going to stay here. Here we go.
Hold it. This one. That one. That one. No. Hold on, Gary.
No problem.
I think I've got to split it. Yeah, you know what? I got to get rid of that. And then, yeah, I think that's what it's going to be. Because it's only letting me be the big screen.
No worries.
I'm in the room.
All right. Hurry up. Here we go.
2, 3.
and I want to sing the blues. I've done my time and I paid my dues, but not this time. No, you're stuck inside my mind. No matter what I say or do, I'll play the fool, the one who breaks love's rules. Then again, no, you got me in the end. You're my exception to the rule. I never let love in too soon. No exceptions but for you. Your trusting eyes were just windows in the lies. I should have known you'd be untrue. I've been around enough to know that easy come is easy go. Then again, no, you got me in the end. You're my exception to the rule. Your trusting eyes were just windows in the lies. I should have known you'd be untrue. I've been around enough to know that easy comes, easy go. But then again, no, you got me in the end, and I'm the one who played the fool, and I'm the one who sings the blues. You're my exception to the rule. A little glitchy, but we got through it.
That was
Shouldn't take a
beautiful.
pick early in the morning. I know you guys are, it's later for you, and it's
Yeah, that's right. I forgot you're on the West Coast.
10:30 Pacific, so I have no excuse. But
Yeah.
there you have it.
So what are your, it's weird. I was in a band in high school and I ended up going to Pitt, but they went to like Temple and local schools. So they ended up playing the circuit like you did.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'd have stayed, I probably would have stayed with that band. I would have run into you at some of the, Dobbs or some of these places. But what are your influences? Like what drove you to become a musician?
Yeah, well, I think the drums were so when you grow up playing drums, you get to it's a lot easier to play. It's a lot easier to play along the tunes, right? So if you're gonna play along to like Led Zeppelin, is good luck as a teenager. Certainly good luck as a teenage drummer too, but at least you can follow along, right? Or you put on Rubber Soul. Like I was that era of the Beatles. I was a big fan of the Revolver Rubber Soul era. As I got older, Elliott Smith. I was a huge fan of Elliott Smith. I was fortunate enough to get to see him perform before he died, I think in 2003. I'm really, and I don't do it well, but not like those folks do. But certainly, in Elliott Smith's case in particular, his sense of melody is just heartbreakingly good, in my opinion. And so, and the guy was, Miss Misery, right, from Good Will Hunting, right? But I just thought the guy was a true artist. I think he took his craft very seriously, and I think that what he produced will certainly live on. I mean, it's just that's when I think of gold standard from a songwriting perspective. I think of Elliott Smith, but
actually, my wife and I were just talking about him because when we first met around 2000, right around the time we got married, she bought one of his albums, and we listened to it like a lot. So we were kind of shocked when he passed, but it's timeless.
Yeah,
it's really brilliant, well written, thoughtful, thought provoking music.
Yeah, his song Angelus, I think, is just one of my all time favorites. And for those who might know that tune, you may hear a little bit of influence of that song in what I just played or tried to play. It's just to me, it's just to listen to a well-written song, somebody that gets in and out, like I said, 3 minutes or so, and really,
Right.
it's like writing a good short story. It's like what you're doing with each with each edition of the comic. It's gotta it's gotta be self-contained, but then it also carries the narrative along. I mean, that's just really hard to do well. So I just really really drawn to that kind of talent and frankly that kind of dedication to the craft, because you don't just, as you know, you don't just write the first draft and you're done.
Right.
That's the starting line, and then you sweat over each word, each image, each transition. So there's a lot. I would say in all the things that you do, Alton. I imagine there's your creative process cuts across all of it, and like anybody else, the more you do, the better you get at it, for sure. And I know certainly, I wish I was, it's a classic thing, right? Like I wish I were this aware of these things when I was doing this in my 20s.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'd be doing this for a living now, but certainly I would have been better than I was. That's kind of how I think about it. Like I said, Elliott Smith is just, as far as I'm concerned, my wife, of course, she's into neo soul, and which is great. I love that stuff.
Yeah.
But so I can listen to her stuff and be happy, but she can't listen to my stuff and be happy. It's just like, what is this? That's so sad. So depressed. I'm like, never mind.
Yeah. Yeah. My tastes are kind of varied. Some of it my wife gets, and some of it, she doesn't. Being from growing up in Czech, the music that they got. She grew up I guess she was born in '77, and then then the wall fell in '89. So then they kind of started letting other music in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's kind of like a whole different way of looking at things. But
yeah,
I know she latched on to Elliott Smith, and everybody in Czech plays an acoustic guitar or an instrument or something. Everybody, even my father-in-law, I think he plays either violin or something. So it's a very musical environment, and very fertile. Country music is very big there too. American style country music.
Like Johnny Cash era, or is it like the newer stuff?
Actually, like classic country.
Yeah, I can't get Johnny Cash is another one, but I just really come to appreciate his music in a way that I certainly didn't as a kid. And it's funny, when you read Shel Silverstein to your kids, and then you find out that Shel Silverstein wrote Johnny Cash's classic "Boy Named Sue."
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you're like what?
I'm sure you're wondering how I was going to segue from Shel Silverstein to Johnny Cash and back again, but
you're cool out there.
I'll tell you what, I'll play one more.
Okay.
I'll let you go.
Right.
So I don't take up too much of your time. Congratulations on all the success. It's really and it's awesome to reconnect with you. And for those who are watching who know us from prior lives, it's great to reconnect with you folks out there too. Thanks again for listening. I'm going to play a tune that called "I'd Love to Know," which I wrote back in those days when I was 20 something and playing JC Dobbs. So this is an old tune, but it's got a very upbeat feel. But again, another song about what that person who got away is doing right now. It's a theme, I realize, but so this song's called "I'd Love to Know." Right.
Cool.
Can you hear the sound of me talking to you when you're not around? Can you picture me as I sit here thinking of where I want to be? I tried so many times to do the same while I witness my windows catch the rain. Wondered more than once I've been up to all hell I send it, no messages in vain. What's your memory show?
Can you visualize the happiness we've known? Will you sleep tonight? Will a vision of us dance within your sights? I'd love to know. I'd love to know. When I pause in retrospect, oh, I shake my head. I reflect on times when I was holding you. Oh, the only sound that rang true was you breathing in my ear. It's the only sound that ever calmed my fears. Now you're miles away. Will you care enough to wander back someday? I'd love to know. I'd love to know. I'd love to know.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Oh, it's so good to see you, my man.
Yeah, thanks for
Congrats.
taking the time.
Hope we can do it in real, in person sometime soon.
We'll get there. I have faith in a lot of things. And I know by this time next year, we're going to be on the good foot. My kid was, my teenager was supposed to come out there actually on his spring break to go to a bunch of colleges because he wants to go to school out there.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. So, and my family loves it out there. So I'll definitely be back out there. But anytime you want to like talk and just play or whatever, just let me know.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
It's a great way to reconnect.
And put the links to your music or whatever you want to do in the comments. And when you put some music out, just let me know so I can shoot it out to all the.
Yeah, thanks. So that the tune play is up
Right.
on YouTube under 3-minute drill.
Okay.
And I'll get that to you.
Yeah.
And thanks again for the airtime and best of luck.
Thanks a lot, man. You take
All right.
care. Take care of
Take
that
care.
beautiful family of yours out there, man. I love
Yeah.
those pictures.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks,
Okay,
Gary.
see you. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. And that was my good friend from grade school back in the 70s, Gary Fugis, a brilliant guy. But we have another brilliant guy coming on now, my buddy Chris McDonald. He's a filmmaker. He's worked with Danny Trejo. So that should be a really interesting story. And once again, this is about Vampires of New Jersey is why I'm doing this, to get attention for it. It's on Kickstarter, Vampires of New Jersey #7. I'll back it. I'm going to throw up a link, but I'm also going to bring in Chris right now because he is waiting. Chris.
Hi, Alton. How are you, sir?
What's going on, man?
Not too much. It's great to connect as always.
So,
yeah.
Where are you at?
I'm in Edison, New Jersey, of
Oh,
all
wow.
places, at a Top Golf facility. I'm actually working with a great guy, a client. I'm not teaching him how to play golf, but but yeah, I always want to do whatever I can to support your cause because I love you, and we've known each other for a long time. We've
10 years, buddy.
Yeah.
It's the 10-year anniversary of the original release of my movie, where I met you at the Philadelphia Independent Film Festival because you messaged me, "Hey, dude, I'll see your movie if you see my movie."
Right.
Which was it called Biggins then?
It was called Big Guns at that time. Yeah, Big Guns.
Yeah.
And now the title the title is McDick, and it's available on Amazon.
Right. In fact, I'll put up a link right now.
Oh, awesome. Oh, thank you. So I I wanted to talk to you too about the vampire franchise, and
Yeah.
I see all the, for a little bit of context, I've been working like crazy. I've got two little guys, and so I
Yeah.
get to see a lot of the artwork and stuff, and so I want to know more about what exactly you're looking for with the Kickstarter campaign here, and what we can do to help. I imagine donate some funds, and could you tell me? I guess for a guy that sees the great artwork and the exciting updates,
Yeah.
just I guess, yeah.
Well, the Kickstarter, I'm in stores and I was doing conventions
Yeah.
for a while, and it was getting more and more popular. And a
Yeah.
friend actually sat me down and said, "Look, I want your book to get to more people. Why don't you do a Kickstarter?" And he convinced me it was a good idea, because I did an Indiegogo a couple of years ago and it crashed and burned before I barely got it going.
Yeah.
And I was kind of skeptical because, I've been working in the physical world. And as you know, there's the physical world and then there's the online world. And
Yeah.
how you present things is completely different. But he connected me with some artists who were already successful during doing Kickstarters, who basically, my comic is the same except for the cover. And these artists are very popular, and
Yeah.
they bring in their group,
Yeah.
want the cover, but then they also buy my comic, and then I reach a whole new crowd.
Well,
So,
that's very exciting, and it's a testament to your work. The fact that you can attract the talent like that who want to be a part of it, and of course, we make things. I know I certainly do with comedy specifically. To try and reach the broadest audience possible, and we
right.
know there's a huge audience for your work, and
Yeah.
so
Thank you.
so yeah, so that's really exciting. Now, what do you have a goal, a number goal that is in mind, or is it just
You mean for the Kickstarter?
yeah,
Well, I funded, but usually you set your funding kind of a little bit low to make sure you at least hit that.
sure,
So last time I did about six grand. This time is a little slower because it's just, the time of year compared to earlier where everybody was kind of a captive audience
sure,
is different.
yeah,
People
sure,
are kind of out, it's school time of year, not to make
yeah,
excuses,
yeah,
but
sure,
it's a different feel. But I did
of
fund,
course,
I funded both. So I'm happy with that. And it's going to allow me to continue to make the comic, but I'm also working on developing, because I've met a bunch of indie filmmakers at the New Jersey Horror Common Film Festival in the last 2 years, to try
yeah.
and do the pilot of my first issue probably next summer or by this time next year.
That'd be amazing. That'd be
So,
amazing, and I know I would love to help you out in any capacity that I can, and I know too I'll make a contribution today
thanks, man.
for your projects. Absolutely.
I appreciate
So
it.
yeah, it's interesting too. Just kind of thinking out loud here. It seems to be the greatest time in history to be storytellers, and especially with all these different platforms. And I was talking to my buddy earlier today. The pandemic has only, of course, strengthened the mass audience behavior of leaning on platforms like Amazon and Netflix, for example. Yeah. And how cool. I recently watched Watchmen. Have you seen that on HBO?
Yeah, I watched it when it. I watched it when it actually came out.
But yeah, I was probably about 6 months behind it. So awesome, and I just love that. The great attention to detail can be spread out. If you determine, okay, instead of 2 hours, maybe we can do this in 10 hours.
Right.
I think that's something that we're all benefiting from right now. Just the fact that, of course, the trick is actually, I have always found the access is the hard part. How do you position yourself to actually, find yourself in front of the right folks to pitch stuff and actually get something off the ground. And so that's why it's exciting to have these artists attached, because it's that kind of a thing. I think that, of course, helps you build some momentum and get on that many more radars.
Yeah. Well, I'm lucky because most of the people, in the independent world, you might not have, all the funds you want, but you can find allies or people that really enjoy what you're doing, and that takes your project to a new level. Because they're
Yes,
not
exactly.
just doing it for the money; they're doing it because they actually really like doing it and they're enjoying it, and that comes across in the project.
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
So,
no, absolutely. You had mentioned Danny Trejo earlier, and that was
yeah,
part of the thinking. That was part of the thinking, of being able to get him in the film, having used the festival circuit as a test screening process, and deciding that I wanted to maybe put about 4 or 5 more scenes in there.
right.
And what a great opportunity to bring a familiar face into the proceedings, and
Yeah.
hopefully attract some more viewers. So.
Well, I was screaming at you for years to get on Amazon, and
Oh, you were.
I was like, dude, I got on there, and people in England are like digging my my Bad Dad comedy with the kids that I shot like in my house.
Yeah.
All these people are looking.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's just really weird that people are really like, and I don't have any money to really market, but they're like finding
Same.
it,
Yeah.
and they're
Yep.
streaming the crap out of it. So I knew, and I told you I'd be at parties talking about your movie. I'd be like, dude, I
Oh,
saw
I know.
He's like, it's like Chevy Chase when he was funny, like Fletch. You know what I mean?
Right,
When he was drunk.
right.
And I did see
Well,
Community recently, and he still had he made my kid laugh on Community, so he still got some. But
then there you go.
your work was like when I was sitting there seeing it 10 years ago, I was just like, this is what I want. This is what we need to stay in comedy. This is hilarious. And you executed it so well, and you director, writer, everything.
I
And
appreciate that.
it's just miraculous when I was sitting there, and I'm like, out of all the people, to ask me to see a movie, this guy's asked me to see a movie, and it's really, really good. So I felt I lucked out, in a lot of ways. But then getting to know you over the years and watching you grow, and even the stuff you do, now you're a family man. And it's just great knowing you, Chris.
Yeah. Likewise,
really,
Alton. Likewise,
yeah.
I appreciate you saying all that stuff. And and over the years, there's been some close calls. About a year and a half ago, I was pretty sure we were going to go to London and shoot something that my brother and I had written, and of course, didn't happen. But we know that's the nature of this stuff. And I think you do it because you love it, right? You do it because it's a passion, and there's this idea of not squeezing the bat too hard, so I'm trying to continue to produce what I can, and just not overthink it, and do it because I love it, and of course hope that perhaps the right set of eyeballs comes across something and says, hey, maybe there's something here, because I got about 25 scripts.
Yeah. I know
like we all do.
I know your creative thinking is like a constant, thing. And I've been kicking around an idea for years about using product placement to finance film and media production.
Yeah.
And I recently met a marketing person in marketing that thought the idea was really good. And the key to it is at our level, or I would say at my level, as an indie person, being able to connect it to the local community. For instance, I would shoot Vampires in Jersey, but then I would use locations. But then maybe I can use product placement from New Jersey companies or parts of whatever they do in my actual film to help finance it, which is done on a large scale with Hollywood. But I want to be able to target that and be able to do it on a smaller level in Jersey or, wherever your local place is. So
that's such a great idea. That's so smart. I remember seeing a short film, maybe 8 to 10 minutes, years ago now.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so slickly produced, clearly cost something.
Right.
And sure enough, guy, it was shot in LA, and a guy jumps off of a fire escape in an alleyway in Los Angeles, and it's raining, and boom, there's a close up of a Reebok.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, wait a minute. And then of course, in the end, I said, thank you, Reebok, so it's just, it's a very clever, it's a win-win.
Right.
It's everybody gets to benefit from it. So I think
Yeah.
it's very, very smart. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, if I can crack that egg, you'll be one of the first people I call.
well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much.
I've got a nice list of people that if we can figure out how to do it, we can continuously make, our own way. And the key to it is, the fact that you have those 25 scripts that you can, if we come up or you come up with a new idea, you can see it through to fruition. It's not like a piece. Like you and I have been able to see a whole film and figure out how to do a whole film. The only question is the gasoline or money to get you through that process. So that's something I'm going to try and do with the pilot, and I'll be working on that along with producing, the comics and stuff over the next year. And the comics are really just developing for me. When I saw Walking Dead take off, first thing I do when I see like a Walking Dead or Preacher or even Watchmen is I go look and see how many comics they did, because whoever produced it is saying, look, there's 100 Walking Dead comics.
Yeah.
As a TV producer, that's like we can use that as the basis for the series. We don't have to use all of it because it's not all going to work on TV or movie, but that gives them the confidence that, hey, we can really build on what has been created. So that's part of why I'm doing the issues with vampires, is when I do get to the point, if I can pitch it or get it to somebody, they can say, well, that's 10 solid issues and a following that we can pick, like The Boys. I'm reading The Boys comic book now, and it's different than the show, but they take elements and they build from there. So that's kind of what I'm doing. It's a development thing as I'm going.
And Alton, I of course not being able to say anything specific right now, but my manager is working with a company that was prepared to launch in July, and of course the global situation prevented that, but it's still the plan for the right time.
Right.
And I think what I can do is I can introduce you both with an email today.
Oh, wow.
Because I think. I know they work in that realm. They very much like comics, and so anyway, that's I'm glad we're talking, because of course, because I think when we get back to some sense of normal, whatever that looks like, it could be very exciting, and I know with the mountain of material and produced stuff that you have, I know they would love to hear about it. So I will. Maybe message me when we're done, or at whatever point you can, your email, and I'll make sure I connect you and Matea today.
Thanks, Chris. I mean, I appreciate that. All I'm writing,
Absolutely.
I mean, there's scripts that I was like, I got to storyboard them somehow, and I just lucked into a Marvel artist. It's literally that. It's that crazy. He liked the True Blood versus the Sopranos angle.
Yeah.
And he's like, I love that. I'm going to do a whole bunch of work with you. And then later I found out he was a Marvel artist. Like, I didn't even look at his resume. I just showed the art to my wife, and she goes, I know good art. I don't know comic book, but I know good art. And your last artist sucked, and this guy's really good. So that's how it started,
It's phenomenal. And the True Blood Soprano, it's so easy for everyone to wrap their head around that in about 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And so I think that's also what makes it brilliant, because everyone instantly understands the world they're entering, and of course there's infinite possibilities. So everything about it, right, is attractive to people that want to produce shows that a lot of people are going to watch, and comic books that a lot of people are going to read.
That's what I'm trying to develop it out, and it's getting a following as it goes, which is fun. So taking an interest, I really do.
Oh, absolutely. And I have to say too, as we've gotten to know each other over the years, and a lot of it, of course, via Facebook posts. You've got a work ethic that I aspire to, because you're a man who does an awful lot of stuff, and I know you're a family man, and your world is full and rich, and with all the things you have going on, you're able to continue to produce a variety of great things. And so it's very impressive, your efficiency. You clearly think things out and plan very well. And
I try.
it's really impressive. Yeah, it's impressive because life can take over, right?
Yeah, at any time. But
Yeah.
it helps to have a plan, and it helps to be able to throw that plan out and rework it.
Yes.
So
Yeah. Well, exactly. Exactly.
you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I appreciate you taking the time today, man. It's really cool.
Well, of course. Well, thank you for inviting me on, and like I say, I will connect you and Matea, because
Cool.
I think there's probably some great potential there.
Okay. Well, anytime you want to come on and talk about whatever you're working on, I'm
Oh, I
open.
would love to.
All
All right,
right.
fantastic. All right.
Anytime.
Well, I love you, man, and
Yeah,
thank
love
you,
you
and
too.
best of luck.
Thanks a lot, Chris.
All right, Alton.
Take care.
Take
Take care of
care.
that beautiful family, man.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Yeah, the craziest thing with people, and Chris, by the way, I posted a link to his movie McDick, which is you'll see it in the feed. It's on Amazon. Stream it. It's very funny. It's in the style of an early Chevy Chase movie, and he plays a detective, McDick, who can't seem to get anything right, and he's working to solve the case. He has scenes with Danny Trejo, Machete, which are ridiculous and hilarious, and just knowing, like, as you get older, over a period of time, you see people grow and develop into things and get families and stuff, and it's just great to see people out there doing their thing, but then building their lives outside of entertainment and creativity, because you need kind of a balanced life. You need different things going on to ground you, and also to give you perspective on what you want to do. And I'm not telling anybody to get married and have a bunch of kids, or not get married and have a bunch of kids, but anything you do, try and have a well-rounded life in general, and try and be happy, because there's people that are married that are miserable, and there's people that are single that are miserable, and you should really, either way you are, and I have friends that are both, be happy with yourself and with what you're trying to do, and figure it out, because it's not always easy for people to figure out what makes them happy. So that was Chris McDonald. Like I said, his film McDick is on Amazon. Stream it. You'll enjoy it. And he's always working on interesting things and doing super cool stuff. Let's see. Who is up next? I feel like Johnny Carson here. 2 p.m. looks like Cody. Cody. Let me see if I can find him. And hold on just a moment. This is the part where things drop and everybody leaves, but I need to find a couple of things here. Command V. I'm actually going to take a quick 5-minute break, but I'm going to keep things going by playing the conversation I had earlier with Neil, and
Zombies.
I'll be right back.
It is a exciting, scary, sexy genre.
Right.
And it is something that has been around for 100 years. When was the first vampire movie done? Nosferatu.
That was
how long ago was that?
30s.
30s. So we're talking almost 100 years, 90 years.
Right.
This genre has been popular.
Right.
Zombies had a blip. I probably got in there right at that cusp as it was going down.
Right.
So, I got okay. I was able to get in there while the getting was still good.
Yeah.
I don't know how popular it's going to be. So now it'll be interesting to see, because both vampirism and zombies are all considered kind of like a virus.
Right.
Just how does a vampire make another vampire fights them? How's a zombie make another zombie fights them? will people have an appetite after this pandemic for that kind of escapism genre, or are people going to be so sick of it that they don't want that kind of stuff? You know, I'm writing an article right now. I'm going to be posting on Medium probably tonight, right? And I'll send out the links, and it talks about this research study.
Thank you, Neil. It's right, when you work alone, you got to take an actual bathroom break. Let me get back to that. And let's get Cody. Cody from Comic Authority. If you hold on, I'll get him on. He's waiting. Oops, wrong one. Sorry, Cody. I sent you the wrong link. Hold on a second. Command C. Yeah, working on a Mac is freaking me out a little bit. It's a little different, right? But it is better. There you go. Cody actually reviews comics. He's in Florida. He reviewed The Vampires in New Jersey, and he seemed to really like it. So we have developed a friendship. I follow what he does. He follows what I do, like everybody online. And he's just really, really a good guy. His reviews are fun. They're interesting. I actually learn a lot from him about a lot of comics. You know, and he's fair. He's not like brutal. He's not reviewing just to like smash people to bits. And he's just a good person. I've been lucky with a lot of the people, and I think I said this earlier, a lot of the people that I meet through comics. And here he is. Ta-da.
Hey,
Hey. What's up, you two?
Hey, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good. Doing good.
You look good.
Thank you. You too.
How's it coming along? How do you feel?
We're almost there. Home stretch.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you sitting there and putting up with me then.
Thank you.
Because I know what that time is like, and it's very stressful and exciting.
Yes.
You know, it's both. So, which is wonderful. I'm
Yes.
very happy for you guys.
Thank you.
They're expecting, if anybody's curious.
Yes.
And you know, it's going to be a wonderful event. I'm very, very, very happy for you.
Thank you.
Cody, thanks for wearing the Vampires of New Jersey T-shirt.
Yeah, thank you.
Mine is all worn out. So this is the first one I've made. So I'm like I can't let go of it because I wear it to cons and it's my lucky shirt. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, get rid of that shirt. It's falling apart. But I'm hanging on a little longer.
Or put it up for like a raffle and give it to charity.
That would be nice. I wish maybe I can pull it off. I don't know, Cody. I don't have a high opinion of my old T-shirts.
Right.
But I appreciate you guys coming on.
Sure.
You know, the review you gave of my comic was really wonderful. It was nice of you guys to even take a look at it. You review a lot of comics, and I know you're very busy with all the stuff you have going on. So, you know, the time I've known you guys, you don't stop. You are consistently doing something. You're always working on something. You're always going somewhere. You're always trying to get something done. So I salute you in your hard work. You guys are what makes this country great. Because I look at you and I'm like, they just don't. It's like, I'm getting it done no matter what. And that's what I always tell people when I'm in Europe. I said, that's how we are. We just say we're getting it done. Whatever it is, we figure out. And you go through adversity. You go through things with your family. You go through things in life. But you say to yourself, I'm gonna get this done. And you guys do that all the time. And I just want you to know I appreciate that. Just seeing what you go through and seeing you accomplish what you do. So.
Well, we appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for putting these amazing books out into the world. We was just talking about 4, 5, and 6 earlier.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
There. Yeah.
Yep.
We were just talking about how we're going to review them, And we got a new category when we do the best of.
Yeah.
So we put a little, when we do the best of, we put a little category together of best of series. So, you know, having a collection like yours and some of the other ones, I think would give it the justice and credit that they deserve instead of just picking one. So then we can touch base on all of them. So, yep.
Which we're, I think we're like 4 videos away from doing the best of.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Oh.
Now, what's your YouTube channel so I can post that, or you guys can post it in the comments so people can go to it?
It's Comic Chat Authority.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you the link. It's youtube.com/c/Comic Chat Authority.
Put it out. We'll share it. So we can put it in the comments.
Yeah.
I'll find it. I got it.
But yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Google figured it out for me.
Oh, yeah. Google knows everything.
Wow, that's a great page. I'm jealous. I really like it. I like the Darth Vader.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Oh, hold it. I think hold on. You're actually in the background now. Hold on.
History there.
Yeah.
Back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
Let me throw that in there.
If you watch the very beginning till now, I think we're getting better.
We hit just a year, so earlier this week.
Wow.
A year.
Really?
Our channel. Yeah.
That's weird. It seems like you guys have been doing it forever, doesn't it? Seems like you've been doing
Like
it.
it some days, yeah. But you know, we thank you and other artists because you guys give us the opportunity to share your work and review your work, and this is why we created this channel, is we wanted to be able to bring light to the indie world and touch, you know, on so much talent that there is. Yeah. Because nobody gets credit for what they do enough.
Doesn't feel like it.
Just be a little part of that.
I mean, I do. I feel like I get too much because I get you guys telling me you like it, and everybody who comes on here is like, "Oh, we love it." So I feel like I've been really lucky because I wrote it just to write it. I had no idea. I said, "Well, I kind of like it, you know, so I'll put it in the store and see." And then, you know, that was 3 years ago. So.
Yeah. But I mean, it's just it's a great way to be a part of everybody's journey and being able to bring light and attention and, you know, just to grow. Yep. So we appreciate you as well. So.
Oh yeah, we watched a lot of people grow from their first book. It's inverted from their first book till like their second or third book. You can see a difference as they're getting better and figuring it out. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it takes time because I know, you know, I worked with one artist to develop the books, and then I kind of lost that artist, so I had to go with another artist. And then I kind of wanted him to do the same as the other guy, but you can't. People have their own style. You got to let them be them. You know what I mean? And when I let go of that other artist, the first one, and let the current artist just run with it, that's what you guys are looking at. And you know, and he would ask me, you know, what do you think? Do you want me to change anything about the third issue? And I'm like, I'm putting it in stores and people are buying it. I can't, what am I going to complain about? I said, whatever you're doing, because, you know, a lot of these people have like their day job where they're told what to do. So when they work with me, I don't want them to feel like I'm, you know, just because I'm paying them, I'm like, do it this way. I want them to have that freedom to have fun with it and do it their way. And once they do that, you see those covers, it comes out, you know, all cool because they feel like, hey, I'm doing what I want to do for Al, you know, not what Al wants to do. So, you know, I'm just
cover is definitely different.
Oh yeah, I like the Batman Dark Knight Returns homage.
Yeah, that one was crazy because that's the guy. His name is Simon Bennett, and he was a portrait artist in England. So he sees my first issue on Comixology, and he just emails me. I love what you're doing. I do portraits. So if you, like, you know, Duke, Corey, and Duchess went to him and said, we need an official portrait for our whatever, he would do the portrait of you too, like a serious thing. He had a studio and everything in London, but he's always like wanted to do Jack Kirby style comics, Frank Miller style comics, you know. So with me, he was like, look, I really love what you're doing. I'm excited about it. I'm just going to send you some stuff. And those covers started coming. And my wife's like, are you paying this guy? Pay him something. What is going on? I said, I will pay him, but he is really into the idea of what I'm doing. He's reading the comics off of Comixology, and he's just sending me these awesome covers. And he is a Frank Miller fan, and he did I'll probably have to send you the other. That's the variant of the original cover, but the original cover is drawn in. Like there's that body shape, but then he's like attacking a bunch of people. So you have the normal cover. That issue's in Wildwood, New Jersey. So he's on the boardwalk. But then he loves Frank Miller so much, he took everything out and turned it into that Dark Knight homage.
That's awesome.
So he's very innovative and different with how he thinks, because most people wouldn't think like that, you know.
So did he only do 4, or did he do 4, 5, and 6?
No, he did. Let's see. What do you got there? Because I got various. Let me see them.
I've got 4, 5, and 6 in my hand.
Okay, he did 4 and 5. I think you have the original cover for 5 is that one, yeah. And that's based on he's such an artist. That's based on a famous English portrait of a family. And like I wouldn't know that unless he told me. But that's where he got the idea from. But he used my characters in that family portrait. And it came off really cool, you know?
That's cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. And what's the story behind this one, number 6?
Yeah, the cosplay artist, Kara Nicole, was doing a cosplay of Wanda the Vampire, one of my characters. And her husband and her do a comic called Fire Bitch, which if you haven't seen it or heard it, I only have like 1 copy, but I might have to send it to you because it's really good. And he's like an amazing artist, but she also does coloring and art too. So the two of them work as a team.
Yeah,
so,
we interviewed her.
We interviewed her.
She's doing the cosplay, like outfit and everything of my character. And just out of the blue, she's like, yeah, Alfred and I want to do a cover for you. Like, we're just going to send you this cover of your character. And that was the cover.
Oh, wow.
So I didn't even ask for that. And I saw it and I'm like, oh my God, that's like so beautiful. It's brilliant. You know what I mean? Because if you read the first issue, there's a scene where Wanda did bite Karen, but you don't see it. We talk about it in the second issue.
Yep.
That's the actual scene. So they got like the characters before they even really read the comic, which was very cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, her and Alfred Trio.
Are we gonna have a big showdown in issue 10?
Yeah, that's what I'm building towards. 7. I wrote the 3 issues. I write 3 at a time. So 7, 8, and 9 will be about a group called the Disciples of Vlad that are descendants of the original vampire. Like Jesus had apostles, and Dracula had his apostles. Mm-hmm. So throughout history, these disciples have weaved their way into everything. They were in World War II. They were in the Revolution. They were in, they're everywhere. Right. But my character, Cassidy, is always like, could turn to be a vampire, but then he's not sure if he should or if he would want to. So he's always on the edge about it. And their attitude is, because he finds out in issue 7, I don't want to throw the whole thing away, but he's a direct descendant of the original vampire if he turns. So the disciples of Vlad want to wipe him out so he doesn't become Vampire Prime. And they're all over the world. So it's like an international thing where in the issue 7, I have 2 female vampires who are assassins come in to try and get rid of Cassidy. And it's going to be every issue I have a duo of vampires come in for those 3 or 4 issues. And then by the end of it, I call it All Roads Lead to Jersey. Issue 10, I want to have like an end game thing where I bring in Blackjack, I bring in, Werewolves of Brooklyn, I bring in everybody, and Witches of Westchester for like a big all-out war at the end. And then I come to some resolution about whether Cassidy wants to go full vampire or not.
All right. And can we get your other titles at our comic book store? Like, can we request them?
Yeah, if you go in and tell them and give them my information, I'll be happy to ship them.
All right.
I mean, the way I've gotten into stores is basically, guys like you or, going in saying, hey, I like this comic. Could you carry it? And then I contact and connect, and then I'll get them down there. Now, I am planning on coming down there for a con or something. I know I told you, Cody, when things get back to normal, because I know you down there, and actually I know like I know I have personal friends down there too in the state, but I also know other people who like the comic that, you know, want me to get it in the stores down there. So I'm certainly willing to come down while I'm doing a con and go into stores and talking to them about the comic to get it into more stores.
All right, yeah, definitely let us know what con and we'll come see you.
Yeah, well, when I get to that, you know, I'm figuring by this time next year, things will be more normal. And I'll be able to plan what to do. But I'm starting, because of the Kickstarter and what I've been doing online, just even since I met you guys, I literally know artists and writers and people in like Florida, Texas. Texas is very big. A lot of Kickstarter people of mine live in Texas. I know Justin, I'm blanking on his last name, but he does a comic called Borbane, which you would love. I'll connect you with him so you can review it. He's in Texas. Him and his mom actually ship his comics out. You know, Kara's in Arizona. Wendy Shaner is in California. Henri Kampman is in Chicago. So I'm starting to know people like roundabout that if I decide to go to the con, I know, you know, there'll be people I actually know I can hang out with them.
Right.
So that's kind of my plan over the next, you know, 2 years because of COVID. But, you know, I see it in the future because I'm building as I'm doing a Kickstarter. You know, I'll get a group of people in Florida who like it, a group of people here, and a group of people there, and I want to be able to go out and expand on that. So,
all right, that's pretty cool. But yeah, I think you said you made it outside of the United States too, right?
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of interest from the UK because, well, you know, I'm also working with people over there, and I shot a film over there in 2012. So yeah, there are people that are finding it online and just like ship it to me. But, you know, ship postage has gone up so much in the last year that, you know, I feel guilty even telling people in England, you know, because it's more than my comics. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I feel bad just telling them what the postage is. So that's kind of kept me, you know, back. But I do offer the PDF electronic file for them. So I'm going to try pushing those more outside of the U.S. so people can get into it at least. And then, you know, hopefully one day I'll you know, things will get better with shipping, or I'll actually, you know, make a trip outside the U.S. and do a con over there.
Yeah. Have you translated any of them into another language yet?
No, I haven't gotten that far. I will be happy when I'm at that point. I really will. I was in Vienna 2 years ago, and I went to a comic store in Vienna just to see, you know, comics in another language, and it was kind of freaking me out because it was like Batman, but it was in, you know, I guess it was probably German, maybe Austrian, but I'm thinking it was German because of where it was located. But yeah, I long for the day when I'll be able to say, yeah, I'm in the store. And I mean, even my wife's home country, you know, Czech. You know, I'll be happy when I can say, yeah, it's translated into a couple languages and people can enjoy it other than English. So
that's like Peterson. He done the Angel of Sad Hill. He done an English version and I think a Spanish version.
Yeah. I'm hearing there's a lot of Spanish artists that I should be working with. So I'm thinking in the future, you know, because I have Witches of Westchester still to get to an artist. I haven't found an artist that, you know, and I've been so busy with Kickstarter and all the craziness that's going on that I haven't been able to release it. But I think as I develop the other properties, I'll get to other languages. Spanish probably will be the first, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it sounds like you're super busy. I can't wait to see what's going to come out of all of this.
Well, I'm working. You know, I'm creating. I'm trying to keep up with you guys. I mean, you guys are doing your thing, and I see you, and I'm inspired. So, you know, we all got to keep pushing. That's what makes our country the great place that it is. You know,
definitely.
We stick together and we work together and we have fun together. So.
Oh yeah.
And that's how it should be.
Yes, that's what every day. That's what I focus on. I don't focus on all this craziness. I don't focus on the bad things that are going on. Although I don't want the bad things going on. But I say to myself, I know us, and I know what we are and what we can be, and we need to stick together and just make things better.
Yes.
And I think we'll get to that. I really do. So that's my 2 cents. I'm not going to get on a soapbox, but
No.
but it comes down to the personal level. Like I said, when I see you guys go through your travails, my condolences to your dad, Cody. It's tough. It's just very, it's tough. You get hit, you take losses, you go through things, and you feel like you're alone, or it's just you guys, or you know what I mean. But I will say Facebook is a big pain in the butt to everybody, even though I'm on it right now. But but it allows me to meet people like you and share parts of your lives, and root for you and cheer for you and care for you. So that part of it is good. I don't think that's emphasized enough.
No.
It does have that good part to it. You just it's not as loud as the other ridiculous parts.
Yeah, I wish that would be showcased more on Facebook and other platforms than all this negativity and drama.
Yeah. Well, it's the time of the season, and election years are always bad. I mean, I'm an old guy, so I've been voting, and like I said, I'm not going into politics, but just in a broad sense.
Yeah.
I've been voting since 1988, and I had just gotten out of college, and people before the internet, we were literally complaining and bitching and moaning about some very similar stuff. You just didn't hear it amplified by the internet. Now, the internet amplifies all this ridiculousness, and it's relentless. And then the marketing gets involved, and it's just like, because, the thing is with back then, they'd run, and they still do, constant ads on TV, which is okay, because you can always just go, all right, I'm not going to watch TV. I'm going to put in a DVD, or, you know what I mean? I'm going to stream something without, so you can get away from it. But the way it is now, we're all on social media. We can't even help it. Our kids are on there. We're on there. It's just part of our regular life. And you're like, I really would like to escape, all this ridiculousness and have an oasis where I can just be relaxed. And that's what I always try to do with my Facebook. I have my point of view. You have your point of view. But when you go in here, I want to put something uplifting and just nice, so you can have that second of, you know what I mean? But yeah, this is all amplified, and it'll go through what it's going through. And by February next year, hopefully we'll be on to, other issues and improving things and making things just better.
Yeah, I
But,
agree with you.
Oh yeah, politics is crazy. I don't get involved in either side. I don't watch any of it.
It's distressing, but I mean that's what they do. They can't help it. They gotta say there's a problem and I'm going to solve it, and you got to vote for me. That's the job.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they have no idea if they can solve that problem or if they can even do it. But that's the job. So. But I don't have to partake in all the ridiculousness. I can back away. So I recommend that all the time. We'll just have to ride it out, and we'll get to the good stuff. By next summer, I think, we'll get to going to cons, hanging out, enjoying life. You guys will have your beautiful addition, and just enjoying the regular things in life again. My biggest wish is that my kids can just go to school like I did, normal, and enjoy just the stupid little things that you do when you're growing up.
We were talking about that the other day.
Yeah.
We were just talking about that because, we have 2 teenagers also.
Yeah.
And, it's so challenging for even the kids,
Yeah.
And you can only protect them for as so much.
Yeah.
And you just wish things could be more simple for them.
Yeah, it's hard. But I really believe we'll work towards getting them that opportunity to be just normal kids, because they deserve it. I've had my good times. I've lived in the 80s and the 90s, and I had my fun. Kids today deserve to be able to have a nice, normal, life where they don't have to worry about a lot of things and just enjoy, the same things we did.
Exactly.
That's my wish. So, and I'll do everything I can to, forward that to everybody. But I appreciate you guys taking the time.
Sure.
I'm not going to hold you on. Cody, do you want to pitch, or is there anything you want to talk about having to do with your thing? let
Yeah,
it rip.
from a pitch line, come check us out on Comic Chat Authority on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. It's official Comic Chat Authority. And we review indie comic books and we talk to indie creators almost every week. So come check us out.
Sweet. I put your link on there. And what I'll be doing with this is it's not really goosing my Kickstarter immediately, but I have another week. So I'll be able to post this like all over the place, and it'll be like a continuous loop of me talking about my Kickstarter, but then also the stuff that you guys are talking about. So it'll get out there. And I'll tell you when, I repost it, but this is going directly to YouTube, so it'll be up there.
Perfect.
All right, thank you.
Thank
All right.
you.
All
My
right.
pleasure. Anything I can do, let me know. I'll get you issue 7 as soon as I print it. I haven't printed it.
All right.
Well, we appreciate it.
Okay, you guys take care,
All right.
and God bless.
You too. Thank you. Bye.
Enjoy each other. All right,
We will.
take care.
Bye.
Bye.
So that's Cody and his lovely wife, and they're having their time like everybody's going through right now, but they're pressing on. We got to press on, man. We got to make things better. And I'm trying to think of who I would have next. Am I out of people? No, I'm not out of people already. Kara Nicole is coming, so that should be a lot of fun. Looks like Russell Allen is actually going to come on in about a half an hour. I don't know if he's around. Maybe if he's around, I can get him on earlier, but maybe I'll just wait. I can always do the replay. And let me take a look at what I have here. I got Indiegogos. I got all kinds of stuff going on. Let me put my, okay, Comic Chat Authority. All right, I'm going to put on the replay of yesterday's shenanigans until 3 o'clock, and then I'll talk to Russell.
That talked about people who like the macabre. That like horror, vampires, zombies, genre, are actually more resilient in these current times than people who are not. That people who kind of loved the pandemic, the horror, that they almost prepared themselves for these times. And it's not as scary to them as the people who weren't into that genre. Right. So the article is talking about like my observations when I go to cons, Comic Cons, right? And pure Comic Con, the people that are into like Superman, Batman, everything, there's a good and an evil, right? There's superheroes and supervillains, right? There's right and wrong, and that's generally the genre. That there's the people who are the saviors and the people who need saving, right? In the horror genre, it's blurred. There's a bigger gray area between good and bad, and the fans are a little bit more accepting of characters drifting in between good and bad. Like everybody always says, like one of the best lines in The Walking Dead, I think, is when Negan says, "No one ever sees themselves the bad guy." Yeah. And it's true because Negan always said he saw himself as a savior. Other people see him as a psychopath. Yeah. But those that followed him were like, "God bless you, Negan." So he was the Rick to them. Other people said, "No, Rick is the ultimate good guy." But ultimately, Rick did go into how he pissed off the saviors. Right. He went into one of their outposts and killed about 24 people who were sleeping. Mm-hmm. And he did that not realizing the bigger threat. He thought that was them, that there was a group that he needed to partnership with. That group said, "Hey, we've got this problem in the saviors and they're here." Right. He's thinking, "Okay, I'm going to be a little bit morally ambiguous here. I'm going to kill a bunch of people I don't know who are in their sleep in exchange for a detente with this other group, not realizing that that was just an outpost and it was this huge army.
Right.
So that's where that apocalyptic, not everybody's good and not everybody's bad, and there's not a clear delineation between what's good and what's evil, and sometimes you have to blur that. So that's kind of the apocalyptic horror fan sees the world more in, this is a gray. You know, you could have vampires like like Dexter.
Right.
Dexter is a serial killer.
Right.
But he channels it through killing bad people.
Right.
But ultimately, he's still a serial killer. Yeah. So so that's what the article is about, and this research study about people who have embraced the kind of post-apocalyptic zombie horror genre are more resilient in times like this. So,
well, they thought about it a lot.
Yeah.
I heard there's going to be theatrical film with Rick, maybe.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to hear what the hell they're going to do with that. I don't know if I heard it's coming out of the movies. I heard it was going to be on AMC, and they're waffling now. And COVID changed everything. I'm sure that the plan was to release it in the theaters, but who's going to go to movie theaters now? So maybe it'll be on AMC.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see what they do with his character. Where is he? Because it's not part of. The people that took him away are represented in this new series that's coming out of World Beyond. Right. But they said Rick is not in a World Beyond.
Right.
The people that took him in the helicopters are. So that'll be, I don't know how they're going to do it.
Well, I've got to do a commercial break. I'm going to run a trailer for my Kickstarter real quick. And also, can I run that? I actually have.
I'm quiet. I want to see it myself.
I just thought about it. All right, that's that. And here we go. All right, I'm still learning this thing, Neil. So let's see. Screen share.
I'm not going to pick my nose or anything.
Well, you can pick it if you want. I don't care. And we'll go to that one, and we'll share that. And there it is.
Great graphics.
Yeah, I was lucky. Once again, the great Wendy Shaner. Live now on Kickstarter.
So all those different artists, tell me about that. So each one did a different interpretation?
Yeah, this is my second Kickstarter. So my first one, the guy who does a blog called and a live show, Comics in Warren, New Jersey, he sat me down in probably February, January, and he said, I love your comic. I know a way you can reach more people. And he connected me with artists who had previously been successful on Kickstarter who do covers. So I do the comic like I did issue 6 and 7. And then for Kickstarter, I have probably 8 artists, and they all do a different cover, a different interpretation of the characters. And each of them has their own crowd that's actually wild about what they do. So that drew attention to my comic because I had the artists who are already, popular within the Kickstarter world and comic world.
So when the comic is, which artist produces?
Well, my interior artist. Go ahead. Sorry.
Just doing promotional pieces for the Kickstarter.
Right. My interior artist is the same. I've had the same person for all 7 issues. We're trying to do 10 issues straight. And then the other artists, they do art for me, but they do their own books, and they also do art for other people. So it's kind of like a mix of artists and promotion and just a whole big ball of wax going on Kickstarter.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to get involved as best I can. It's this time of year, it seems like there's a lot of people on it compared to earlier in the year, because people were hesitant. They were like, "Oh, I don't know if I should go on it. I don't know if people are, backing Kickstarters or whatever." But it seems like there's a good number of people on it now, including famous people like Keanu Reeves and people like that.
Well, the guy that did Scrubs, and he did the movie Garden, Zach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember his last name. Though. What's his last name?
Zach Braniff?
That's it, Bram. Yeah, he did a Kickstarter. I think he did a couple of Kickstarters.
Yeah.
I would be interested of the comic artists that you work with.
Right.
I would love to know their opinion of which they would recommend to someone going into this. For instance, there's SCAD, which is College of Art and Design. There's Ellen School of Ritzy.
Right.
There's, one that they look at and say, man, artists that have really kicked ass. Just out of a thought, I would hear their feedback. And they don't have to be around. If you talk or if they're listening, I would love to hear, how they are managing to the lights on during these times. Has this been devastating for the community, or is this like, look, we work from our homes, we're sitting up all night drawing on our computer, and this hasn't even been a blip to us,
Well,
I would be curious.
Yeah, I'll say this. The artists that I work with, all total, I probably work with maybe 15 artists. The people that do it, not everybody's doing it full time, but it seems to me that everybody I've talked to has continuously stayed busy. Now, some of them have been doing it for years, and some of them just started, but they are connected to the Kickstarter community and the online comic book world in such a way that they seem to be getting the people I'm working with, or I'm lucky enough to work with. They seem busy. They seem really busy. I mean, I have had some of them turn me down because they were too busy to do more work for me.
Oh, that's good. What about an animated series? Have you looked at the cards for you? Like create actual, I could see your stuff with a heavy metal type animated series.
Yeah, that would be really cool. I would actually, I'd be open to that. With the film background that I have and the guys that we met at New Jersey HorrorCon, the other directors and people, they were always like, Al, when you get something, let us know and we'll work with you. So I actually have been talking to them about shooting at least a pilot for Vampires in New Jersey next year. So I've been
Well, if you had a choice, though, would it be live action or would it be
if I only do the pilot, it's not that big a budget. If you read my issues, it starts out kind of like Walking Dead started out with like one small thing, and it grew into an epic thing. As a pilot, my first issue hooks you, so it would be a good pilot, and it's most of it's done very inexpensively. There's nothing super crazy in it, so I could probably shoot that and use that to pitch a bigger idea, and also send to film festival.
Yeah.
And gin up some attention.
So you
That's not
live action. How come you wouldn't go the animated?
I would. I just haven't. My personal experience has been shooting commercials, short films, full-length films, stuff like that. So when I wrote it, I was thinking of a script for Vampires in New Jersey. But as the story grew, I didn't want to be constrained by budget like I usually am, because most independent people, we don't have a lot, so we write the story very tight, because I can't blow up that building, so I'm not going to write that in. But the first issue would do it. I mean, I would certainly do, I would do an animated, because I find animation right now to be, wide open as far as storytelling. You could do a lot with it. My stuff is not, it's adult oriented, but it's more like the R-rated horror movies we used to see in the 80s.
Yeah.
Which to me doesn't.
That's what I mean. Heavy metal. Like, if you remember heavy metal,
yeah, I love that.
Be an adult, cartoon. Now, like for me, I love cartoons. I just watched. Oh my God, I'm drawing a blank on it. It's a Netflix show, and it's basically this guy took his podcasts, interviews with celebrities, and then he made an animated series where the characters are going through these adventures, but the story is not really syncing up exactly with what the conversation of the two people. Oh, Midnight Gospel. That's it. Midnight Gospel. So, they're going through different adventures as a cartoon, and they're talking while all the scenes happening around them. And at first I didn't understand. I'm like, I'm just not getting it. They're trying to go for like a Rick and Morty thing, but I'm not getting. And then I realized, okay, what he did was he took these conversations and then he built a scenario around it that was just ridiculous. But no, I think it's fantastic. I would love to see the kickoff of the film fest again. That's always been a dream. Right. To get to go to one of those. That New Jersey Horror Con was always like a little mini one. I actually got to go one time to the Tribeca Film Festival. Yeah.
The nicest turn down I ever got from a festival was Tribeca.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They sent me a nice letter. They critiqued the movie I sent them, and they also, what's up, Jay? And they also said, you show promise. Work at it. Submit again next year. We'd be happy to look at whatever you did, which I thought was better than saying, screw you, you suck, which is usually
what worse you got. Like they spit on your movie and send it.
Yeah. I heard some terrible stuff. I mean, and I'm like, what are you going out of your way to trash me for? Just tell me no. I can take a no. I'm an adult. You know what I mean? But,
I had.
Tribeca's nice. So tell me about Tribeca. Since I didn't.
Okay. So it was an amazing experience. So this is what happened. These documentary filmmakers were shooting a documentary, and my wife's boss was one of the topics of the documentary.
Wow.
And she is just actually in the background. Like, you couldn't tell it's her because, but if you knew her and you knew the scene she's in, you could see her there.
Okay.
So they invited him to come, and he invited us. Right. So it was pretty cool. We get to go. We're all dressed up. We go to the whole thing. There's like, all the press are there. So then we went up. They screened the movie. Then they did a Q&A with the directors and some of the people that were featured in it afterwards. And then afterwards that night, it was like a after party at a Tribeca loft. It felt like,
nice.
New York. Yeah. And so we went out to dinner and then went to this party at this loft, which was insane. It was like one of these things. Like, they obviously rent this place out to movie stars and rich people who are having parties.
Yeah.
And overseeing all of Manhattan. There was a whole wraparound deck and everything like that, and hors d'oeuvres and all that. Yeah, so it was amazing. It was literally like, I'm like, I see how addicting this is. Like, I can see how people get into this.
Yeah.
not want to get out of it.
Yeah.
You know? It's once you're there, it is, you know, you do get sucked up into it, and you're like, holy crap, this is the life, you know. But it's so funny because, like, my daughters want to pursue careers in entertainment like that. They both want to be animators and illustrators. And I say, look, you know, I know guys that are voiceover artists. I know guys that are famous,
right,
and they're hustling just like me, you know, trying at booths, signing autographs. You know, that jobs just, they don't, once you, even if you're famous and they recognize you, it doesn't translate into wealth and security.
No, not at all.
You know, and that must be the toughest thing ever, to be both, to be famous and broke.
I read an article about a year ago about a lot of the Instagram influencers.
Yeah.
And one of them was like super famous, but they couldn't like get the deal, like, you know how you get people to sponsor you and all that, like companies give you money because you represent their product or whatever. Like, she couldn't get that deal, so she was waitressing while she was, you know, like one of the top influencers on Instagram, which is crazy. You know?
Yeah, and like, you know, people that we know that are famous voiceover guys that have done national, global voiceover, you know, these guys, a lot of these guys, especially the guys behind the scenes, the voiceover and the animators,
right,
they're so happy to get these work that they take it for very low pay.
Yeah.
And then their hard work is, you know, appearing forever. They don't get paid, you know, that's it. They get a one-time shot.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. I mean, even when I was doing Wizard World, I was across from the guy that he literally was the animator for Scooby-Doo, Super Friends, He-Man and She-Ra, and about 30 other cartoons. And, you know, it's like you do that work, but you don't own that work. And then that work is super famous, but you know what I mean? It's all very, very weird.
Yeah. Like Bob Camp, you know,
that's the other one.
Super famous, Ren and Stimpy.
Yep.
You know, but, you know, he doesn't own it. So now, you know, he's hustling just like us.
Right.
So I always tell him, I said, look, this is a choice, man. You know, even if you hit, doesn't mean it's gonna stay. So this is a tough world. But, you know, like that's what one of the advice I give people. I talk to people when my books come out. They always come up and they say, Neil, look, you know, I'm working on a book. I want to do a book. I've been working on it for 7 years and everything. I'm like, 7 years?
Yeah.
Jesus, I didn't start really selling my first book until my third book was out. I said,
book. Yeah.
21 years before. I said, just put it out there. You know what? It's gonna suck.
Yeah.
You're gonna throw up every day.
Sink or swim.
Out there and get the next one out, and then the next one, and the next one, and you have to keep doing it. You know, there's no such thing as one hit. Look how many you got to get out. You got to get out 10, and you got to keep going through this every time. It's not like suddenly, like, you know, Steven Spielberg's calling and saying, "Hey, can I throw you, a couple $1 million for the next version?" No, you start again.
Right. Yep, I know what you mean. It's
It's super exciting, you know, if you get into that film world and turn this in, because, you know, I think with the lockdown, and I tell you, people have watched everything there is to watch.
Yeah.
There has to be a demand for new content out there. There has to be. Netflix, you've got everything. You got this, is it Quibi? What's that thing? Yeah. You've got that. You've got Apple. You've got Microsoft. You've got Amazon. You have Netflix. You have some of the other companies. So there's never been a greater demand for streaming content and new content.
Yeah. It's
just figuring that out, how to get to that next level of someone saying, you know what, I'm going to take a shot at this. So, you know, so how are you approaching it? Do you have a publicist?
No, I don't have anything, Neil. It's just me. Me, my 12-year-old, and my wife's pretty busy. So, and the 16-year-old is a teenager, so he doesn't even know I'm alive. So,
yeah. Well, I had a publicist for almost a year.
Right.
And honestly, I hustled as much as she did, and she got me. We did a lot of small interviews and everything, but that was about it.
Yeah.
Breaking through, and you can spend a lot of money on that.
Oh yeah.
So for me, what my dream was, what I wanted, was to be one of those guys, the talking heads on the A&E show or the History Channel, like the astronaut theorists. Only I would be talking about zombie genre.
Right.
It wasn't a thing. Never happened to that. And I was always trying out there, and there wasn't a need for it. But guys from Weird New Jersey, Mark and Mark, are both on. They became heads on that Ghosts Paranoid Caught on Film or Ghosts Caught on Film, something like that, with Travel Channel. They made it.
You know what would be good if you did what you just described as a YouTube channel, like every 2 weeks a show where you did like what we're doing now, and you talked about what you were saying, because that gives you
saying to me.
You build the content from there.
Yeah. Well, this one guy, I was just he's a YouTuber,
right?
And he got the gig to do the voice now of Cleveland Brown.
Yes.
On family. And he's a YouTube guy who built up his following. Yeah. And now it's going to be 2 seasons at least that he's got 19 and 20 doing Cleveland Brown. So holy cow. So some of these guys, if you build that up, eventually you're going to bubble up to the top and get noticed.
So Neil, I'm going to bring in a friend of mine who actually has worked with me on the first full-length movie I ever did, and she's also a writer. Her name is Stephanie Merlan, is her nom de plume. I'm going to bring her on right now.
Hi.
How you doing? What's going on?
How are you guys?
I'm good. Steph, Neil, Steph.
Hello.
Steph is
which I'm right on that. There we go.
Steph's the writer of a series, actually a bunch of books. One's called Colney Hatch, which is an incredible mystery series, period piece. But she's also an awesome actress, which I think the last film I shot, we wrote together, the short film with my kids. It was in the 48 Hour Film Festival, and that was like 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, that was so much fun. Yeah, I was just listening to you guys, so I've heard you can keep going with your conversation too, because I was identifying with a lot of the stuff you're saying about just even writing, and it's funny because I'm on my, I want to say my 8th book now, and I find that I'm still going back to my first book now and making things happen. So it's really an interesting process, So
people always think that you get it out there, and that even if you find a publisher, which I have, that they're gonna just do everything for you. And the thing is, they've got books releasing every week, if not every, at the most every week or sometimes every 2 weeks. So you get your hit when they push your book out. You get all the press and everything like that, and then it's done. And they've moved on to the next. And if you don't keep, as the author, that fire burning, the publisher ain't going to do it for you. Unless suddenly Oprah picks up your book and starts recommending it.
Could happen.
But it's got to be you.
You guys are talking, I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
So tell me about your series.
Off at the pool.
Sure. So my first series is a mystery series set in England and Scotland in the 1920s. So it's funny. I learned a lot through that series of just what to do and what not to do. And I think it made me a better writer by the time I got to the second book of the series. I'm working on a third one in that series, but that's one. I write a lot of different genres just because that's who I am. I'm a very creative person, and I get called to whatever I'm called to. So I've also written children's books, which was a charity book, essentially I rescue cats and help them, rehabilitate them, and get them home. So that was for raising money for them. And then I've written a book about helping other writers write books, and it's so interesting. I wrote this book in 2017. I released it, and my mom got sick shortly after, and she ended up passing away a few months later. And so I never did anything with the book because, I released it and then I just basically dropped it because I was like, consumed with grief and stuff. And then just this year, so how many years? Well, it was 2 years later. It's like picking up, and I'm getting traffic on it, and things are happening with it, and it's crazy because a memory came up today, and I was thinking, wow, like I just remember when I released this book, and then everything went downhill in my life, and I just completely forgot about it essentially, until that time. So, but yeah, that's been a really cool experience. I just finished up a memoir, which I hope to release in December, early December. And I'm working on a new mystery series that takes place in Italy from when I was in Italy. So
that's a good way to write off some nice travel there. You say, hey, you know what? I have to research for this next book. I'm going to write this off as a tax expense. So now, and it's funny because I'm thinking that probably a lot of people are stuck home, and so many people have said, I want to write a book. I want to write a book. I want to write a book. And I always say, just write it. Don't say, oh, it's got to be something I'm going to publish. Am I going to find a publisher or something? I'm going to read it. Write it for yourself.
Right.
But no one knows how to start. It is very, very difficult. I didn't have any training. I wasn't literary, trained or anything. I was very late, and I just started writing short stories and emailing them to my friends just to entertain them. That's how it literally started. And then I started the series, and as I wrote the chapters, would send it out to my friends to read as a story going on to entertain just them. And then it started coming together, and I said, let me see how to do it. And I don't think there's any right way. I've seen some pretty cool things, how people have their writing set up where they have all their characters on 8x10 cards pinned up on the wall in front of them. What's your how do you sit down and do it? How's your method?
Well, I have a couple different methods. My method before was I always tell people to just write and get whatever you have, whatever idea it is, whatever scene it is, whatever it is, get it on paper. Because I think that, again, a lot of people put too much into, okay, let me just chart this out and outline this and do this, and it's like then it never happens. But for me now, especially when I'm writing a mystery book, I'm more I guess I'm more of not an outline person per se, but I will outline details. So I'll, because there are so many different parts moving in a mystery, and you almost have to do that at some point. Otherwise, there's just too many things going on. For something like a memoir or something that is less of that very, very detail oriented, although almost everything is detail oriented, but that isn't so particular, I will just start with a scene and build off of that scene and kind of go back. That's just how my brain works, though. Al knows me. I'm very creative, and I don't do well with just creating a structure and being like, okay, let me fill this in, because I'm too right brain for that. So I kind of work with that, and depending on what type of book it is, I'll either be more left brain about it, or let the creative juices flow and then go back in and then organize it after that point. So
let me ask, hey Al, because you and I write kind of darker stuff, I find I write the best from 11 at night till 2 in the morning. And there's been a lot of research, people who have these kind of dark thoughts. Right. That's the time. Psychologically, they're thinking, they're doing what they're doing under the cover of darkness. And the brain, they're not thinking that, but that's how the brain goes. And there's a couple reasons. One, it's also late. The wife's in bed, the kids are in bed, the house is quiet. Yeah. You're not seeing the emails coming in at midnight, 1 in the morning. There's not TV shows on, movies on, news on, everything. It's just there's not much to do. So usually brain dead next day, especially if you have to get up a 9 to 5 job. But that's when the creativity just starts going.
Right.
1, 2 in the morning, it's the witching hour. Do you find that's for? Do you do that as well?
With me, I try and block out my time where I can just write straight through. Like I literally want to sit and do a draft, like just I go into like a fugue state and I just write and write and write. So yeah, it might start in the afternoon, but it goes into the night, maybe into the next morning, to try and get one complete piece. You know, a beginning and an end maybe, and then something I can fashion. You know.
Yeah, during the day, you know, my brain goes into a different place.
Yes.
It's got to be night. It's got to be quiet. It's got to be dark. You know, and then you just start doing it, and that's when I find I can organize. What about you? So, do you do it during the day? What I do during the day, though, is if this is where you have to assemble.
Right.
Anytime something comes up, I think of a funny piece of dialogue, or I think something character would be doing. I email myself.
Right.
And then I have to put all those emails together.
I do that.
For me, it's, you know, I also think, just to kind of piggyback on what you said about the nighttime, it's, you know, when our brain slows down a little bit and we kind of move from that alpha wave to that more into that theta place where, you know, you kind of get a little bit sleepy sometimes.
Hey guys.
Not quite there, but you're still, you know, moving about in alpha. But
yesterday's feed, because we had a little gap, and now I'm bringing on Russell Allen.
Who?
What's up, Russell? How you doing?
Good. How you doing, man?
Excellent. I see you. You bought your feed there, which is cool to share. I was actually setting up to run your video, but you can run it. That's fine. Everybody, you know, I'm Al of Vampires in New Jersey. This is Russell Allen of Rustload Studios. He interviewed me a couple of weeks ago on his show. He has a brilliant comic coming out called, see if I can say this correctly, Xenonite. Is that it?
Xenonanite Titan.
Xenonanite Titan, right. And do you want to play the clip?
No, we can wait to show that later. I was just bringing that up so I can show off the preview of the Kickstarter, because with the pre-launch link, it won't let everybody see like what the tiers and stuff are. So I'm still waiting for it to even come up.
I actually went to your Rustload Studios page. I was going to show that, but
if you want to show the video, that's totally fine. It'll be easier on your end, because if I do it on my end, it'll probably lag really bad.
Well, let me see. Let me just. All right, so that's Kickstarter. And what does it just show? Yeah, you're right. It just shows that. But you actually have the video on your page?
Yes, the video is actually on my page.
All right, on Rustload Studios. Where is it? Great, Russ. Now I can't find anything. Typical. Let me see. It could be on. We'll go to videos. Make it easy on myself, right? All right. I see a lot of Comics Unity. I see coming soon. Is that it, or is it just like the latest video you uploaded? No, those are your shows. Yeah, your shows are on here.
Yeah, all my shows are on there.
Yeah, when it says coming in 2020, is that it?
Yeah, that should be it.
Right,
if there's a video tag to it.
Yeah. All right.
Yep, that's it.
Let me bring it up. We'll do it this way. Share screen. Gotta see where I'm at here. That should be it. Make it
you might want to mute the audio to it too, just in case.
It's a little loud, you think?
No, I don't know. Facebook's been really weird about tagging music as
really
digital rights. Yeah, when I broadcasted one of them, it kicked it, and it like totally pulled down my video.
All right. Well, let me play it and see what they're going to do. I challenge them to do it. I don't think they will. Maybe they will, but we'll play it anyway.
Hold on a second. My banner fell.
Yeah, I know what you mean. My cardboard flips over every time I move around over here. You ready?
There we go.
Banners are tough, man. You ready?
Yep.
All right, let's see if we can get through it. It's only a minute 34 seconds. I can't believe they would complain about that. They're so weird.
Oh, they are.
It's beautiful, by the way.
Thank you.
Oh, man, that's a movie I want to see. That was really cool. Very nice.
Shut up already!
Hold it.
What did you do?
That was Prince. Sorry. That was crazy. Let me just go back. Yeah, I'll go back to your other page. Yeah, man, it's beautiful. Did you? How did that become to be? How did you work that out?
The video or the
Yeah,
project?
the video. We'll get to the comic, but the video right now because we just saw it.
So I just kind of sat down and I made the video up. I was just like, messing around with my phone, and I was like, oh, I'll add all these images and
Yeah.
I'll add the music and stuff to it, and I'll do like a kind of like a little promo trailer. And then everybody ended up loving it, and so I started doing it with some of the other ones. So like for Comic Unity Online Con, their video that's up now is the one that I made, and I did one for CB Zane's Kickstarter for Scorpiana 2,
Right.
and what was the other one? Luis Torres, Lily the Demoness 4, and then I did one for Wendy Steen Shainer's Naughty Fairy Stripper Assassins number 4.
Nice,
So,
man. Well,
yeah, they're kind of fun.
You can do mine if you want. Next one I did, because that was really good. I mean, Wendy's been doing mine, and they're really good. But that was like that was very cinematic, epic, like like a movie trailer, which really draws you in, And of course, your content was beautiful. So.
Yeah, I mean, I got some phenomenal people working on the project. We got Stefan Papadopoulos Wilson.
Yeah. Yeah, you're loaded down with talent, so that's good too. But your story is the heart of it.
Yeah, I mean, this has been like a labor of love for 10 years. So I started writing this book back in 2010. I almost had it finished in 2013. And, life got in the way. Stuff kept happening. We had our son, and he had open heart surgery after he was born. And then he had another surgery. And then my wife had to have surgery for precancerous cells. And, just things just kept happening. And I kept saying, I'm going to sit down. I'm going to do this book. And while I'm at the hospital, and it never happened. You can't be in the right mindset. And it's like you're so frustrated mentally that it's just like I can't sit down and physically do this.
Yeah.
So I put it off. And every time I kept saying, oh, I'm going to come back to it, I'm going to come back to it, something else would happen.
Mhm.
And so it got to the point that I was just like, you know what, forget the project. So I just, went about my business over the last several years, promoting other creators, other artists, and each time I'd talk to them, they'd bring up, oh, hey, what do you do in the industry? And it's like, well, I was writing a book and, all this stuff happened. I really physically don't have the time or the mentality to deal with it.
Yeah.
And, so over the years, I kept getting that, well, why aren't you doing it? Why aren't you doing it? And so this year in January, they found out that I may have had cancer.
Right.
And thank God we just found out last Monday after 8, almost 9 months, I don't have cancer.
Yeah, I know.
So
I
thank
saw
God
your
for that.
information. Yeah, thank God for that. Yeah.
And so that was kind of my motivation. When I found that out, they found the mass against my spine, they found the mass on my liver, and then they did the PET scan and said, oh, there's significant evidence of malignancy. I was like, what do I regret the most in my life? I got married, I started a family, I've got kids. What did I not do that I regret the most? And my book was what I regretted the most. So I started Russ Explode Studios. I got online, I made a page, I started a business, I got a website, I set the website up, and I'm like, I'm writing this book, Xenonanite Titan. I don't really know what the title of the book's going to be. And then I told people about it. And so it turned into this, when is this book going to be done? And so now I had that fire under my butt to tell me, hey, you're going to do it this time because you've already told people about the book. Now everybody knows, and now everybody wants to know when this book is coming out.
You put it out there.
And so that was kind of my motivation to say, I want to do this book, but I need, people to want the book. I don't just need the motivation of I want to get the book done. I want to know that there's people out there that are interested in my story. And it was great. The amount of feedback that I got when I talked to people about, hey, this is what the story is going to be about.
Yeah.
And they're like, this is really exciting. There have been a couple of people who have read the final copy of the book. It's the pre-edited version, so it's not all pretty and polished up. But I've gotten good things said about it.
I'm still working through it, but it's epic. I mean, it's going to be, with the art you have going, with the story you have, it's going to be one of the best comic books I think I might have ever read. I'm excited to see what you come out with.
Novel, not comic book yet.
Okay, it's coming.
It's coming.
Yeah.
So and that was the idea behind the project. So I like writing. My whole thing is storytelling. I'm not a great artist. I'll just put that out there right now. If you want stick figures, I'm your man. So it was like, this is going to be my. So I wanted to write a trilogy. I like knowing the back story of a character. I want to know, why does the suit exist? Why does the character exist? What happened to him that made him the way he is? I want to know everything that happened about a character when I read a comic book. And so it gets kind of frustrating for me when they come out with the origin story, like after the 15th movie or the 37th book comes out, they finally go back and answer those questions.
Yeah.
And then by then you're just like, I really don't care anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just be honest.
Yeah. It's way past the point.
Yeah. And so that was like, I want to do it the way that I like the stories to be told, and I want to write an origin story. And so that was the whole idea behind writing book 1, book 2, book 3. Who is Raziel Stevens?
Excuse me. Your buddy Ed Williams says, hey, Russell, Team Titan.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, Stick Figure King. You're right. And so, that was another thing that, I was like, I want to do this in a comic book, but I don't have an artist, and I don't have somebody to do the storyboard, and I don't have a letter, I don't have all this stuff that I need to have. Plus, who's going to want to collaborate with me? I've never written a story before. And I was like, I'm going to do what I do best. I'm going to make a story. I'm going to write it. I'm going to put it in a novel form. I'm going to do the trilogy. This is the origin story of how Raziel Stevens transitions from a family man to Xenonanite Titan. Mm-hmm. And so that was kind of what all this was about. And so, after collaborating with several of, my artist friends, people that I'm really close to that have, helped support me through this, I'm like, let's make this even better. Let's do chapter illustrations. Let's do pieces that are going to, kind of correspond to a chapter. There's going to be hidden elements in the picture that you're going to see. And you're not going to know why. You're going to be wondering, why is it like this? But then when you read the story, it's all going to be explained.
Right.
And so this was kind of like my entry into the world, saying, here's me and here's my storytelling. And this is how, my creative writing. And it's kind of like I'm dangling a hook out there saying, who out there is as, enthusiastic and has as much energy about the project as I do, that wants to say, hey, you want to turn this into a comic book when the origin story is done, I'm your man. I love this story. I love this character. Let's make it happen, because I want a symbiotic relationship. I don't want to just go out and hire somebody that's just going to be like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll draw that for you.
Right.
I want somebody that's got the heart and soul, and they're 100% vested in it. That's what it's all about. Russ Explode Studios, books with heart. It's a throwback to my son because of his open heart surgeries. And it's also a throwback saying that I'm writing this from the heart. I'm not just creating a story out there trying to make big bucks and trying to be rich. I'm writing a story because I want to entertain people. I want to make people smile. And at the end of the day, if that's all that I do, that will make me happy. I mean, I'm not looking to get rich off of this. I'm really not.
It's brilliant looking stuff, man. I mean, I would enjoy seeing a movie based on what you're working on, because it just looks so interesting.
And that was like, kind of the thing that I loved about putting together that movie trailer. Because, I mean, that's pretty much basically what it is. It's a movie trailer, but it's about a book.
Right.
I mean, once book 1, 2, and 3 are done, I think it would be a phenomenal movie. I mean, you never know. In 5 years, it could be on the big screen, and that would be phenomenal.
Yes, it would.
If somebody walked up and said, hey, I want you to finish writing the books, let's make a movie out of it, I would have no problem, because I think it's a great tale. My big thing about the book is, like I said, I thought I had cancer, so I was like, man, I'm going to write this book. I'm finally going to put it out there, because that's how important the story is to me. It's not just something I made up overnight that I'm putting out and saying, hey, buy this so you can make me rich. This is something I've been thinking about for 10 years. I've been developing the character and the backstory. I included events that have taken place in my life. The way that Raziel interacts with his kids is the way I interact with my kids. The way that his kids talk to him in the book is the way my kids talk. So I used real life experiences and real life things that, attain to me in the book. So this isn't just a tale. This is a personal tale. This tale has heart and soul in it. And I'm going to tell you right now, it has more twists and turns than 2020. That's what I always say. Because just when you think you know what's going on, you don't. Because you're going to get to another chapter and you're going to be like, what the heck just happened?
Yeah.
And that's what my big thing is. I love that. I love watching a movie and I don't know what happens. If I sit down in 5-10 minutes, or in a book and 5 and 10 minutes into it, I'm like, oh, I don't really know what, I know what's going to happen. And my wife hates it because I ruin every movie for her. I say that all the time, and it's true. We'll be watching a movie and be like, well, this is what's going to happen. Oh, no, it's not. And then it happens, and she's like, you suck. You ruin everything. I was like, they should have did a better job of entertaining me. So it was my goal.
They do kind of take the easy road, and the story suffers for it.
Yeah.
You should be able to like start at that level and keep going to another level as far as making it more interesting within the logic of the story, but surprises, to keep it interesting. And
exactly.
You're right. A lot of stories they're lazy storytellers. They don't feel like putting in that extra thing to make it like a classic movie or something that really stands out. But when you do, like you're doing, people notice it.
And that was my goal. I mean, I wanted to knock people's socks off. I wanted them to go, this guy's creative. I've always been creative. I don't have an off switch. I mean, everybody always asks that. Do you have an off switch? No, I don't. I'm constantly, I'll be mowing the grass and I'm like, oh man, that's how I'm going to fix that spot in my book. And like, it just comes out of nowhere, and so, or I'll be driving down the road and I'm like, oh man, I got to add this in this part. And I'm not even thinking about the book. It just comes to my mind. Yeah. And so this was my way to really, put it out there that, I'm going to write a story that you're not going to figure out what's going to happen at the end. I'm going to write a story that you're going to get to the last page of chapter 2 and you're going to be like, okay, I need to go to chapter 3 because it ended like this and I got to know what happens. And then chapter 3 takes you somewhere completely different. And then, before you know it, it's 4:00 in the morning. And when you were trying to go to bed at 11, you're on chapter 9 and it's 4:00 in the morning, That's my goal. I want a story that you can't put down. I want a story that you can read and you can bond with the characters. That was a huge part of the story is, not only is it Raziel Stevens, it's Raziel Stevens' family. It's his kids. It's the characters that he meets later on, because I still haven't released the name of the dragon creature that everybody sees in the art that's posted on my page. There's a bond formed between those two characters. It's not just, oh, here's Raziel, he's in on Anti-Titan. Here's this dragon creature, and they're friends. Whoop-de-doo, they're going to go fight.
Right.
There's a story there of how they met, what happens to them, and what bonds them to one another. And that's what the origin story is all about. That way, when you read the comic book in, 2 or 3 years, whenever it comes out,
right,
that this character and this character have an emotional bond. It's not just two characters taking on the world. There was a backstory there. There's stuff that's happened to them there.
Right.
And it's going to transpose into the comic book. So, book 1 leads off into a pretty big cliffhanger. It's 200 pages. There's 10 pieces of art in it. There's several other pieces of art that are being worked on for like stretch goals and stuff like that. But, I love the story, and I'm really, somebody told me something the other day. So, to backtrack a little bit, yesterday I was having a bad day. So we went from, cancer. We found out last week I don't have cancer to we did an MRI Monday, and they found that I have 6 bulging discs and 2 blown in my back.
Yeah.
Thursday I went to the doctor, and they think that I may have some kind of neurological disease going on, like MS or something, because all the nerves in my body are shot.
Right.
So they were able to give me something at the doctor that I started taking Thursday, and I'm going to tell you, yesterday is the best day I had in 9 months. And if you can't tell, how energetic I am today,
you're popping, man. That's good.
It has made a huge difference.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about this project. I really am. I'm totally amped about this. I couldn't be happier. And so there, like I said, there's several stretch goals that are being worked on. And I was kind of down on the book Thursday night. This was amidst everything that's going on.
Yeah.
And I was talking to one of my friends, and I said, I'm really worried about the book. I'm like, I love it, and I think it's a great story. I just don't know how to get other people interested in it, or if they're going to like it. And they said something that really struck home to me. They said, if you write the book, or you make a movie, or you do a comic book, and you love it, that's all that matters. They said, look at M. Night Shyamalan.
Mm-hmm.
He writes movies and makes movies, and there's a lot of people that hate it. But he come out and said, I don't make the movies for everyone else. I make them for me. And as long as I like them, that's all that matters. And I was like, that's a really interesting take on it. I mean, I want to cater to my fans, as far as the way the book writing. But, I never thought about it like that. I was like, I do love the story, and I'm really excited about it. But, this is my first work. It's not going to be, my magnum opus. I hope by book 3 it will be.
Yeah.
But, this is why I wanted to indie create. I wanted to indie publish, because I wanted to be able to do it the way I wanted to do it and have a fan base that will lift me up and help me be better. They're going to give me constructive criticism. The story's great, man, but, we need more backstory for this. Or, hey, the story's great, but we need, a little bit more in-depth explanation of this. Or, stuff like that. I want people to lift me up with constructive criticism. I don't just want a publisher to be like, no, none of this works. We're going to rewrite this whole section, and we're going to do it the way we think the people are going to like it. No. We're doing it my way. With the art, we're doing it my way with the story. And if the fans want to see something more, if they want stuff a little more explained, I'm more than happy to cater to that. What don't you understand, or what do you need to know? I'll hook you up.
Nice. I think the important thing is that I feel when you're creating something is you have to love it before somebody else can love it. So that's the key. I actually met M. Night at a Philadelphia film. The city has like a big film club, and they were actually getting together to give speeches about raising more money, because certain states give money to people to make films because it brings in more money. I know George is big with that because Disney's in Atlanta, and you know a lot of things are shot in Atlanta. So Pennsylvania was trying to do the same thing, and he was at the meeting. And he's a really nice guy. He literally took a picture with me, and it started raining, and he had the umbrella, and his daughter was like 10 feet away. And he goes, I got to walk over to my daughter, but I'm going to take a picture with you first. And the guy doesn't even know me. So, you know what I mean? He's very personable, even with all the success that he's had. But writing a story, you're right. You're writing it for yourself first, but once you get it to the point where you love it, it's easier for you to express that passion to other people because it's got to start with you. If you can't tell people how great it is, why you think it's great, you know, they may or may not figure it out, but you're the best person to do that. So that's what I tell people, work on it until you feel like this is so good, I got to tell somebody about it. And that excitement comes through, and you definitely, you know, it's coming through now for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, 10 years ago, I was like, you know, I posted on Facebook to my friends. I said, hey, you know, I'm writing a book. What do you guys think? And, you know, a lot of the close friends that I have that know that I'm super creative. You know, if you ever see me in the chat rooms on some of the artist pages, you know, I'm making up stories of the stuff they're saying and stuff. That's just me in general. And so when I said, hey, I'm making a book, they're like, oh, man, this book's going to be awesome. You know, I can't wait for it to come out. And then, you know, like in 13, I was like, I'm really hoping to finish this book. And, you know, and then it never happened. And, you know, I wasn't as excited back then. But it's like after 10 years of developing the characters and the backstory and including, you know, stuff from my personal life and changing up stuff that are current with the times, you know, like COVID-19, you know, I was like, I rewrote the story to include that into it. So I, you know, I wanted to make it current and have something to do with current times that people can, you know, associate with.
Yeah.
And
That's
so,
good,
and it actually fit really well into the story of why the Xenonanite Titan suit and the nanites were created.
Yeah.
And so it blended well with the story. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to include it. Why not? You know, this has been the worst year ever for me, you know, with the car wreck and everything that's happened.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, you know, I'm going to include a piece of this year in it to say, you know, the heck with it. Heck with 2020. This story is going to be awesome, and this is going to be the greatest story ever told in 2020.
That's what I like to do.
And it's awesome. You know, I mean, the character development, the way they interact with each other, you know, it's been a long time developing. It wasn't, like I said, you know, before. It's not something that I, you know, thought of yesterday. I'm like, oh, I'm going to be a millionaire on this book.
Yeah.
This book's going to be awesome. You guys are going to love it. If you miss out on it, it's going to suck because you're going to hear all your friends telling you, dude, did you get this book? It's badass. And they're going to be like, oh, no, I didn't get it. And it's not going to be available again. Not at least in a hardcover. So for the Kickstarter, I will be doing a hardcover volume of it. I'm also going to be including a tier with a hardcover art book. It's going to have all the pieces of art. It's also going to have a bio of the artist because they're an important piece of this book too. We worked, you know, symbiotically together with this project. I asked them, I need the piece to include this. They did their pieces. They included the Easter eggs in it for me. And then when I went back and I was like, this is where this piece is going, I was like, I'm going to tweak the story a little bit just so it lines up perfectly with this piece of art. So it wasn't just like, you know, I wrote a story and people drew pictures about it. They had their portion of the story and they did, but I did change a few things here and there to help, you know, push their art. And I want people to not only, you know, read the book and say, hey, this is a hell of a story, I love it, but I want people to, you know, look at the art book and go, you know, hey, Wendy Steen Shaner did a great job on this, or Steph Wilson did a great job on this. Who is Steph Wilson? Oh, okay, I can read about him here.
Right.
You know, and that way people can, you know, go to them and get art from them. It's not all about me. It's about, you know, the people that helped me and collaborated with the project. I want to help push them and open their fan base up because, you know, that was the thing. It's a novel. You know, they're comic book artists. They're comic book cover artists.
Right.
And now I'm including their stuff into another world. And so, you know, who knows, you know, in 6 months, there might be people that after seeing, hey, these people did awesome art for this book, I want to get a piece done for my book.
Right.
And so, you know, it's been a great time. You know, it's been fun working on it. It's been fun collaborating with the artist. One of the things that they did love, and I hear all the time, is I didn't care about edits. When I commissioned the artist, I said, here's your portion of the book. Read this. You draw a piece. Here's the base art that Ed Williams did, which is this piece right here.
Cool. That's beautiful, man.
So I said, you know, this is the base art, but I want your interpretation of what you think the character looks like. Because
Right.
I didn't want everybody's pieces to be the same. I mean, what's the point in commissioning art if all the characters look the same?
Right.
The whole point of doing variant covers is for that artist to show their style, for that artist to show their technique. Like CB Zane likes to do the zany style now. You know,
Yeah.
something he loved to do, but he never did it because he was afraid to.
Yeah.
Now that everybody loves it, he's like, hey, you guys want normal or do you want zany style?
Yeah.
And that's what this was for. This was to show off. You know, me and Steph had a little bit of problem collaborating with this piece because he was like, you know, thinking, oh, I'm going to do it the way that I think he wants it to. And I'm like, no, Steph,
Right.
I want you to do it the way you do it. And so he went back and redid this piece, and it turned out beautiful.
Yeah,
you know, it had free floating armor as to where everybody else was more tight knit.
Right.
You know, Wendy Steen Shaner, the only edits that I gave her was we need more explosions.
Yeah. That's crazy, man.
And she was super
That's
stoked.
like a
She
good
goes,
80s action movie, you know, poster.
oh,
You know?
yeah, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, I love that.
And she was super excited because I was like, she's like, what do you think so far? I'm like, I think it looked great, but we could use some more explosions. And she's like, no way. And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, if you want to add more explosions. And she did her whole squee. And I'm like, yeah, blow it up. And so she was like so excited because she was like, I love explosions too. So it was great, you know?
Yeah, I love working with Wendy. She's fun.
And then we had David Fought did this piece, and his piece was pretty cool because he did like kind of like it's like a samurai style.
Yeah.
That's the black and white, and then there's the colored version of it.
Wow, that's really
and you know,
cool, man.
Easter egg.
Right. Yeah, I saw that in the thing. That's it's beautiful and interesting. It's intriguing.
And then you got this piece by Finney the Great, and you know that's one of the fun stories behind that. You know, Easter egg, Easter egg, Easter egg. There's a lot of them in this piece. That was the fun thing about this. So you know, when I started Art Exposure, going on 2.5 years ago, I was trying to push artists that had great art that never went live to go live and show the world their art. Hey, I want you to go online. I want you to draw live. I want you, to show your work to the world, and people are going to love it. You know, it's kind of like me writing my book. You know, I'm just like, oh, I don't really want to put it out there because I'm afraid that people are going to hate it. Well, you can't dwell on that all your life. If you don't put yourself out there, it's never going to happen.
Right. And
so Finney was one of the first artists that I got to go live on Art Exposure, and they were like, oh, I'm really worried. I'm like, just chillax, I got this covered. We'll set out a time slot. I'll get everything set up. I'll advertise it. We'll go live, and it'll be a great time.
Nice.
And so they blew up. After a few months, they had like 30,000 followers on TikTok watching them do their, quick draw. Because they would do a quick draw video and then load it to TikTok, and people go on there and see the white paper and then turn into the sketch and the final drawing.
Right.
And, so I wanted to include them in the book because they were a part of, helping me to
develop,
help push me to, do my book. Because, I pushed them to go online, and they're like, all right, what about you? When are we going to put that book out?
Yeah, that's
and I was like, so that's part of the reason why we collaborated. And then another piece that we had done was from Jason So.
Wow. They're classic looks, man.
Yeah, and I didn't want some like super futuristic. I was an '80s kid. I grew up in the '80s, and I loved RoboCop and Terminator and all the old style robot movies. And everything anymore is like super futuristic, and the book's super futuristic. I mean, because it's got nanites in it, so that's totally something that's super futuristic. But I wanted it to have the old kind of feel to it. And so when I was sending the stuff over to Ed for the base art, I was like sending him pictures of medieval armor. And I said, I want something that kind of, has this. I'm like, I sent him like 400 pictures. I'm like, I want it to have this and this and this and this, but be this color and do this. And,
well,
and Ed
did what you want,
Yeah, and Ed did a phenomenal job, doing the base art. I don't know if we'll be able to see this one, but here's that the initial sketch of the beast drawing.
Right. Wow. That's epic.
And then here's the final piece of the book by CB Zane.
Yeah. Yeah, CB has a way, man.
Oh yeah, CB, he breaks out that giant Sharpie marker, and I just cringe every time because he's like, all right, we're gonna do the line work now, and here he breaks out this fat, chisel tip Sharpie, and he's like, and I'm like, oh my gosh, any second he's gonna like slip, and then why? I mean, that's got to be the most stressful part of being an artist. You go through and you do the sketches, and then you go through and you start doing the line work, and you did like 2 hours of prep work doing the initial, sketch lines of where you were going to ink. Right. Like, what if you have a twitch and you just like accidentally ink across the page? Like,
yeah,
that's
much.
That's legitimately like the scariest thing ever.
Yeah.
And then, of course, one of the other pieces was Chris McJunkin, and then here's the colored piece, and this turned out fantastic too.
Yeah, it is really beautiful.
So I'm beyond excited. This is going to be awesome. We're gonna put it out there and we're gonna tear it up. And once book 2 and book 3 come out, I will probably include like everybody else does issue book 1 or whatever.
Yeah.
If for the people that did miss out and regret it. But I kind of went off on a tangent there. Like I was saying, is book 1's going to be a hardcover, and it won't ever be released that way again. So once this Kickstarter is over, it's going to be a special edition hardcover book, and it's going to be a larger format. After that, it'll be the 5.5 by, I think it's 7. It'll be a smaller paperback book. So anybody that does back the Kickstarter and gets the book will have the only versions of that. And whatever I overrun just to cover damages, like if I ship one out and, USPS wrecks it, like big surprise. I will have overrun copies. What I plan on doing with those is I'm not going to sell them to the public. I'm going to auction them off for charity. So CB4K is one of the charities that I fully believe in. It's actually going to be a part of the Kickstarter. It's going to be a stretch goal, though.
Right.
So the reason why I'm doing it as one of the first stretch goals as an add-on is because I don't want people to buy the shirts and then it affect the book volume.
Right.
So I want to make sure that we fund the book for the printing because like with comic books, you can deal with doing a smaller print run. With big, novels and stuff.
Yeah.
Like buying 50 books is pretty much the same as buying 100 books,
Yeah.
And so that's why I set the funding goal at 6,000 because that's the funding goal to do the art book and and the novel, pretty much to meet the minimum printing of both of those.
Cool.
So the first stretch goal will be a CB4K shirt. It's I'm collaborating with an artist right now. The piece is going to be really personal to me. It's going to be Raziel Stevens, Xenonanite Titan, at the end of a bed with a heart kid after heart surgery, and Raziel's reading him a story, and then it's going to have a blonde, curly-haired girl at the end of the bed, my daughter, with get well balloons. And then at the bottom, it's going to say, I'm a Titan for CB4K.
Yeah.
So, Kickstarter doesn't really allow you to do, charity stuff.
Right.
And so I was like, I can't do it with the books like I was going to. I was going to add in a tier that, there was a CB4K tier.
Right.
So I'm going to do it through the add-ons. So any shirt that gets sold during the campaign with the CB4K, I'm a Titan for CB4K. All proceeds of that will go to charity. Because we've already met the minimum print run once that stretch goal unlocks. So it won't affect, me getting the book printed. It's just going to be extra that goes on top, and all of that will go straight to Mark with CB4K.
Right.
And that I plan on doing the same thing, like I said, with the overrun books. If I end up with 10 or 15 extra books, I will put them up for auction, and whatever money is made off of those will go to Mark, for CB4K. For those of you that don't know what CB4K.org is, it's comic books for kids.
Right.
Mark, the guy that runs the place, lives up in Illinois. I met him at C2E2 last year. I've been given to it for a few years now. Usually every week I try to send something over. And what they do is they send comic books, graphic novels, illustrated books, whatever they can get their hands on that kids like, even coloring books.
Right.
They send them to hospitals with kids that may never get to go home again. They, cancer, anything like that where they're in the hospital.
Right.
He sends them there for the hospitals to hand out to these kids. And it's a phenomenal thing. As a dad to a heart kid, I can advocate that it is one of the best things for these kids. When Roderick goes in for heart surgeries and he's laying there in the bed and I don't know how to comfort him, I don't know what to say to him, and he's hurting, and I'm just at a loss. And the hospital brings in a coloring book or $1 Hot Wheel from Walmart, or a Dollar Tree toy. It could be something that was 50 cents, and they hand it to him.
Mm-hmm.
He forgets all about being in pain because he's super excited. I just got this new toy and I'm going to play with it. And so it's a great thing for these kids. I seen it firsthand. And it's not only that, it's great for the parents. It gives me and my wife a chance to sit back and de-stress from the day. Because, like when Roger goes in for heart surgery, they usually start at 5 or 6 in the morning and they're not done until 3 or 4 in the afternoon.
That's a long and worrisome day.
Yeah, because they take him on, they stop his heart. They put him on a heart-lung bypass machine.
Oh, my.
That was one of the hardest things after the second heart surgery. When Roderick was almost 2, he was like 4 months from turning 2.
Yeah.
He forgot how to talk and he forgot how to walk. We had to teach him how to walk again.
Yeah.
And that's one of the side effects of the heart-lung bypass machine is it can cause children to regress because they're growing. They don't know what causes it. And the longer they're on the heart-lung bypass, the more of a chance they have to regress.
Yeah.
So, it was a hard thing dealing with trying to teach him to walk again. And, his speech just went totally out the window. So when he was in preschool last year, we enrolled him in speech therapy because our daughter, our daughter's getting ready to turn 4.
Right.
She's a year and a half younger than him. And for the last 2 years, she talks better than he does. And it's not his fault.
No.
But it's really hard, it's a really hard thing to deal with. So CB4K is just absolutely phenomenal, the things they do for the kids. And not only the kids, it helps the parents. It gives us that time after a 9 or a 10-hour open heart surgery. We're already stressed, and then we're trying to make him feel better. It gives us a chance to sit back and de-stress and decompress what has gone on through the day.
Right.
And so, Image and Dark Horse and some of the publishers are actually send him books, but mainly what he uses the money for, which 100% of the proceeds to CB4K go towards the books and mailing the books. That's where the money's at, right there. I mean, well, there goes the banner.
Kara, come back.
Bye, Kara. So,
oh God.
100% of the proceeds goes towards shipping the books and getting books, when they run low on books. I've seen him post some of the receipts online. It's $300-$400 for a box of books that's going, to California or going to New York or wherever he's shipping to. He ships, nationwide to hospitals. And, it's a phenomenal thing. So I definitely, with being the father of a heart kid and witnessing the stuff that these organizations do and how much it helps the kids, this is going to be my way of giving back and helping other parents and other kids like ours. Because I'm a strong believer in giving back,
That's fantastic, man. That you can think of others when you're going through such pain is amazing. But that's a testament to you and your wife and your family, your strength,
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. It's been a hard year, there's a lot of times where I've thought about giving up, 3 or 4 months ago, that was the biggest thing. It was having this cancer looming over my head.
Yeah.
It was a really hard thing to wrap my head around because I was worried about what was going to happen to my kids. What was I leaving behind? My kids are going to grow up without a dad. And I was worried about, what am I going to leave behind that people are going to remember me by? And that was kind of my motivation behind writing the book was I'm going to write this awesome story that's super awesome.
Make your
and
mark.
I'm going to finish it. And if something happens to me before I'm able to get the book out there, at least they have something to put out there that, you know, the kids will have something that they can remember me by and that they can be proud of. And I'm not trying to be dark with it. You know, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going to die.
When you're a father, I think the same thing. I'm like, if I can get to issue 10 of Vampires, that'll be like the thing that they have that I can hand to them. You know, when I have to leave, you know, if you're a dad and you're focused on your kids in the future. Hey, Wendy, Steph says hi too. You know,
hey guys,
you think about it. You just do. You know.
Yeah, and that was my hardest thing, and it's like, so it's been a huge weight lifted off my shoulders finding out last week that I don't have cancer, because I mean this whole time I've been up and down, and you know, everybody sees the excited me and, you know, back for the last 6-7 months, and then, you know, they don't see the me behind the scenes. And, you know, there's a lot of times that, you know, this is what brought me out of those times, was getting online and doing the show. So for those of you that don't know, and like, you know, that some of the people that are here that do know, I do a show now. So the way it started was I'm writing this book. I got these awesome artists, you know, Wendy, Steph, Evanette, and David Faught, Chris McJunkin, Jason So, Ed Williams, Finney the Great, all these awesome artists. And I'm like, hey guys, do you want to get on and do a show with me? And that way I can help promote you as an artist. And, you know, my friends can see you and your friends can see me, that I'm writing a story. It'll be beneficial to both of us. Right. And they're like, heck yeah, let's do it. It'll be a lot of fun. And so I started doing a few shows, and then like the messages started coming in. Hey man, when can I be on your show? I didn't know you did a show. And I'm like, well, it's not really a show. I was just having my artists on, but sure. You know, so now, you know, Tuesdays and Sundays, and I'm booked next Wednesday. I got Kara Nicole on. We're going to do a closeout show for her current Kickstarter campaign for the Cost Lingerie calendar.
Yeah.
Sunday, I got a first ever cooking show. So I got Jake Anthony LaCava. Yeah, I got Jake Anthony LaCava from Rome Works.
I'll check that out. I want to see. And one of my kids is really into cooking, so maybe I'll drag him to watch it. You know.
Well, and see, here's the thing. Everybody's been talking online at the Comic Unity Con, about cookies. So I messaged Jake yesterday. I'm like, everybody's talking about cookies, and it's all that's been chattered about is chocolate chip cookies and hot cookies since like Thursday on all the live videos. Somehow we all get derailed on cookies. So we're gonna do a cookie recipe. So everybody be prepared, because he said he's bringing the fire. He's bringing his super secret, top of the line cookie recipe to the table. So
Wendy's excited. Cookie show.
Yeah, and so it's not only just going to be a cooking show. He's into comics and stuff like that too. So, you know, it's going to be cookies and comics. So, you know, if you guys don't know about it, you know, check out Russ Explode Studios. Come watch my artist, creator, cooking shows, and, you know, learn more about the book. And, you know, there's information about the website and stuff about my book on there. But, you know, I'm doing a lot better. You know, it's like I posted yesterday. Yesterday is the best day I've had this year. In 9 months, I can literally say yesterday and today have been, I mean, 1,000,000% way better.
Feeling better is important, man. You know, just your health, just being able to feel like yourself. It's a struggle, you know.
Well, yeah.
With all the stress and everything else, but just being able to feel like yourself for a day, that's everything.
Yeah, you know? And people don't understand that. It's like, you know, they see me online, and it's like everybody that sees those videos, that's not me.
Yeah,
that's not the real me. And it's even more depressing to go back and watch the replays. And I'm like, man, you know, I can, because most people can't tell because they're just now watching the show, so they just think that that's how I am. But when I watch it, you know, I guess about July, I was like, man, I'm really going downhill. I just, you know, you don't notice it until you go back and you watch yourself, and
you're
it's like,
wow, that's how I was, and this is how I know I should be. Yeah, this is how I was, and you're like, that's just not me. Yeah, I know that feeling.
Yeah, and so, you know, I've been on them for the last 9 months to try to figure out what's going on and try to, you know, get it figured out. So now I think we're on the right path. I got a cervical CT coming up. Check out my spine of my neck because I don't have any feeling in this arm. Like
Yeah,
from here,
last time I talked to you, yeah.
Yeah, from here down, it's just getting worse. That's the one thing that still bothers me, even though they've got me on the nerve medications.
Yeah.
This nerve is just on fire. So he thinks that I got something messed up in my neck that they're going to have to go in and fix.
Yeah.
So it's not cancer, so it's manageable.
Yeah.
That was my biggest thing. I was so worried about it. I'm like, man, the COVID shutdown really threw it into a huge mess because I didn't go to the doctor for 3 months.
Right.
So here I am thinking,
going because you're like, I know it's a mess there. They don't need me there. And if you go, you're in it. If you stay at home, you're out of it, hopefully. But if you go, there's COVID and all kinds of stuff going on. And you want to stay away from it as long as you can.
Yeah, well, and it wasn't just that. It was the fact of the matter that back in March, it was 3 centimeters by 5 centimeters.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
right, with you, yeah.
Yeah, and so then I'm like, I didn't go back to the doctor because the accident happened the 11th of March, and then they shut down was the next week. And they were like, all right, we're not going to worry about the cancer stuff right now. We're going to worry about the car accident. And then they shut down.
Yeah.
And so I didn't go back till June. So there was this I guess it was about 3.5 month span of time that I'm going, okay, what's going on with this mass? Is it going somewhere else? Is it metastasizing? Has it gotten bigger? Because, from January, I was here. And then by June, I was here. And then, a few months ago, I'm all the way down here. I mean, just continually, I was just running down more and more and more and more. And then they're like, oh, yeah, the mass isn't there anymore, but we don't know why you're still going downhill. And it's just been a nightmare. But I'm back. That's what matters. Good. And I'm stronger than ever, and I'm pushing this, man. This project's going to be so freaking awesome.
Good.
Get back to my guest relations table. People are stealing cookies at this concession stand. No, see, here's the thing, Wendy. Them are my cookies. They're at the guest relations table because I stole all the cookies.
I'm actually going to take a commercial break and run my trailer for my Kickstarter real quick, if I can. And, I'll let you enjoy the rest of your Saturday. I'm happy since I met you that things have turned, in the positive direction for you, because your health, man, you need that. You need that to give the strength to your family. You know what I mean? As a dad. So it all goes hand in hand. Let me throw this up real quick if I can. Yeah, it's not loud.
Well, and people are going to be blown away tomorrow. They thought last Sunday's show was off the chain. This week, it's going to be crazy.
Good. I'll post it everywhere when it comes up. There we go. Cool. And I lost him. Yeah, Russ, I put a link to Xenonanite Titan in the, I'll put it in there again.
Sorry, I went to go grab a soda. I wasn't faster than the video.
Yeah, that's all right. I do the same thing. Let me throw it in the link. And I appreciate you coming on, man. With what you're going through, I know you're busy and you're always working on stuff. And, there's only so many hours in a day, but it's kind of you to come on. Thanks for having me on your show.
Thanks for having me on your show, man. And thanks to everybody that watched. I really appreciate it. If you want to find me, Google Russ Explode right there underneath my video. If you Google Russ Explode, it will bring up everything. My Instagram, my Twitter, my Facebook, Russ Explode Studios, my webpage, www.xenonanitetitan.com, and Instagram. You need to find me, just type in Russ Explode, and you'll find me on Facebook. So
Sweet.
I look forward to meeting with all of you. I mean, this is what it's all about. It's making relationships and meeting the fans. You know,
Yeah.
I would rather sell 100 copies to people that I know and I talk to on a regular basis than to sell out to a publisher and sell 100,000 copies to people I don't even know.
Yeah.
You know, that's what it's all about.
Yep. Well,
Thanks for having me.
I appreciate what you do. And like I said before, I pray for you and your family. And anytime you want to sit down and talk, man, let me know. When things get better, you know, I'll be traveling around the country, and I look forward to hanging out with you. You know,
Cool, man.
at a con or
Sounds good.
otherwise.
For sure.
You're a big-hearted guy, Russ, and I really appreciate, you know, everything you bring to the table. It's much needed today. You have passion, you have heart, and you care. You give a damn, and that's everything. At the end of the day, that's all we got. You know what I mean? So I appreciate what you do, and I'm glad I met you. I'm on Team Russ. Team Russell.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad I met you too, because
Yeah.
I'm excited to read these stories you got.
Yeah. It's just fun. It's fun. I mean, if somebody told us when we were kids we'll be reading each other's comics one day or each other's books, we'd be like, "What are you talking about?" You know what I mean? But it's very cool. You know, the future is like you said, 2020 is ridiculous, but you know, there's parts of the future that are cool, and we got to hold on to those parts and make them shine. So, Russ is a mushball. That's cute, Wendy.
Thanks, Wendy.
But you enjoy the rest of your day, man, and take care.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's Russ and his Xenonanite Titan. Looks like it's going to be a whole lot of fun. I'm looking forward to enjoying it. He did send me a draft of the actual book, and I'm working my way through it. It's epic. It's just you know, it's like a great epic film, and the artwork that Wendy and everybody else is doing is just gonna make it more interesting. I'm trying to see if my next person is going to be up. It doesn't look like she's come through yet. Yeah. So what I'll do is, in the meantime, I'll take a brief siesta, not a siesta, a break, and I'll throw on yesterday's previous conversations because I was on for 8 hours, and it actually was some really cool stuff. Let me see if I can pull it back up quick here. I guess I'm getting better at this, maybe. There we go. And I was talking to Neil, who's a writer of Exit Zombies, and my good friend Stephanie Milan, who's an author, but also wrote a book series called, let's see, Colney Hatch, the mystery of Secret of Colney Hatch. Clicking around like a lunatic here.
Down a little bit. I think that also helps with the creativity coming through. So I think that's why the nighttime is a popular time to get some of those really creative things. I do that as well. I think that before I did more of that, and then I sort of transitioned to kind of like you said, Al, like where there's a point during the day where I'm like, all right, I'm just going to work on this, and sometimes it will take me a lot longer, and I move into the nighttime as well. I also do a lot of editing, and also when you're working through something like the memoir, I think it's a little bit harder to do it at nighttime because you're just like, I'm really tired, and I don't, you know, you're not really being so creative as more just factual. So yeah, in terms of creativity, the nighttime is really a special time, and I like to keep a notebook by my bed sometimes too, just in case something comes up. I've had a lot of really cool dreams that ended up being in my books. And also in the morning, I find in the morning, before when I was working at my other job, it was a little bit more difficult. But now if I can get up in the morning and have some coffee and sit down at that computer, there is a creativity, probably again, because I'm still a little bit tired and I'm in that place where my brain hasn't turned on yet, and I haven't, you know, the day hasn't taken over. So that space, whether it's morning or nighttime, I think those are the most creative times for me.
So let me ask, has anyone ever done this? So I'm an Ambien guy. I take Ambien every night. I can't sleep. And there have been times when I'll say, you know what, because it takes about an hour to kick in.
Right.
And I'll take my Ambien and then I'll sit down, just quiet, and start writing. And then the Ambien starts kicking in. I say, you know what, I can knock out another half hour here.
Yeah.
And you're writing. And then you find yourself the next morning, you have no memory of what you wrote. But I find you definitely become uninhibited and you write some stuff. Now, the funniest story I ever had, or not the funniest, the weirdest story, was I was writing an email. And it started kicking in, and I was in a hotel room. I was on travel. And I said, you know what, let me just finish this email. And I went into waking sleep. And I was dreaming, and I was writing the email as what was occurring in the dream. Nice. And so it was not gibberish, but it was nonsensical for the context of the email. Now, thank God I did not send it.
Yeah.
But the next morning, I woke up and I realized I had not sent the email. And then I started reading. I was like, holy God, I don't even remember this. But it was not anything terrible, but it was, I just went into a waking dream state. So I don't know if anyone's ever else done that, but I find, that time, when you're getting sleepy and you're getting uninhibited, you can write some strange things there. Your mind goes into dark corners where you can really write some good stuff. Especially now that comes when you're writing vampires and zombies. I don't know if that comes with mystery where you really do have to, you can't just write, and the butler did it. That's it.
And the butler.
You have to follow. You've got to obviously have the ending. Like for mine, I have a bunch of short vignettes throughout the book. And they're not related to the plot, but they are related to what I wanted was people who have their first interaction with a zombie. Right. And some of those are 1 page long, some of them are like 10 pages long. But they're characters, you meet them, they're introduced, they have their story, and they're done by the end of that chapter. And they're not coming back for the rest of the book. And I just wanted to intersplice the storyline with those little vignettes. And that's where you could really get creative about people having their very first zombie experience. So anyway, weird topic. But, on your story about writing how to write, my fourth book, the one that really just never got released. Well, it's released. It just, I never got a chance to really kick it off. Right. Is called Business is Dead, Resurrecting Entrepreneurship. Now, it's not about how to write, but it's how to begin an entrepreneurship based on fandom. Okay. So I say in the beginning of the book, it's not a Walking Dead book, but fandom is huge. It's a big ocean. You can't boil it. I didn't want to write about every fandom. I have one fandom, The Walking Dead. So I wrote about the fandom I knew, but the stories in there and the tips are not for, it's looking for any fandom. If you're a fan of Supernatural, if you're a fan of DC or Marvel, if you're a fan of, In Excess, and you want to write In Excess fan fiction, that's what it is. But how to move from I'm a fan to I want to create something, whether it's artwork or comics or online animation or tours of where they film locations, whatever it is, this is how you move from I'm a fan to I've got my own entrepreneurship here and I'm running it. That was the book. So it's kind of like in the same vein as yours about how to become a writer.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Sounds really cool.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's the second bite of the apple after everybody can take off their mask and bite an apple.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find that everybody is looking for a way to learn how to do what basically the three of us are doing. And I think it's good that, I know the way I am is when people want to know how to do something, I'm pretty open with explaining to them how to do it. And I find I like that it helps build a community of people who are helping each other learn how to do different processes and things. I think that's been the one rewarding thing about working with more people online is most of them, not all of them, but most of them seem pretty open to, hey, I never did a Kickstarter before. Can you, show me how to do it or explain what you did or whatever. I think that's been good.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating. I would love it. I think you should do that. Maybe a Kickstarter tutorial. I have no idea. I looked at it and I said, God, this is daunting.
Well, yeah, it is. My first Indiegogo crashed and burned. I did one like 2 years ago. And I had no idea what I was doing. And it came out and I got like 3 people looked at it. And I was like, oh, that's terrible. And I actually pulled it. I pulled it pretty quick, because I was just like, I just don't have an idea. But with this one I was working, or this one and the one before, I was working with people with seasoned vets of Kickstarters. I know Wendy Shaner, the one I work with, I think this is like her 8th or 9th Kickstarter, that she's done by herself and with other people. So if you can surround yourself with people who at least have had the experience that are pretty open to educating you, then you can make headway. Now, I see people making, for instance, Wendy's last Kickstarter made, I think, 30 or 40 grand. I mean, I'm only making a couple of grand. My last one, I think, was 6. And I don't consider myself a success at it, even though I fund it. Because I look at other people and I say, well, I want to do like they're doing. So it's all a process of doing X amount of Kickstarters and building your fan base and getting to that point. I think like what you said, Stephanie, with what's happening with your books now is, it's fermented and people are starting to, it's got a natural organic thing going on, which is very cool. All right, natural organic thing. That's always good. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Anyway, I actually have a wonderful musician. Hello, Phil.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, buddy? Phil Styles.
It's nice to see you. It's been a long time, dude. I think the last time was 2012, something like that.
Yeah. I was lucky enough to see you guys play. Just so people know, I did a music documentary at the Star and Garter in Burton-on-Trent, England, and I was lucky enough to have Phil and his band Final Coil play in the documentary, and we interviewed him also. And with this vampire-a-thon thing I'm doing, I'm trying to wrap in as much of different types of media and independent people who are creating it and doing it and going out there and getting things done as I can. And even since 2012, I have been amazed at what Final Coil has been. When you guys post your pictures as you're going to the studio, and I think you went to the studio in Germany for one record, or outside.
Italy.
Yeah, Italy. You're in England, so you're traveling to different countries to go in the studio and do a record. And I'm like a fan, and I'm loving it, and I'm enjoying it. So I am happy to, I know with the time change, I missed a few people. I actually had Faye Kennedy, who was going to come on right around now. Maybe she'll pop up, but I know, it's what, 3:00 here, 4 in the US. And of course it's different in England. And then I have people in California and stuff. So it's always like a juggling act, but I know you guys have been working on a lot of different projects. I know I haven't really spoken to you like this since 2012, but I wanted to catch up and also get, information about your band out. Where's the best place to put a link? Is it your videos, or where should I throw up the link?
The best place is just finalcoil.com, because we've got all our videos and all our links. If you want to check out, the videos, the Spotify, the Amazon, it's all on there.
Okay.
So it's a good place.
Cool. I'll throw that up. So tell me, how things have been, what you're working on, and just what's going on in general.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, since we saw you, obviously we signed to a label, Wormhole Death.
Wow.
Who are a lot nicer than they sound.
Congratulations.
As you said, we went out to Italy twice, actually. We did our debut in Italy in 2016. We tracked it in December of 2016. We spent a month out there, and it was misty and cold, and we were up in the mountains in the Parma region, a little place called Langherano. going up to the studio every day, which was a dream. Absolutely, I never thought in my life I'd spend a month, getting to go to the studio in that kind of way, because it's the sort of thing you think you'd love to do, but it seems so unattainable. So we did that, and we put out that record in 2017. That was Persistence of Memory.
Right.
And then
artwork, by the way, on the cover.
The artwork on the cover, yeah, I love that. That was a guy called Andy Pilkington, of whom I cannot speak highly enough. He's a great guy, really good artist. He does a lot of lyric videos. He does really cool art, and I think he delivered probably one of his best pieces of work for us. And I was so grateful when he did that, because he asked for the demos and we sent them over, and that's what he felt, I guess, and that's what you want from an artist, So we did that record, and that was a real learning experience. And then actually I wrote the second record really quick while the first record was still being mixed.
Wow.
Because I was inspired by being out in the studio.
Yeah, you got that vibe going, and it just kept rolling.
Yeah, totally. I mean, you're watching these guys who are professionals. They're moving faders, and they're adding compression, and they're doing all this stuff that you've heard of, but you don't. So I sat there, like the techno geek that I am, just kind of like, what are you doing? Tell me what you're doing. Like, these guys are Italian professionals, and they're just like, oh man, who is this English asshole? He's asking.
Don't feel special. They said the same thing to me here in America with my first time in the studio too. That was the same way.
And they were so cool. They were really nice to us, and they were really cool. And I came back and I started like doing the next demo, and I think it was Rich turned to me. I think it was about 3 months after the record had been released. We met up for coffee, and we're talking about stuff. And he's like, I think it's time we started maybe thinking about writing a new record. And I was like, dude, sorry. And I had the album, and I was like, oh, okay, you've got right. So we actually ended back to Langerano in the summer of 2018. Totally experience. 30 degrees every day. The air conditioning in the studio broke down. I actually sweated through my guitar strings. I've never done that before. Even on stage, I've never done that. We had a freshly strung acoustic, and I sat down. We had one song with acoustic on it, and at the end, we looked at the strings, and my fingerprints were corroded into the strings. It was that sweaty, but it was great. And we did the second record. We tracked that. It was another month. We did that from August 30th of August to about 25th of September, and that was our concept. The World We Left Behind for Others. It was a sequel to Persistence of Memory. It's the second album in a trilogy that we have planned, and I have written the third album. And that's the next project, is to do the third album, but we'll probably do that in England. I have a lot of good ideas for that, but that's what Final Coil have been doing. We played some shows. We played with Marky Ramone, which was just amazing. We opened for him in London. It's like, cool. I mean, that scene in Wayne's World where they're kind of like, we're not worthy. He actually, for whatever reason, they put us in the dressing room with the bathroom. And we're sat there goofing around, ready to go on stage. And like Mark Ramone walked into our dressing room. He's like, "Hey guys, can I use your bathroom?" And I just stood there like, no,
same way.
Man, this guy's a living legend.
Yeah.
So
punk. Good grief.
Yeah, he's So we opened for him. We opened for Shonen Knife as well, who I've been a big fan of for many years. Like the kind of original kind of like Japanese punk band. They're awesome as well. So we did that. We've done a lot of videos, like concept videos to go with the albums. And sorry, I'm rambling, but it's
just roll with it. This is
helpful, man.
Yeah, this is good stuff. I mean, the bands that I saw and that we filmed, I liked every band for different reasons. You guys were, of course, incredibly charming in your interview. I guess you call it cheeky. And I just enjoyed your energy. But then when you hit the stage, it was like a sledgehammer, man. You guys were just super serious and really powerful. And that, again, I found interesting. and you were playing, different types of songs that were very interestingly constructed and powerful hooks, but then driving force, it kind of hits you in the face, and it was just very, very enjoyable, and very impressed with you guys. Very impressed. But I will say, I want to ask you, a lot of the bands that we filmed, of course, have broken up. And what do you think it is that's kept you guys not only, creatively moving along, but also together? Because you have two things. You have like your relationship with songwriters and performers, and then your personal, you just get stuck with people, in the van or wherever, in the studio, and, you got to kind of deal with them as they go through life. And that, that can be challenging sometimes. So what do you think it is that it's kept you guys, moving forward?
I think two things. I mean, you're right about the relationships, but I mean, I'm very lucky because I've been playing with Richard, the lead guitarist in the band, for nearly 20 years now. On and off for 20 years. We and then we worked together musically second. So, I mean, that's really helpful because, I mean, you don't have to be friends with someone in a band for it to work, and I totally get that. And, we've had people in the band who are not friends, they're just colleagues and acquaintances, get on.
Right, professional and respect and all that.
And we've been through a lot of shit together, I mean, when I was like at university, he was living in Leicester, and, we've seen relationships come and go. We've been to each other's weddings, I mean, we've just known each other for a long time, and I think we just get each other, and that really helps. Mm-hmm. And our sister is also my wife. So again, she and I mean, we bonded over music. When we're music, we go to concerts together. I write for a website. She does the photographs.
Yeah.
So, there's this real bond. There's a love of music anyway. It's fans. We're all fans of music. Right. Independent, unsigned music, full-on stadium bands. We love music. We love the energy. We love the connection you get with people who are artists.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say the same thing at a very broad level. I've been talking to you on and off. We've caught each other on Facebook from time to time, and it's about the comic books you publish. It's about the music that you do. You're catching up with Facebook. Boyle, we've chatted, and that's you get bonds with people.
Yeah.
Very basic level or at a very intimate level through having that shared passion, and that's the other thing is that we're all terrible music geeks. We just love what we do, and it's still the case. When we were in the studio last, we were sat there. I think I had some like feedback that we just recorded at the end of a track. I'm sat there. Richard's like himself, and we're talking about reversing it and putting it on. Yola's suggesting that we try double tracking it and have it reversed and then forward to create this like evil drawing. When you're geeky like that, you love doing this stuff, and when you're actually like sat there laughing about it and enjoying it, how could you let something like that go? It's like back to your childhood. It's just that kind of
playful fun
of playing.
Yeah. Your page, I'm on it now. Is this a video right on the front page?
Should be. I think it might be Convicted to the Right, which is the dark and depressing darkness type journey that one of the protagonists of the album goes through. It's quite a convoluted album. It's got a dual narrative running through it from two different perspectives, and Convicted to the Right is the darkest and slowest of the tracks on the record, I would say.
All right. Should I play it, or do you want me to pick another song, or?
You're cool, man. If you want to play it, by all means.
I'm curious. You're intriguing me now with this. Let me pull it up, and I'm still learning this weird system, and we'll play it, and you can talk on the other side. Let me get to. Yep. Wow, it's really well done. Come on, man.
Conviction of the rights. Conviction of the rights. Conviction of the rights. Conviction, that's where rights. Frost burns against your exposed skin. Take down the enemy within their lives. Unmitigated sin, hatred to wash this vile slate clean. Rising tide. Rising tide. The conviction of the rights. Conviction of the rights. The conviction of the rights. The conviction, that's where rights.
Wow, that was amazing, Phil.
Thank you, dude.
I really enjoyed that. I got so many questions. I should have wrote them down. When you're in the studio, first of all, I love the strings, the way they come in at the beginning, and I like the deliberateness of the song. You know, that you're driving towards something. But when you write a song like that, do you have a video image in mind, or is that like you write the song and then you spec out the video with the film person, or they come to you and say, hey, we have these ideas. How do you get that combination? Because that song really seemed to fit what that guy was going through. It fits like that. You know what I mean?
Well, the album itself is a whole concept album. Every song is like a vignette from either from my grandfather's perspective or my grandmother's perspective.
Nice.
So that was actually my grandfather was a World War II veteran who suffered terrible PTSD and sort of disintegrated into alcoholism. And so although I didn't know him, well, I did know him, but not great. He was kind of distanced from the family. Right. I kind of tried to write some songs from his perspective. So that was like one half of the narrative, and my grandmother was the other half.
Wow, very interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically, it was triggered. My grandmother passed away at the age of 101 after we'd finished writing the first album, and when we were clearing out her things, we found this little bundle of letters which had been written. I don't know why she kept them, but they were written between her and some family members shortly after she'd left my grandfather. Right. And they were really kind of bitter and harsh letters, so very difficult letters to read.
Yeah.
It opened up this doorway into like this part of her life, and it started me thinking about how the actions and the attitudes of the previous generation influences those that come afterwards, hence the world we left behind for others. So my grandmother was a very good person, and she actually was very optimistic and very supportive of artistic endeavors and
Right.
me. So she represented the light, if you like, and my grandfather, who went through some terrible things that I'll probably never be able to fully appreciate, but he embraced the darkness, if you like. And so, although not all of it is based in fact, a lot of it is. So when it came to the videos, actually, we did The Last Battle first, and that was more abstract, although it actually had a number of the same characters. And then when it came to writing this one, it was actually Yola and I spec'd it out. We wrote pretty much the whole thing. We created storyboards for it.
Wow.
We exactly what we wanted, and we went to the video guy and we said, look, here's our video, and he's like, right, well, you need people. So we've actually found the guy who acted as the veteran, the unnamed veteran. He was just a mate of ours, and it turned out he'd been like a child actor, and he'd done and stuff, and it was like, oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
I mean, the nicest, gentlest guy. And on the day, he'd grown out his beard and he wore these scruffy clothes, and he turned into this really, he got really dark and into the role. I mean, that bit where he's screaming, he did that for real. And I was stood on the other side, like watching this, and he's just, God, he's like really going for it.
Yeah.
So the whole story was specced out. And the only addition actually was Richard, the guitarist again. He suggested that we film him as the drill sergeant, and you don't really see a lot of it, but on the TV every once in a while you'll
notice that
barking the lyrics.
Yeah.
And we actually filmed the whole thing. We stuck Richard up against a wall, and we filmed him from like 3 different angles singing the song,
right.
but it's really intense drill instructor way.
Yeah.
And that's what you see in the background, interspersed with little shots of like war and God knows, it's very, even that video itself was creepy as hell.
Yeah.
And it just became the background. So yeah, on that, we do everything in house. We wrote actually all the video sort of scripts. We wanted to give we wanted to do the narrative justice and to give the album some, we wanted to give the album some meaning and some depth. It's cool to do videos where you're jumping up and down and the hair's flying. Do something just give it a bit more kind of narrative heft, if you will.
It's got gravitas. It's got that thing.
And I mean, we know, to be honest, it's not an obvious single.
No.
But we did like 4 songs where we were jumping up and down, and it was big guitars, and I just thought, people who maybe won't give us a chance would be better some of the more atmospheric kind of stuff, because the albums ebb and flow. And to be honest, they're written as albums. I don't really think about singles.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's always a nightmare trying to choose
piece, right?
Because I want people to listen from top to end. The music is written to do that, and actually all the songs fade into one another. And what you heard at the end actually was a restaurant with a dictaphone. That's right, because I got it. Yeah, this dictaphone. I went into a restaurant with a dictaphone. Okay. I had like some food, and I recorded the sound of people. Right. And then I put it back here and I slowed it down and manipulated it. I just took a little bit with people laughing and cutlery going. And that was the point where he's having his nervous breakdown, and that then floods into the next song on the record. It's everything's got a lot worse psychologically. And I tried to kind of, I was going for that kind of Pink Floyd, The Wall.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of when I saw it, the starkness of it. But it's got that rhythmic beat, just driving beat through it. It's soft, but it's there. It's like pounding away at the idea. So I really dug it. I enjoyed that. That's very, very good. It's hard to marry the music to the vision, but if you guys had that in mind as you were going through, that's what makes it all one big giant piece that works together. And most people don't. I mean, like you said, Pink Floyd and bands that we like from the past have done that. But today, of course, it's a singles thing, and people don't think big picture. Usually, they don't think big picture. But yeah, that was really, really intense, and I enjoyed it. Thank you. Very
Thank
good.
you. Thank you very much indeed.
I want to ask you the same question I asked you probably in 2012, or my wife asked you. What do you think about the state of music?
Oh man, I mean
It's a little wackier now, because I want to tell you some stories about my cousin. I don't know if, not to cut you off, but I don't know if you see me posting about my cousin's band Algiers. They got signed to Matador Records about 4 years ago. They've toured the world 3 times. They've opened for Depeche Mode on their stadium tour in Germany. My cousin is the lead singer and co-writer of the songs. His band, again, is with his childhood friends or friends from when he was younger. And he's been interviewed by the New York Times. Rolling Stone picked him as one of the best bands to watch in 2017 or 2016. And it's still, very hard for them to break through the wall of pop music or whatever they're calling it now. And they have an audience, and their audience is very intense and love them, but it's just hard for them to get heard above the din, So, I mean, how do you see it?
Exactly the same. I agree. I think it's incredibly hard to get out there, and you have to use all the kind of tricks and tips at your disposal, because I mean I was very naive for a long time, and I honestly believed that if you had good music and you had passion, then that would be enough to take you through.
Yeah.
It's more important than ever that you do. But commercialism is a powerful force, and the sort of the neoliberal forces that were unleashed in the late 70s through the early 80s, they can hold, and it's everything has a dollar sign attached to it now, and that's difficult. That's difficult to overcome. But I think that said, it's easy to be bleak, and it's easy to kind of look at it in that respect. But there is a thriving independent. There are some amazing bands who are working at a level that they're creating great music, they're creating great art. And maybe now that kind of paradigm where you could go out and make quite a lot of money as a sort of fairly niche band, I wonder if that still exists, and I'm not convinced it does.
Yeah.
But for those who have the heart and have the soul and are willing to invest themselves in it, then there is still a place for that art. And in many ways, I think in the world we live in now, I think it's more important than ever that there are people with heart and soul going out and making this music, or making art, whether it's writing books or writing comic books, or whether it's making movies that are not about Marvel superheroes. I think it's important that people are still holding on to that kind of humanity and that individuality that is represented in any form of art.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a good thing in some ways that the commercialism has been separated from it in that sense, because there is so much amazing music out there for those that are willing to look at it. And I think it's very easy to get lost in those headlines. Oh man, Spotify, I've only got 50 plays, not 500,000. Honestly, when I look at what we sell, I look at what we do, and I'm amazed always that there are people out in the world who are listening to my music, and who will comment, or who share it on Facebook, or interview me in something like this, or around the world. And I'm just grateful. I never thought it would go this far, and so there are opportunities out there. I just think that maybe the kind of paradigm where you sell a record and then you can exist as a middle level band, I'm not sure that is there in the same way as it was maybe back in the 80s or the 90s, where realistic, you could sort of probably a pretty decent income for doing low level national tours and selling a few records. But then, once you've done that, you were likely to then go and work in a job. If you couldn't keep it going.
Yeah.
It's the great myth versus the great reality, and the great reality is that there's probably more people making music now than ever before.
Right.
And coupled with larger marketplaces, less money, and therefore it's harder to make a commercial living out of it. So what we now is we've got the commercial tier, and we've got the artists, and as long as there are people willing to kind of put themselves into the latter stages, I think the state of music, there's still hope and there's still artistry out there, but it is difficult. And I'm not going to try and tell everyone it's easy. Yeah. But if you believe in what you do, you should still make that effort, but maybe go into it with your eyes open that there's probably not going to be a lot of money at the end of this rainbow.
Right. I mean, I know with my cousin Frank, his band, their music was described as punk gospel by Rolling Stone. So they grew up in Atlanta, Georgia, which is a southern, heavily Christian, kind of oppressive environment as far as being creative. And their punk ethos kind of challenges that gospel part of their music. So it's really an interesting mix. And when I saw their first show, I felt like it was at the Sunset Strip in 1967, seeing the Doors, because it was so, they said this about Springsteen too. There's the live show, and then there's the recording. And sometimes the live show is so different and intense that it's almost impossible to catch that in the actual grooves of a record. And I saw that show, and people were just like, it was like a cult. I mean, they were like his fans were like hypnotized. And I was just like, I feel like I'm seeing the Doors at the Whiskey A Go-Go in 1967, or Pink Floyd at, when they had Syd Barrett or something. I mean, it was that intense. But they've matured, they've toured a lot, which is where you really generate money if you don't get a lot of record breakthrough. And they were doing very well. This year, I thought it was going to be their breakout year, much like everything that was going on, because they played Colbert, the Stephen Colbert show on CBS. And I think it was right at the end of last year or the beginning of this year. And they literally, the Colbert show, just so you know, is in the old David Letterman studio in New York City. That studio was originally the Ed Sullivan studio. So that stage was originally where the Doors played, where the Beatles played, where Elvis played, where my cousin played. So for me, it was like, it's unbelievable what you're doing. But for him, it was, I got to do it. I'm in the grind. I got it, And the weirdest part is he's very low key about, as they, oh, we're touring with Depeche Mode. Oh, we covered one of their singles and they liked it. And I actually had the daughter of my roommate from college was in Berlin when his band was playing like the stadium in Germany. And I got her into the show, and it's like a whole thing, which is crazy. But he's very low key about it. But when he was waiting to go on stage, and I thought this was funny because I heard the same story. I know George Harrison was like nauseous or coming down with the flu or something. But when they came back to him and said, 15 minutes till you go on, there'll be, 60, 80 million people watching or something like that. That's when it hit him. You know what I mean? Back there in the stage. And he said, I don't get nervous, but that's when I got a little nervous. And I said, well, that's natural. I mean, that's a big thing, that you've worked towards. But it's then the year went sideways after they did that, just before the record was released. And they're going to have to regroup and kind of start over going into next year. But it's a struggle at all levels of music to remain current and interesting. Because I think even people up there like Kanye, I mean, he's got to act crazy to sell records, basically. If he came out and he was normal like you and me, his sales would probably go down. Because people would be like, that's not really Kanye. You know what I mean? So even the people at the top, I think in a lot of ways have painted themselves in the boxes. I saw an interview with Gaga last week, and she suffers from all kinds of anxiety and all kinds of things. But she said she got to the point where she just hated, she has her original name, and then she has the Lady Gaga name. And she hated Lady Gaga as a person, like it was separate from her, because it had become such a giant persona. It had eaten up her life, and it was destroying her. So at all levels, people are trying to figure out and struggle the music game. Whereas, like you said, maybe in the 70s when Led Zeppelin hit and they got the jet and all that, they were made. They could basically make it. If they made a crappy album, it was still going to sell. And they wrote it out for 10 years. Not that they did, but I'm just saying in general. Back then you hit that level and that was it. You're on easy street. Now you could be at that level and it's still like, your mind's like, am I who I am? What am I doing? How do they perceive me? And, it's a struggle. But being true to yourself, I think, is what brings people back to what they love about what they're doing. And, that's what I appreciated about everybody I met when I was over there filming, and I did talk to everybody about coming back in 2022 and meeting with people again just to do an update. So hopefully, we can do that. Things will be normal and calm down, and we can try it. But yeah, I follow what you guys do, and I enjoy it a lot. And that was right on. That was good stuff, man.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah. How's the wife?
She's absolutely fine. She's we're having a barbecue type bonfire thing, despite the fact that because you can't go out anywhere, so we're just like make the most. We're going walking every day in the countryside and doing that sort of thing. So yeah, she's absolutely fine. But we both miss live music. We both, she misses the energy of doing photographs, and of course we miss the energy of playing.
Right.
What is just behind me is kind of like it's not very clear, but that's kind of like I've got a home studio kind of set up now, kind of here, just with where I do all my demoing.
Right.
You've got like all my keyboard and synths and stuff.
Nice.
Because it's basically just kind of that kind of survival level. We haven't been into the studio in months, but I haven't stopped making music, and I mean I'm demoing wise, I think I'm even up to album 4 now. So so and that's the thing is I think again it doesn't matter even if no one ever hears these things. At least I'm playing is what I enjoy more than anything.
Yeah, I think that was one of the things I discussed with a lot of the guys with the band. Writing songs for me, even if it never gets heard outside of the room, it's good therapy for me. You know what I mean? It allows me to express myself, to get out feelings I might have or sounds I'm thinking of that I want to try and create. And it's just good to get that out and to have fun with it,
Yeah, it's very cathartic, and I think it's important. However you get. Some people play football, some people play snooker, some people drink themselves insensible. We've got to play. I can't imagine not, whether it's an acoustic guitar or a piano or whatever.
Yeah,
it's really important.
Cool. Well, I appreciate you taking the time. I know you guys are out and you just got home, and it's later there.
It's just lovely to have a chance to catch up with you. It's been a long time since we actually spoke, and it's lovely to speak to you again. And I hope you make it over in 2022, because if you do, then wherever it is, for a drink, or we'll do whatever.
Yeah, I will. I definitely, between the comic book, like I said, Faye Kennedy is an artist over there that I've met, and we've done these types of shows together. And she's working on a piece for, hopefully for the comic. So I'm making connects. And actually, another guy who was a portrait artist, Simon Bennett, he was a portrait artist in London. He loved Stanley and Jack Kirby so much, he just started drawing and sending me covers. And they're like, brilliant. And I was telling a story earlier. My wife's like, are you paying this guy? Because he just loves Vampires in New Jersey. He got it from Comixology, and he just loved it. I said, yeah, I'm paying him. But I've made some good connections other than, with you guys over there. So I have more than enough, reason to make the trip. So I'll definitely, when things calm down and get back to more normal, make the trip. And I also have a cousin who's finishing her graduate work over there too.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, I'm sure I'll be back. The way things are with family and things, you plan 2 years out and then you got a chance of actually doing it.
It seems to be that way now, doesn't it?
Yeah, so that's what I'll work on. But I appreciate you taking the time. I'll let you go. Anytime you guys want to come on and talk about projects that you're doing or anything you're working on and you want to get the word out, just do an interview and then it'll go to YouTube and then you can shoot it out wherever you want to go. Just let me know.
Thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure to speak to you again. And you have greetings from Yola. And I will hopefully catch you again soon. We have a lot of projects in the works, but like everybody, we're kind of slow to a crawl right now. So we'll have plenty of more current stuff to talk about. Thank you once again. It's been lovely to speak with you.
Yeah, you guys take care and be safe. All right.
You look after yourself. Take care.
Take care.
Bye for now.
Bye. And that was a friend of mine, Phil Stiles, who was in a movie that I did called For the Love of Music, that I filmed in Burton-on-Trent, England. I'm actually hearing from a wonderful comedian, Corey Alexander, who was in another film that I did. Let me see if I can get him to come on. I know I have Karen Nicole coming, the queen of all cosplay. But maybe I can squeeze Corey in here quickly. Actually, she does comedy too, so the two of them maybe they could riff a little bit. That would be actually very bizarre and hilarious. As I've been saying since yesterday at about 6 o'clock on and off, this is the 24-hour Vampires of New Jersey a-thon, where I was trying to bring attention to my Kickstarter for Vampires of New Jersey number 7. I appreciate everybody taking the time. I know it's a Saturday and people have a lot of things to do, but I'm going to press on because I am creating content that hopefully will get out. I want to put my link in, and I think I will run my commercial created by the great and wonderful Wendy Shaner. If I can get back to it. And I'll run that now since I have a couple minutes to spare. And I may be getting better at this, but I won't know until I watch it and see how long it took me to do everything, which it does take me a long time to do everything. And let's go for it. And that's the end of that. Alrighty. Now I actually have a couple of minutes before I guess Kara's going to come on at 5 and Jim Noble's going to come on at 5:30. But I'm trying to see if I can squeeze one more person in. And I might have an extra special guest at the end, a friend of mine, Craig Knotson, who created a wonderful independent film called Life. Apparently, doesn't look like Corey's going to make it, which is okay. I know people are kind of busy. So just in general about the Vampires of New Jersey Kickstarter, I was looking for new backers, but also if old backers show up, I was going to make sure they get something special. Any new backers that, back me more than $50 will get, bada bing, bada boom, my graphic novel, which is the first 3 chapters thrown in. Hit myself in the eye, of course, I'm going blind. First 3 chapters thrown in. If you, back me for $50 or more, I'll throw this into your pile. I'll sign it. It's beautiful. It has some great stuff in it. Wonderful covers, superb artwork, brilliant story. If I say so myself. The last 2 days have been a lot of fun. Staying up 24 hours is almost impossible for me at this point. I am a little bit sleepy. I did get a little bit of sleep with the replay, but the Kickstarter itself and the last Kickstarter have been wonderful. I've literally been able to work with a ridiculous amount of artists and see a ridiculous amount of art. I'll just like to run down the names. If you go on the Kickstarter, you'll see prints, mini prints and regular size prints by Wendy Steen Shaner, CB Zane, Steph Wilson, and Carrie Ann. Kara Nicole and Alfred Trio, Jimmy Noble, Alfred Lee, Chris Madd, UK artist Simon Bennett, April Grady Reyna, Lance Footer, love you Lance, Bob Heron, another great artist, and David Harrigan, who does Lady Death. I was lucky enough that Wendy connected us. His version of my character, Leanna, is beautiful. And Connor Cole, of course, who does the interiors, who I've done 7 issues with, which has been a lot of fun, a whole lot of fun. Hold on, I want to see if Kara's going to come on. I literally prefer at this point to run my background rather than have me on here, because I really, really believe that the people I talk to are more interesting than I am, to be honest. So you hold on just a second. I'm going to throw on until Kara's ready to come on, I'm going to throw on my interviews from the first 8 hours, which was incredible. I had filmmakers, comic book artists, actually had Jay Taylor doing art, which was super cool. And I'm going to start with Neil Cohen, writer of As a Zombie, and Stephanie Milan, author of
Have you posted your book? Post the
Colin
link
Hatch.
on here. You know, it's funny, as we're here, I did not even realize there was a whole chat section.
Yeah, I posted yours and I posted hers, and I'll post it.
Excellent. So I got to look it up.
Oh, cool.
I'm so cool.
You sell your book
great.
through Amazon, right?
I'm sorry, what?
You sell your book through Amazon?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's the best. That's the link I put up. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, that's the easiest. Yeah, sure. That's the easiest way. You know,
Yeah,
it's
I
fast.
just while you guys were talking, that popped up. So I said, "Well, this is
cool."
So,
excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's awesome.
Good, no problem. Glad I can do it. I mean, basically, I'm doing this vampire-a-thon thing because there's just so much competition out there, and I couldn't really think of anything that I could do different. I mean, a lot of these people drew for like Marvel and DC and Image Comics, and they're incredible artists. So they can, get together and draw a bunch of stuff, and it looks beautiful. We're writers. I mean, I can't like go online and write for people. You know what I mean? That'll bore the hell out of them. So I said, well, I'll come on and I'll talk about, what I love, which is media creation by independent creators. Talk to you guys. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Joe. I just got my PDFs 1 to 7. Thank you, sir.
Nice.
Cool.
Thanks.
Have you talked to the guys that did Con and their goal to keep doing the Mafia cons?
Oh, yeah. Neil and I were approached last year to do the Sopranos con stuff.
Oh, wow.
And we, trust me, when the guy walked over and asked me to go, I was incredibly excited, right? Mm-hmm. So, Dean, Steph, he's 12 now. That's my son, Neil. And since I've been doing comics, he's the one person I go to, and he's my godfather of comics. So I went to Dean and I said, okay, Dean, here's the Sopranos. And he said, Sopranos? He's like, if I go to a Sopranos convention, I don't want to see you. I want to see the Sopranos. So I was going to do it. I was going to split a table with Neil, and then a bunch of stuff happened at the last minute, and I couldn't do it.
Well, you're right. So this is what happened. It was, because I do have a Mafia arc in my story. There's 2 Mafia characters, and I've got a Mafia storyline, and I actually have a Mafia short story in there that run through all 3 books. So I thought, okay, this is my audience. So your son has incredible wisdom.
Yeah, I don't know where it comes from. It doesn't come from me. Maybe it comes from my wife. He's quite. Don't tell him how good he is, but he's very good with this stuff.
They did an amazing job in putting the show together and getting the word out there, getting a crowd. They had all the remaining celebs pretty much there. It was very interactive. They had a whole walkthrough, so you, like when you were lost in the Pine Barrens, the ones where the 2 guys were lost in Pine. But I had a great position right there next to the celebs and all that kind of stuff, right as people were coming in. and they had a whole. So there was I was on the line with a whole bunch of other authors and books, and then there was a lot of artists, and then there was a whole street set up like San Gennaro, like I think it's Mulberry Street in New York City with all the Italian restaurants. They did an amazing job of that, and then there was artists, thing like that, and people just poured it. I think it was 10,000 people the first thing. Nobody cared if you were not Sopranos. If you were not directly tied to the Sopranos, you got lost. Nobody cared what you were offering. And so I sat there for the 3 days. I think it was 2 days, 3 days. I think it was a Thursday night or Friday night, Saturday, Sunday. And just no one cared because they were there to see, and the lines were huge. They were there to see the celebrities and Sopranos guys and maybe buy Sopranos swag and eat, but if you weren't, and so it shows. It was not for it was not a place to be selling zombie books.
Yes, monitor very hard. I always told Steph when I was doing the cons, come out and sit at my table, but just to see what it's like before you actually get a table and do it, because depending on where they decide you're going to sit, that's half the battle, where your table ends up. And Neil and I were at New Jersey HorrorCon last year, and Zack Snyder was shooting a zombie movie on the floor of the showboat, and that's usually where we have our tables. So Zack Snyder's Netflix movie, which is yet to be released, totally knocked us out of our usual spot. So of course everybody was mad at Zack Snyder, which they're all anyway. But so we're on the second floor, but then they put us in like a hallway.
Oh gosh.
A hallway. But it was just weird being in a hallway.
Yeah.
And it was all over the place. Now I did pretty good in that hallway because I go as a film guy. I got seated with like some film people and some other type of people. And Neil, you did pretty good too, didn't you?
I always do good at that show. That's like the best show because it's horror and it's New Jersey. So you got two of the key elements there. But
the big draw was Charlie Sheen, which was insane. Do you remember when Charlie Sheen walked on the floor, Neil?
Yeah, I saw him. I got a little video of him walking past my booth.
It was the longest line I've ever seen.
Wow.
And it's in the showboat, which is it's a casino, so this big rooms are big. And the guys who were running it are walking by me, and I remember saying to them, "Dude, where's Charlie?" And the one guy goes, "Well, Charlie's in the next another hotel with Carmen Electra." And I'm like, "With Carmen Electra? With Carmen Electra?" I said, "If Charlie wakes up and says, I want a hot dog in Philadelphia or a cheesesteak, they're gone. You better get over there and get him over here. Because if he doesn't show up, that many Jersey people standing there who paid good money to get in to see Charlie Sheen," I said, "you're going to have a riot on your hands." Well, he was running around with a little sweat on his forehead. I got to get Charlie Sheen. And he finally got him there. And when Charlie walked in that place, it lit up like when you throw a match on gasoline. I couldn't believe how happy people were. And it was literally money. I tell people the air turned to money. People were buying stuff like crazy. He walks down that hallway where we were at, like a king with his entourage. And I was like, "Yo, Mr. Sheen, thanks for showing up." And he just looks around and he's like, "Good to be here." And I'm like, "You see that? That's Hollywood."
Yeah.
People loved it. It was nice. I heard no bad reports about him. He was good. A lot of the kids were there because Dressed Like Wild Thing from the baseball movie. It was just great. But then the next day, just like when Charlie leaves the Hollywood party after it's over, it was a lot less fun. Less people, less everything. So people come to see those celebrities, and I understand why, because I love them too. It's hard on indie people and down the scale because you ain't got that juice,
Yeah.
You get set in the wrong spot. For comic books, they'll put you in the indie comic section. Sometimes they'll put that all the way in the corner. And
what was devastating for me was there was Walker Stalker Con.
Yeah.
And Walker Stalker Con was just amazing. When it was at its peak. All the Walking Dead
Was that like first or second season or third season?
Oh, it started a couple seasons in, I think. I don't. I'm trying to remember now. And then I started. The book came out, and I obviously started exhibiting there. I think it was in 2016.
Right.
And it was just amazing. It was just the greatest show ever. I know they screwed it up. And I was there for the last ever Walker Stalker in Atlanta, which turned into a complete S show. It was just it just was a disaster. And you talk about something that was the goose that laid the golden egg.
Yeah.
The fans were rabid, and I don't know how they screwed this up. I think
did they raise the prices too much, Neil? I heard people complaining about paying for autographs and stuff.
Oh, the prices were astronomical, but it didn't matter. Like Norman Reedus walked in, and you saw him walk in, and it was like the Beatles. The crowd explodes as he walks in. And there's a couple heavy hitters like Rick, Andrew Lincoln, never does cons, so he wasn't there. So we got Norman Reedus was always there. Michael Rooker, huge draw. The governor, David, I can't remember, Morrissey, huge draw. And then you just had, the second tier of the actors who the fans were just still rabid. And the prices were huge. It didn't matter. People waited 8 hours to get their order. There was no amount of money they could charge that the fans wouldn't pay.
So what happened?
And I don't know. That they spread it out too much. That it started out like 2 or 3 events, and if they kept it like in Atlanta where they filmed the show, and then had an East Coast, like maybe a Central one in Chicago, and then an LA one, and just that was it. I guarantee they would have just, and it was a coveted event, and then people would just have to travel. But when they started doing it everywhere and tried to hold it in every city, I think it just, it spread it too thin. That's my theory. I don't know.
Right. They diluted the product to the point.
Exactly. That's the right term. They diluted it, but still, but nothing has stepped in to replace it. A couple people have tried, but nothing has that kind of draw like the original Walker Stalker did. And that was just, I wish to God there was something like that again. I guess probably the only thing would be like close to that would be New York City Comic Con and San Diego Comic Con. Yeah. How you didn't? So you and I were talking just before it started. You were telling about your visit to the Chicago Comic Con. Yeah. How was it? That was right at the beginning of the virus.
I had a friend who worked for a publisher that I'm not going to name, and he said, "Your comic's great. I want you to, you should come. We should pitch these guys who run my company." So they like you to pitch them right at the cons. So I could have waited until they came to Philly. But at the beginning of the year, I was like, you know what? I want to set up the year nicely. So I'm just going to fly out to Chicago and meet them while I'm thinking about it. So I go out there, and it was probably similar to Awesome Con in the size. And I think because of, it's the Midwest, and it's surrounded by all those other states where probably not much was happening in January or February, it was a ridiculous amount of people. I mean, it was like blocks and blocks, like 2-mile line to get in. And I was there I didn't have a table. I was there for the first time. It's the first con I've been to where I was just a regular person going in. And it was outrageous how many people it was. But, people in the Midwest were excited about it. And it's the big con, one of the biggest ones. And I met Kara Nicole, who ended up doing the cosplay cover for my comic book. She's an Arizona power girl. She just had to be there. She was from Arizona, and she was there. And a couple of the other artists that ended up doing covers for my last issue.
All right, ladies and germs, the inimitable Jim
E. Noble is in the waiting room, and let me bring him on.
Hello.
Jim,
How you doing?
what's up, buddy?
Oh, you know, just another day in paradise.
I guess I hate time zones, man. Between talking to the people I know in England and in Europe, and then, my time zone, and then,
Right.
You're in Texas, and then Kara's in Arizona, and then Wendy's in California. I can't even tell what time it is.
Yeah.
But,
the right time is your time.
Yeah. If I say 5 o'clock, it's 5 o'clock is different to everybody. So, But,
yeah.
And I had, over 2 days is a lot to like stack up. And I had some people that were like, I'll be ready. And then like over in England, it's, what happened? I just lost you. Oh, Jim, come back. Sorry, did I do that? I'm hands away from the controls. In 2 days, I'm as goofy as a freaking loon. So, but I had some people who were like, "Yeah, I'll be ready at whatever," and they, some of them are in Europe and it's later, and I don't know if they had a beer and they passed out. It's hard to tell. You know what I mean? What?
Yeah.
You're here. I appreciate it. You're doing some ridiculous stuff. Ridiculous in a good way, Jim.
Yeah.
How is your? I know you're doing now. I saw that giant mass of stuff that you got. Tell me what's going on.
Yeah, I got about I got about 2 to 3,000 books coming in the next week.
Wow.
For the Totally Rad Life of Violet #3, Rax #1, Totally Rad Adventures of Zira #1, Roxy Summer Special #1. I'm fulfilling all of that from the Kickstarter and Indiegogo that happened over the summer, and those are going to be going out the next few weeks. And then after all that's shipped out, I'm launching. So before my Kickstarter, I'm doing a Halloween book called The Evil Rad, and it's got like it parodies a lot of 80s horror, like Evil Dead and Night of the Creeps and Return of the Living Dead.
Yeah.
So I'm a huge zombie guy. So I was like, I want to do a zombie story with my characters. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
And so I'm doing that. And then towards the end of October, I'm launching my next Kickstarter, which is Totally Rad Life of Violet #4 and Neon, the Next Victim, my 80s slasher #1. That's written by Giovanni Barunda.
You're cranking it out, man.
I can't stop. I gotta keep it going.
Seriously. Well, you've been at it for a while. You kind of, like you said, you did your first 2, and then you got the third one, and like what you want to do.
Yeah.
And that's the key to actually pulling it off. Knowing what you're trying to do and how to just about do it is the key. Because if you just say, I'm going to do it, and you don't have like a bridge to get to that doing, it can go all haywire.
Right. Exactly.
But Steph, of course, has arrived. Like magic, Steph shows up right when you.
Oh, wow. It's funny that he's here because I also have one of his latest books in hand. Now, this was we did a colored version of this, and all the proceeds went to the Fisher House, and this is the black and white edition because we sold out of the Fisher House stuff, and everyone wanted more. So I said, well, I don't want to do the colored because that was a special thing. So we did a black and white version of that cover.
Yeah. Steph says time to branch in other decades. I don't think Jim's done with the 80s yet.
Next year, so I can't say too much about it, but next year for the 40th anniversary of the heavy metal movie, we're doing a heavy metal parody story, which I'm really excited about.
Yeah, it's weird. I was talking to a guy that writes zombie books. It's a friend of mine. We do cons together in Jersey here and up and down the East Coast. And he was saying that he thought my story would make a good heavy metal style, cartoon, video, like, piece.
Yeah.
And we started talking about heavy metal because that was so influential when the movie hit. It was just like a bomb going off. It was amazing.
Yeah.
So you're picking the right stuff. Yes, Steph loves it. He tells you to change, but then you talk, and what comes out is gold, and he loves it. Jim knows what he's doing. There's plenty of, what's up, Carrie Ann? There's plenty of, she says hi to you too, Jim. There's plenty for you to dig. You know, it's funny. It's almost like that show, The Goldbergs.
Oh, yeah.
Like they'll probably be on like 20 years, but they're only doing from 1980 to 1989. But they're digging up so much stuff. You know what I mean?
I watched the Goldbergs. I've seen every episode to date, I believe. And there was one episode that I had a huge problem with because it was a Halloween episode, and you know, the mother and the son, they dress up as Alien and Predator, and at one point she goes, no, this is actually real. She holds up the Dark Horse Alien Predator comic, the Dark Horse Presents issue, and I was like, because I work in comics, I graded comics professionally for 5 years. That comic came out in December of 1989.
That's what I
I was like, that's inaccurate.
Yeah. They take a lot of liberty. I'll tell you a funny thing about that. You know, I live in Jersey now, but I grew up in Bucks County, and I was in Jenkintown in the early 80s. So as soon as the show came on, I'm like, I know, I was a teenager in that area when they're supposed to be doing all their shenanigans.
Yeah.
So I could have easily been walking down the street and the JTP could have ran right by me. You know what I mean? I literally remember, well, there was a lot of places to shop there too. So my mom would take me there and I'd get stuck watching her shop, much like, you know, the characters on the show. And I came back from college one time, and I don't know why, but a movie was playing at a theater there, and a girl talked me into going. She was a friend of mine. She's like, you got to see this movie. She was like a big, crazy movie buff. She went to some liberal arts college. I think she went to Swarthmore, which was like very bizarre. We had demonstrations in the 80s too, but they weren't like the 60s. They were like, she was going to save the anemic whales who have lost their hair. And like, when she went through the list of things for this demonstration, I was like, yeah, I'm a pretty liberal guy, but that's too liberal for me. That's like, I don't even know what that's about. So, but I remember being in Jenkintown a lot. And then when that show came on, I was like, well, this is right out of my childhood. Now they do take liberties by saying 1980 something, and then it's awesome. But it's the 80s is rife with plenty for you to do. Plenty of parody, plenty for you to have fun with, and you're good at it, Jim. I mean, it's your wheelhouse, you know.
I'm good at a generation that I was not a part of.
I literally think that helps because you don't have any reverence for this stuff. It's like pop culture ridiculousness that it is, and then you have fun with it.
Right.
But
and you know, and
that stuff, I was saying this to one of the people I talked to yesterday. Nobody knew that stuff was iconic. We just were like, it's Friday night. I got a girl I want to go out with. I need a date movie. What the hell's playing? You know, Friday the 13th, part 3 in 3D.
Yeah.
What the hell? She'll get scared and she'll grab me or something. You know what I mean? That movie is completely ridiculous as far as the movie because, you know, you got the glasses on and the guy's holding I think an eyeball popped out at one point.
Yeah, the eyeball.
Yeah, the guy's holding the eyeball in the screen. Like, I mean, it was just, so, we had no idea like things were going to be iconic and lasting. And 30 years later, you know, there'd be a Tron sequel or we just didn't know. We were just like, whatever. Right. But I will say you did get the feeling there was a lot of product, just quality, like high quality, interesting product. Even the B movies and the slasher movies, they just seemed different, but there was a lot of it. It was just like every week was like a ton of movies coming out. So it was fun. It was fun. To be a teenager back then was, and then I went to college and that turned into, you know, the ridiculous college stuff, you know, very prescient. But yeah, Jim, I mean, I enjoy your stuff. I like that you picked the 80s to pick on, you know.
Oh, yeah.
It's a more fun decade than the 70s or the 90s. So
so I'm actually, speaking of 70s though, I am actually going to do a 70s story because I know Steph Wilson's here and I know he's gonna be asking about it, that we're doing a book called Deep Throats. You know, the title might change, but
right on that line, buddy. I was just talking this morning about Facebook jail, and we were talking how, you know, you put out one thing and they don't say anything, and you put out something else that's probably not as ridiculous as the other thing, and they say something, and it's like, what are the metrics and how are they picking what they're doing? Because it feels, even when I see Steph's having fun with that Deep Throats name, it feels arbitrary. It feels like somebody just said we have to do something about something, and we did it. You know,
Right.
as opposed to like there's logic or an algorithm or whatever involved. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny too because like I do probably like the most X-rated books, and then like I got friends. They're like, I got banned on Facebook, and it's like, how come you get banned for your stuff, but I'm like, here's like an X-rated cover that I can only show the eyeballs on. Like that's all I could show.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to somebody yesterday. I was like, his covers are like almost complete. Like if this was the '80s and I walked into a 7-Eleven, your stuff would be stuff in the brown paper bag.
Yeah,
because we had we had porn magazines in the rack,
right?
In the '80s, '70s, and '80s. And as a kid, you walk in, you're like, well, the comics are here, but you know, there's some other magazines over here. You know what I mean? But yeah, your stuff would be in that like special area down at the bottom, away from Popular Mechanics and over in the corner where we're not supposed to look, where we always did, of course. But
yeah, it's funny too. I was going through the covers that I have for Violet for the next issue, for issue 4, and I was thinking, I was like going through all the covers that I have so far, and I'm like, well, half of these, I'm going to get so many messages from people saying, hey, can I see the full version? Because there's going to be a lot that I'm going to be like black bars and just.
It's challenging, Jim, but you're pulling it off, man. It's very impressive. I will say one thing I like about you, even your layout for the Indiegogo and the Kickstarter, is you focus on like just the meat and potatoes of what you're doing. It's cover, which me, after doing my first Kickstarter last time, makes me think, yeah, that's what I should be doing. Because once you say, oh, I'm going to throw in sweatshirts, oh, I'm going to throw in this, then you're like, well, what kind of box have I got? And how much does it weigh? And how ridiculous it gets. You want to give people like a lot of cool stuff, but at the same time, shipping costs and everything are going through the roof. And people really do want the comics and the covers more than anything, for the most part. I mean, I had like 1 or 2 people that got the big stuff, but the way you do it, I like it. It's like to the point, and get it out. So I might have to switch to that. It's streamlined. Get your filth just right.
Well, it's funny too, is like because I'll do all these covers, and then there'll be some guys who are like, well, can I just like buy prints of all of them? So that's when I did prints for the first time, the last Kickstarter. Yeah. But then I had someone say, I want to get all of them, but I can't afford to get 100 prints of 11 by 17s. And I was like, well, I guess I could do like a cover gallery. And then I did the math of like all the covers I had done. Yeah. I've done over 200 totally rad covers.
I saw you put that up. I was like, 200 covers. Jesus.
200 covers in a year. And I'm like, I can't do that in one. I could do it in one book, but I'd rather it be a little bit smaller just because of, like you said, because of the weight for packages and stuff. Yeah. I'd rather do it in like volumes, but it's like, how am I going to break that down? Like,
Thomas Andress actually said what I was thinking. He says, I always ask Jim for a full look at the censored covers, and he's great about it. Then I can't unsee them. But the funny thing about you is, when I see the censored covers, I'm like, I don't really want to see them, but I ask you about them. But you send them to me anyway. Like I'm like, Jim, what's that about? Maybe I'll buy it just to see it. I love being surprised, which I'm sure I would be. But you're like, this is what it is. And I'm like, what the?
I get so because like when I do I started to realize when I do those covers, I get like 100 messages on Facebook, and usually that's like, can I see it? Can I see it? Can I see it? And then I got to the point to where like Phil Locklear, I would message him, and I wouldn't even warn him. I would just send him pictures of the uncensored stuff. And it got to the point to where he said that he would have to wait to open my messages if he was out in public because he didn't know what I was sending.
Oh, it's from Jim. Wait on that one.
Yeah. He's like covering his head.
Yeah, Jim, you're developing quite a reputation, but it's all good. Can you talk about the thing with Indiegogo at all? I mean, how ridiculous is that?
Oh, so I did a 2-week campaign on Indiegogo, and everything went well until the day that it ended. So I chose to do the in-demand where you can keep it going on Indiegogo so you can get more funds in for it. I wanted to try it out, see what it was about, see what would happen. And it's still going on now. I haven't shut it off yet, but on the day that the actual like 14-day period ended, I got a message from Indiegogo saying, they said, "You're selling sexual acts." And I said, "What?"
It's a comic book, man.
Yeah, like I was like, oh, and they showed me there's 3 images that they sent me of 3 covers that I had censored. Now, mind you, the covers were censored.
Right.
And they said these 3 images are implicating that you are selling sexual acts, and we do not approve of this. And I was like, first off, you approved of the images 2 weeks ago before I even launched the Indiegogo.
Right.
And so I had to remove the images. And then they told me, they said, for all your backers who got those books, those images of those books, you're gonna have to give them a different book. You can't give them that book. Which I was like, oh sure, I'll definitely do that. But it's like I already know who ordered what. They're still gonna get what they ordered. That's all. Like they can't stop me from doing that. But I decided
weird that they would even ask you to do that, knowing that the cat's out of the bag, so to speak. Like
and like
enforce
and it was on there for 2 weeks, and they didn't say anything about it until like it was already over. It was over for like 8 hours. I think what happened was it got approved, and then once they got it into in demand, another one of their people went and reviewed it and didn't like it.
Right.
But because of that, so I'm gonna be ending that at the end of the month. I'm gonna shut it down on Indiegogo and have everything shipped out for it. But I decided that I'm probably going to stick to Kickstarter for now, because I never had that problem with Kickstarter at all. Like Indiegogo was like, and the big thing of Indiegogo was, and that which really turned me off was when they said that, they said, we're holding your money.
Right.
And it took an extra 2 weeks to get the funds I needed from the Indiegogo. And I was like, yeah, I'm not, that's messed up.
Can you see these comments? Cause it's nonstop.
Oh no, hold on. Hold on, wait.
Wendy's on there, Rob's on there, Steph's on there.
All my friends in the house.
If we ever do a con where we're all in the same place, we're not going to get any damn work done at all.
Well, we should do like a show of all of us and like do a big panel. But then like it would probably be everyone on the panel would be the people in the audience anyway. So it's like
crazy, man.
I love it.
Yeah, I do not understand why Indiegogo would have a pre-approval process and then kind of renege on the pre-approval process, because the pre-approval process is to approve what you're doing. Not the facts say it's not like you just threw it up like you threw a video on YouTube.
Right.
They never saw before, and they're like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you put that up." They had it way ahead of time. So all that's ridiculous to me. But
I was like, come on, like, and it was like, it wasn't like a couple $100 that I made. It was like $10,000 almost. I was like, you can't hold that money.
Yeah, that's my money, and they offered it and they bought it. How do they think the site works? Do you know how your site works?
Yeah.
Ridiculous people, man.
Yeah. Kickstarter is probably going to be my best route for future projects. Kickstarter, my web store, but yeah, I'm definitely going to take a break from Indiegogo, because unless I do a book that's not like as sexualized as my other books.
When's that going to happen when you're my age? Come on, give me a break, man.
Yeah.
When things are on fire and they're going the right direction, you keep running that direction.
Yeah, I'm not doing like a Muppet Babies version of Totally Rad with all my characters.
I wouldn't recommend that for you. I can't see into the future that much, and that would not work out as well. With your actual stuff, I know I had this conversation with you before. In the last 2 days, I've had a lot of film people on, and we've been talking, how to do an independent film based on an independent comic book. And would you see this as actually, what would be crazy is a heavy metalist style cartoon of Violet. That
would work out perfect.
I would
with the way that my books are drawn, I think it would be a lot easier to draw the men in the cartoon than to find the men in real life.
Is that something you've thought about, or do you think you would do in the future, or
like a movie?
Yeah, like how would you if Hollywood came to you and said, "Hey, look, your stuff ain't for everybody, but we see a market for it. We're going to give you a bucket of cash." Yeah. How would you see them developing it, into a film? Do you think you could do a live action? Do you think animated would be better, or how would you see it?
I would like to. I would like to see a live action. Like I would like to see a live action, but also like because of it's in the '80s. There's a lot of people that are like can't make cameos in my books that they don't look that way anymore, and so.
Yeah. You're right. And the animated would be able to do a nice period piece.
Right. And like in the background, you'd be like, hey, wait a minute. Is that Eddie Murphy? Is that Pee Wee Herman? You know, is that Paul Notes?
Yeah. 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 I would enjoy that. That would be really cool.
Yeah. This next issue actually has the Totally Rad Life of Violet #3 has a Huey Lewis cameo, and then the Totally Rad Adventures of Zira, my Cave Woman book, actually has two guys that look like the two cops, and they kind of look like Mel Gibson and Danny Glover.
Yeah. Lethal Weapon. Yeah, we've got all kinds of iconic stuff to play around with in the 80s, so there's plenty of work for you to do.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, your output is prodigious, Jim, which means ridiculously, gigantus. I mean, do you lay awake at night thinking, "Oh, I got to do 200 covers next year"? I mean,
well,
how do you? I know off the record, I know I asked you, an instant message, how do you manage stuff? But even just like conceptually thinking of what you want to do, is this something you planned out over years, or does it come to you and say, I know this many artists, I want to do this many covers, I want to do this? And
well,
how does it work?
Well, I look at it a couple ways because, obviously the variant market in comics is very big right now. I mean, there's so many variants for even like all the new Marvel and DC stuff. Independence, there's not as many variants for funding reasons and stuff like that. But like once I got into the way I was making my money and the more money I made, I was like, hey, I got enough money to do another cover. Let me do another cover. And it also came down to I have a list of artists that I really enjoy that I'm like, hey, I would really like it if you could do a cover for me. Like, how much would it cost? And let's get it going. And I've had artists that I've loved so much that I'm just like, you keep drawing covers, I'm going to keep paying you. And like they've done like 20 covers almost.
Yeah.
And I have for 2021, I have a list of like some really like high tier, like big name in the industry artists right now.
Yeah.
That I'm like, I got to get one of these guys next year. Like that's my goal. Yeah. But also I don't want to like break the bank because it's like I can't do a Kickstarter with just one cover. I could, but that's not the Totally Rad way.
Right. Totally Rad is balls to the wall, do as much as possible, shoot everything at the same time. Very 80s.
Yeah.
Are you gonna pinpoint or are you gonna shoot at everything?
Shotgun splatter.
Yeah, like Arnold with one of those big machine guns in like Terminator or Commando. We loaded it up and shot at everything in sight. So I understand what you're trying to do.
Yeah,
and you're hitting, so that's cool. I mean, it's good. I just enjoy seeing, the different styles between like you, Wendy, CB, his stuff when he does a kick, and Tom Hutchison. It's just interesting to me how everybody has developed over time because I haven't known you guys forever. But over time, you've developed your own niche, your own style, your own followers, and it's working fantastically. I hope to one day be able to do the same thing, but I know it doesn't happen overnight. And I've been lucky. Phil introduced me to you guys. I've been lucky to work with you and get to know you and your fans, and it's just fun. It really is a lot of fun. Watching what you do. Watching it come through, in a big way, and then watching how much people enjoy it. Because you're right. I mean, when you post that like blocked stuff, I can't see every message you get, but I just see it's like a pinball machine, like with questions and stuff in the comments. And then, like you said, you're getting instant messages too. And it's just like interesting to watch, like you just totally blow up the algorithm of Facebook with, pictures that people can't even see.
It's like here's another cover by Axbone or Steph Wilson, and it's like ding ding ding, and I'm like, oh god, like a lot of the times I have to put my phone on silent, and I'll just set it down. I'll come back and I'll be like, oh my god, and like sometimes I'll forget to message people, and then like they'll message me later. I'm like, oh okay.
It's fun to watch, but yeah, when somebody asks you a question about getting your stuff and you say, 200 covers, it's actually fairly mind blowing. You know, I would expect like a Brian Pulido or some giant, you know, to say something like that. He doesn't say anything like what you say. You know what I mean? You're like the Mac Daddy of covers. It's like, yeah, I think that would be like 200 covers or two. You know, I think Wendy just commented something about it too. Let me see if I can find it in the scroll. I mean, that's just an amazing amount of just work. You know, 'cause it's work. It's not like you're winging it and throwing it, and it's you're discussing it with the artists, or you trust them to turn something in because you work with them for a while. And it's like, you know, like GM and Ford putting out cars, you kind of have this rhythm where you put it in this end and it comes out that end, and people seem to love it. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, 200, Jim. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, 200. I mean, 200 in a year for a indie publisher, and over across 9 books, which is about 20 covers or so per book.
Yeah.
And granted, some had 60, and then like some books only had like 10 or so, but like that's a lot.
Yeah. I mean, you worked in industry a while. Do you ever hear from like industry people just like not that you're looking for a deal or anything, but just like, what the hell are you doing? Like, they're looking at what, I think if they looked at what you were doing, like I'm looking at it, like not critical, but just like, well, that seems bizarre, but it's working. You know
yeah. What I mean? There's been some people who are like, they're like, I don't get it, man. I've been in the industry for 10 years and I haven't sold nowhere near as many as you do in one book. And I'm just like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, I just literally, it's Facebook and Kickstarter. That's all I ever do. I'm not like, because of COVID, I'm not going to shows. I'm not going to shops. It's all on Facebook, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good, and like I said, it's fun to watch. But yeah, I would figure it's got to be mind blowing to somebody that's been in the industry a while. And to be honest, your stuff isn't like just big booby pictures or something. It actually is.
There's actual stories. There's dialogue. There's sequential pages, which a lot of people still, they'll buy my books and they'll read it and they go, wow, I didn't know there was an actual story in this. And I'm just like, yeah, Jim, I mean, like that's what I do.
Let me announce the queen of all cosplay. Carrie Nicole. And I was thinking of you the other day. Can we hear you? Are you?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You weren't saying anything. I was like, what
I wasn't saying anything. No, I was like,
Yeah, I was thinking of you the other day, and I'm like, yeah, it's weird. Like they call Aretha Franklin the Queen of Soul, but she never called herself the Queen of Soul. She just was around, and then somebody in the media was like, the Queen of Soul, or Elvis is the king, or Michael Jackson, of course, made up the King of Pop. But then I was like, Kara's like the queen of cosplay. But then I went Howard Stern because he's the king of all media. I said, Kara's like the queen of all cosplay. Just call it that way. Because literally, Kara, when I see Power Girl now, I think it's you. I don't think it's Power Girl anymore. It's very bizarre to me. I'll see somebody do it and I go, well, they're imitating Kara. Well, I'll see the character and go, yeah, Kara actually can do that better than the way they're drawing it. You know what I mean? So just a little, hype. I appreciate you coming out to talk to me and your buddy Jim here.
I love Jim. You guys are both awesome. I love working with all of you.
Yeah, makes inappropriate comments, but we love him for it.
I know no such thing.
So what's new, Kara? I mean, I saw your calendar, which is lovely.
Yeah.
Like all your material.
Yeah, I've got my calendar. I got 3 different covers for my calendar. It's not 200 like Jam.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need a totally rad cosplay cover for my calendar with Jim cosplaying me.
Oh, I'll do it. Well, you don't think I won't, because I will.
I would pay for that. I like that.
So yeah, this is my 10th year in cosplay. So this is my 10-year anniversary. And I've got different covers. I also have, exclusive prints, and I have a special black linen, there's a dog, Fire Bitch cover, and a black linen Confessions of a Cosplay Diva. See, check that out. See how it does that? See how it...
See, I saw that, and I decided for one of my Halloween books that I'm doing, I'm using that same material.
Yeah, it's neat. The whole the actual paper is black linen.
Yeah.
So, that's super cool. And then we've got Fire Bitch issue 2 coming out after the calendar. I know everyone wanted it to come out first, but with it being a calendar, we had to make sure that we get everyone's calendars to them before the end of the year.
Right.
So we're making it a short campaign, and we have, I don't know where we are. I didn't look today. I think we are at, we're over 20,000.
Nice.
And we are at, last I checked, I was at 188 backers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I definitely want to get more. I think we ended up with over 350 backers on the last calendar campaign.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, we've got, like I said, multiple covers. We even have a naughty cover.
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
So, we're at 185 backers.
Nice.
So, yeah, we're working on towards our next stretch goal. We've got exclusive prints, and just all kinds of fun things.
Yeah.
We're doing another mouse pad. This isn't a booby mouse pad. Last time we did the booby mouse pads. But this time we did not do a booby mouse pad. It's kind of a mashup of a bunch of different cosplays on the we are at 188. 188 backers. So yeah, like that's what we're doing right now. And I have put out calendars. This is my second calendar on Kickstarter. Usually I did Indiegogo, and then I usually roll them over to Indiegogo afterwards.
Right.
So, if you miss it, you can still get it on Indiegogo. But we do this so that we can make sure that the stretch goals, that we order enough, because you don't want to over order and you don't want to under order. I've been in both of those situations. Right. So this way it's kind of like, okay, well, we're going to order more than enough for the Kickstarter as soon as we find out what that number is. And then for Indiegogo, it's kind of like while supplies last.
That's good. That's good. Yeah.
So we've got 6 days left.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. I do, don't I? Boy, it's going to be a fun 6 days. I don't know what I'm going to do. This Kickstarter is so different than my last Kickstarter. And, it's been slower. But I wanted to do this just in order, first of all, to talk to people, because without cons, I feel like, I've missed a lot of just regular conversation back and forth with people in the industry and in the different areas that I've worked. Some of the people I've done films with have been on to talk just film in general. Music people I work with over in England were on. So for me, it's kind of like a, review of my career, things that I've done, but also getting to talk to people like you that I really enjoy what you do and working with you. So,
well, I love doing these kinds of things because you're right. We don't get a chance to, to socialize. We don't get a chance to see each other. So, this is our opportunity. This is our way that we get to keep up with each other and see how everything's going. And how is your campaign doing?
Well, not as well as yours, but it's eking along. I'm almost at my second stretch goal. And hopefully I can finish. If I finish it like I did last time around 6, I'll be pretty happy with that, because that'll allow me to keep going. Well, actually, I've already started on issue 8. So, and I've got my other titles I'm working with another artist on. So,
awesome.
I'm building.
You've got a bunch of books out.
Yeah. I've been lucky that way. But the stores are starting to complain because since I started doing the Kickstarter with vampires, I've been focused more on vampires. And I have people who subscribe to Blackjack and Werewolves of Brooklyn, and they're like, where's the next issue? So I'm going to have to do a Kickstarter for those too. Maybe my next one will be one of those two. But we'll see.
Oh. Well, I mean, people love your books. You sell out all the time. So, did you post your link?
Yeah, a while ago. But when you guys came in, it got so wild in there. And you kept making smart-ass comments. Of course, when you showed up, Jim squirts his covers all over.
Oh, my.
Wow. I'll throw it in there.
I was not expecting Steph to say that.
Oh, he's got a
Steph sees everything. Like, I don't even know when Steph has a chance to work because he, he's always like, he's everywhere. I looked outside. Oh, look, there's Steph hiding behind the car.
quite amazing where Steph's at. You know, he had to remind me that I actually met him right at the beginning of when he started, you know, doing a lot more Kickstarters.
Mhm.
And it's been amazing just this year watching what you did, you know, since I met you, Jim, and Steph. It's just really amazing watching you guys. Very enjoyable. And
I
working.
get to cosplay all you guys as characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing. Like to see my character come to life.
Yeah, it's bizarre. I never thought about it before Phil Locklear talked to me about it. And I was like, does anybody really want to do that? And he said, well, Kara's like a genius at it. So talk to her and see how it goes. And I had no idea, but of course I was happy with the results. And the, you know, whenever I post you online, people go, you know, bananas as usual. You know what I mean? It's just, you got that magical way of creating a character, and your charisma just comes right through. So it's much appreciated.
Well, thank you. I enjoy doing it, and I love indie comics. I feel like everyone's all about, you know, Wonder Woman and Supergirl and Batman and Harley Quinn, and it's like, well, what about you guys as characters?
Yeah.
You know, what about Violet? What about Wanda? What about you know? Yeah, so I love getting to do that because I feel like you guys are my people. You know, I'm an indie creator myself, and so we got to take care of each other.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's easy with you, Jim. You know, Jim, I got your back, dude. You know, if they come for you complaining about whatever, I got your back.
Okay,
you're just an honest kid trying to make a buck in America. You know what I mean? That's what I love about it.
Jim's characters are always like the funniest situations for me.
Yeah, they are.
So when I shot Roxy, I was actually doing a convention in Colorado called DokuCon, and it's an adult-oriented like anime Comic-Con.
Wow, that's
and
cool.
I mean, everywhere you go, there's penises. They even gave me this little guy.
Much like life.
You know, this is their little you know, mascot, and he sits on my desk now. And so I was like, well, I'm never going to be able to wear this costume anywhere.
Right.
So I can wear this costume at this convention.
Yeah.
Because it was an adult con. So yeah, well, and there was a friend of mine who's like, hey, I made you these pasties. They're cherry wood pasties. Well, I did not know that they were what they were until I got them, and they were spiked. So they're wood with these big spikes sticking out of them. And so I was like, these are perfect.
Yeah.
Because I was going to do more of like the little pom-poms, but I got those and I was like, oh yeah, we're going there. So I did wear that costume all day at that convention, and we did shoot in it, and it was a lot of fun. And I got a lot of questions about the spikes. Can I touch it? No. Don't touch it. You know, so
what's wrong with me? I can't imagine that, Kara, walking around and people going, "Kid." Well, you know what's weird? I went to a Catholic grade school in the 70s, and I was the only black kid out of like 800 kids. So these kids had never seen an afro before. So I walk in with my J.J. Evans, you know, good times, whatever, afro, and they're all like, "Can I touch it?" So I have heard "Can I touch it?" before. You know, can I whatever? So yeah, that's the one time I heard "Can I touch it?" So
I say it a lot.
Well, of course, Jim, that's your bread and butter. What can I say?
So then when I shot the Jungle Girl.
Right.
Oh, mine.
Yes, your
Zero.
Jungle Girl. Zero. Okay, that's what I thought, but I didn't want to say it wrong. So we went to the lake. We were going to go up to the woods, but there was an accident on the freeway, and it was going to be like 3 hours sitting in traffic. So I was like, let's go around and we'll go to the lake. And it was packed. So I actually shot that. Like, my pants were around my ankles. And my ass is like flapping in the wind. And I'm like, I hope that we don't get in trouble with any parents or anything. You know, I'm trying to keep everything down. Yeah. My boobs falling out. I'm like,
oh my God. what you do for your art.
Right? But I love it. And then we actually went up to Prescott and stopped in the forest up there and shot our music video for Fire Goes On.
Right.
And I got stung by a bee on my inner thigh.
Oh,
oh no.
I know that hurt. I got stung about a month ago and I almost went into shock. I haven't been stung in like 30 years by a bee. And you think, oh, it's a little thing, it's not gonna, and then you get that sting and you're like, Jesus, that was horrible. What is wrong with that bee? What are you doing?
All right, like stay out of my crotch.
Yeah.
So yeah, some of the adventures of cosplay.
Yeah. You definitely have the story.
Confessions of a Cosplay Dia Part 2, the bee returns.
The bee returns. Yeah, well, and I talk a lot about that sort of stuff in Confessions.
Yeah.
And that was a fun book. And
yes,
you know, there is talk of having another one with more confessions and more things. And so yeah, that's been pretty exciting.
Yeah.
So I was really worried about it though, because you know, you think, I'm going to do this. And then you think, what are people going to think? Are people going to be like mad at me? Are they going to hate me? Are all my fans going to go away? Is that why I only have 188 backers instead of like, you know, 500 backers like last time? Because people read what I had to say?
Yeah. You're going to rub them the wrong way?
Yeah. I don't know. I hope not. I got a lot of positive feedback, but I don't know. I did try to keep it, like I redacted a lot of stuff because I wasn't going to like throw anyone under the bus.
Yeah, you don't need a personal attack. Yeah.
Right. I didn't want any personal attacks. It's like, this is my side. We're keeping it my side.
Right.
So
what happened, just in a humorous and interesting way.
Yeah, we tried to keep it light and tried to keep it positive, but you know, there were some pretty terrible things that were, you know, that I did talk about and discuss. And there was stuff that didn't make it into the book that just for space wise that we were talking about maybe moving into another book or possibly a podcast or, you know, something along those lines.
Right.
So it's not naked clown girls, but
yeah.
More stories about naked clown girls. I'm sure it's an epic series.
I was talking to Tom Hutchison about it today. I said, I realized I can only show 2 pages of the 32-page stories of sexy clowns that I have. The other 30 pages have some sort of nudity on it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh.
These are the difficulties of being a writer. It's like, you know, do I just keep them naked? Do they put clothes on? You know, there's a lot of wardrobe into the writing. I'm like, well, she takes her clothes off. Okay, we'll just keep teleporting her and she's naked the whole time.
Yeah, that's a good. It's a good solution.
You know, I appreciate that.
The story problem.
I appreciate that you recognize the validity of continuing it like that, because a lot of people would just put the clothes back on and then take the clothes back off and put the clothes back on, or take off clothes in the wrong order or put on clothes in the wrong order. You know, so you got to think about these things. You got to make it work.
And I'm always worried that someone's gonna read my book and be like, well, on panel 3 she's wearing a shirt, but on panel 2 and 4 she's not wearing a shirt. I'm just like,
Check it off.
Just get rid of the clothes and don't worry about it. That's good, Jim. That's good.
Well, the other thing too, like the way I've written my stories is I like to either have the first page or the first and or second page to be something that makes you go, oh my God. So like if someone were to flip through my book and they open up the cover and see the first page, like they immediately, like, there's Violet on her knees, there's Violet sucking off a cop, there's, you know, or there's Roxy taking off her clothes on stage, there's something happening to catch your eye and go, I want to read the rest of this. Like, if that's how it starts, I want to see where this leads to.
Yeah. You're piquing people's curiosity for sure.
They're piquing something.
For my Halloween book, I wrote this really, really cool like sequence of, like, I'm not going to spoil too much, but so it has my topless babes from outer space, and or the Totally Rad Babes from outer space for marketing reasons. So their ship comes crashing down and into the graveyard. Only one of them makes it out, and she's going through the graveyard and all this. And then page 2 shows Violet, and she's in a truck, and they're on their way, they see the ship go over them in the graveyard. Right. And the artist messaged me and was like, well, why don't we make page 2 page 1 and page 1 page 2? And I was like, oh, okay, because I put my heart into it, and it's like, how about we switch it? I'm like, all right, I guess that's cool. I wanted to be cool, director, this is so awesome. You come in this and then you get this, and it's like, no, we're gonna do. You get this, and then you get this.
Well, as long as the clothes come off, Jim, that's what you got to worry about.
Yeah.
So, Jim, do you ever try to coerce your girlfriend into putting on the clown outfit?
That's a guy move,
She's not here right now, so we can talk about this.
Yeah,
so
first.
I have brought it up to her on numerous occasions. She said, I'm not going to do it unless you pay me. And I said, how much do you want me to pay you? She goes, this much. And I go, that's going to be a stretch goal for my next Kickstarter.
See, that's a good romantic negotiation. You got to give a little to get a little.
Yeah, and she's the first person to read all my books, and at one point she's just like, you just write pornography, and I was like, yeah, but guess who pays the bills?
There you go. That's the key.
But yeah,
Hugh Hefner Jr. over there. I think you teleported from the late 50s when Hugh was sitting in there trying to figure out how to sell a magazine. I think you walked in and you were like, I got an idea. What about this? And Hef was like, why didn't I think of that? And bada bing, bada boom, Yeah.
Tell you.
Oh, Jim, what are we going to do with you?
I got so much love this week. I was really surprised about that. And I was really worried. I'm like, is there bad news that someone's not telling me that I don't know about?
It's 2020, something ridiculous will happen sooner or later, but any good news you can get, you hang on to that for dear life. We got to ride that into next year. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I love writing it, just like my characters.
There we go. Set him up, he knocks him down. I'm like, it's like Abbott and Costello here. I'm sorry about that, Kara.
I'll drink to that.
But of course you will.
How many beers are you on?
Speaking of drink, according to the tips, I've only had one. But speaking of drinking, I decided that from 4:30 today, 4:30 Central Time, which is 5:30.
I'll be right back. I gotta open the door for my kid.
Okay, so 4:30 right now till the time I'm on Unscripted. I got 16 beers to go through. So it's the Jimmy Noble dozen. So tonight on Unscripted, you're going to see a whole new Jimmy Noble you may have never seen before. Also, I'm really hoping that I can make it to the live show.
We've got a lot of beers to go through. So I actually haven't been drinking in a while. I had some stomach problems, so I had to cut all that out. And then yesterday, a friend of mine came over, and she lives in Hawaii, so I never get to see her. And she's like, "Hey, I'm here. You want to go?" I'm like, "Yes." So we go out, and my thing is, I love Four Peaks Peach with orange juice in it. And Four Peaks can get pricey, so then you switch to PBR with orange juice. But we go out and seriously, PBR with OJ, that's my jam.
Oh my god!
And, so I ordered this beer, and I was just like, Alfred, I need you to drive. After one beer, I was like, I'm gonna need a nap.
Yeah, you lose your drinking trim if you don't keep up with it.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I was like, this is terrible,
Yeah.
And I do movie night on Twitch.
Right.
And that's now on Thursdays, and we do public domain movies. So we watch all these old movies. Right. And I usually have a new wine. So I'm currently working on the Living Labels, the 19 Crimes. Have you seen that?
No.
So there's an app, and then you scan your label, and your label has a guy on it, and he comes to life and tells you why he's in prison. So 19 Crimes is all about inmates who were sent to Australia.
Right. That was a prison company. Yeah.
And so they're all different criminals, and it tells you their story, but they like come to life. And I would love to do like some augmented reality stuff. So that's what I'm looking into right now. I would love to do a freaking augmented reality cover.
That sounds really cool.
Yeah. Like
Really
that's one of my big goals. All right, how am I going to make this happen?
Right. That's great,
So
Carol. I'm going.
We did the acetate. We did the PVC covers. Jim, you got one of those too.
Yep.
So that was a pretty cool one. But yeah, augmented reality. That's where I'm working on.
It's the way of the future. It's totally rad.
Yeah.
Totally rad. You know what's totally not rad though? Digital. Everybody's like, do you have it in digital? It's like, no, because then you only pay like $3 and I can't fund shit if it's all just digital.
I couldn't agree with you more on that. I get so much heat for that from a lot of people who, when they see my Kickstarter, granted, my prices are pretty low, and even then they're like, well, I would read your book if it was digital. I'm like, I put a lot of money into the covers, into the artwork. Yeah. And people don't understand that. Like, this isn't a free thing for me.
Yeah. Well, that's why I asked you, Kara. I think I instant messaged you one time asking you, how do you present your stuff? Because I think guys went to you and they were asking for it and they weren't getting it. And then they came over to me to get your stuff. And they're like, I want this. And I'm looking at it. I'm like, does he even like, how does he, I mean, what does this guy want? He wants like me to just dump him a bunch of free files, basically. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I don't want Kara's brand to be represented that way first. And I'm uncomfortable doing that if she doesn't do it, because I want you to be consistent throughout what you do,
Right.
So, and it feels weird to me that they even want to ask that,
Yeah. Well, and I understand a lot of times I think it does just come down to cost, especially overseas.
Oh,
when you're shipping overseas, it's so expensive. Like Richard Boom, who's doing Sisterhood. Mm-hmm. Steph and I both did covers for him. And, I did get some messages like, hey, are you going to have covers? Because shipping from overseas is so expensive. And it's like, I don't know. Yeah. I honestly have no idea if I'm getting, I don't believe I'm getting comps from that.
Right.
I might, if I get them, cool. If I don't, that wasn't something we negotiated for.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's times that I don't get books.
Right.
There's covers that I've never seen until a fan will bring it to me at a convention and say,
"Hey, Kara."
I got your package and I opened it live the other day.
That's fine, because I know, they love you so much at that Heroes and Villains that I said, Kara needs these like I told, and and Steph wanted some too, and I'll tell them, but they know you so well, it's like. They just walk over, or they wait for you to come over. You know what I mean? It's like they don't know. With everybody else, they'll go, oh, we shipped, or we did this, or we did that. But they know you so well. They're like, oh, we'll just, when Kara shows up, we'll give them to her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. It's just a matter of when I'll be over there next. They're like down the street. We have the same trash day. I'm like, I need to remind them it's bulk trash pickup this week. We're super, super close. So I actually saw, Jim, I saw your stuff before you got it.
Yeah.
I was over there. I was like, okay, how much does he have?
Yeah.
And Wendy, I got Wendy's stuff directly from them so that I could sign everything for her, because she put that like as a stretch goal or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're great over there. I love working with them. It's really great because I can be like, hey, can I get a sample of this? Or, I actually have your samples, Jim, that I will send you.
Okay. See, that's one thing I like about, we all use the same printer. So it's just like, Wendy uses it. You use them, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Kara uses them.
From everybody else, and it's great.
I actually have, let me show you this. This is my drawing tablet, and I have my Wanda up there.
Hell yeah.
So, It's weird because when you first go into something like cosplay, I had a friend ask me, like, is it okay if I put like my own prints up on my wall? And it's like, well, if you were an artist and you drew that, like a different kind of artist and you drew that, you would put it up on your wall. Right. So yeah, I don't see why not. Like, this is exciting for me that, you know, I get to do all this. So I love having it around. I mean, I don't have like my whole house all like decked out and you can see I got my Funkos and my tortilla blanket. And, you know. So, but it's enjoyable and it reminds you of the love of what you do. I mean, I'm sure you see, look it out in your background, you know, I'm sure you got that all over your house, right?
Me? In my playroom, so to speak. Yeah. But it's weird because I'm doing so many of these live things that I just leave them kind of set up. And I have this big picture window in the back of my house, like huge. It goes the entire wall. And I was out there cutting the grass and I'm like, I feel like somebody's staring at me. And I look over and these two are like at the blinds. And I'm like, what the, oh my God. Is that what people see when they look at my house, you know? So I'm trying to get myself out or turn into one of those 80 flasher guys who has like mannequins in their house. But yeah, you know, it's just cool having stuff around. I mean, like your stuff, I keep like, where is it? It's right. I literally keep your stuff and Jim's stuff, like, you know, like right where I'm sitting in case I just want to reach out and check it out, you know. So it's very cool. It's very cool having all this cool stuff from people that I actually know. You know, it's a lot different than when I was a kid and you get this brilliant whatever and you're just like detached from it. Now it's like I'm connected all the way. It's like an umbilical cord to you guys. I'm connected all the way through. Bad analogy.
Okay, tell me these stretchable packs are getting crazy. Like, I just did a huge unboxing the other day and I unboxed just like, I think it was like 6 or 7 Kickstarters that I opened.
Right.
And I ended up with like 2 different pens. One was the tip and strip from Mendoza. Another was from Monty Moore. I mean, cards, metal cards, stickers, patches, you know.
I got a backpack from Ryan Kincaid. It was like a backpack.
Yeah, I got that one too. And I'm like, that's been on my mind.
Yeah.
Do something like that. So it kind of, I don't want to step on any toes, but we all have the same ideas, you know, as far as like different things to do. Like, the only difference is I think I'm like one of the only cosplayers that does that sort of thing. Like, a lot of artists and stuff do it, but I do it with cosplay as well. You know, like I did the like the guitar picks, and the patches.
Right.
So you know, the magnets.
Right.
You know, I do a magnet with every campaign. I've got like the little ones, and then I've got like the bigger ones, and just all the different stuff. And so I don't really know what a lot of other cosplayers are doing, but I kind of go more along the lines of like the standard comic book creator.
Right. And it works, and people are happy. I think that's the key. Whoever gets your stuff,
happy about it.
Be happy, you know?
Yeah. I want to know who's printing your shirts, Jim. You need to message me that, because I'm always looking for a good shirt printer. Because that's
that's a good question. But no, yeah, if you hit me up on Facebook, I'll tell you who it is. They're not a actual shop; they're actually a friend of mine.
Nice.
So,
well, throw some business, man.
Yeah, now you've got a ton of swag too, Alton, right? Like, you've got so much swag.
I don't know, the sweatshirts, t-shirts, you know. Some cool stickers, you know, just a few extra things.
Just a few extra
things. To fill out, you know, the stuff. Because people like stuff. They just love stuff.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what it's all about. It's about, you know, fulfilling the fantasy. It's like, and why not have more? And that's so exciting when I open up a package and it's like, okay, and you always inspect, okay, how did they mail it? Is it media mail? Is it a box in a bag? Is it in a Gemini mailer? Is it in a literature mailer? How did they mail it? Is it in a tube? Is it in a box? Is it, how did they do this? And then we all got to get like, oh, okay. How did they package their inside? Did they use bubble wrap? Did they not use bubble wrap? Is anything damaged?
Yeah.
So that's always exciting to get to go through everything and then open up the book and it's like, you get to see it, then you get the stretch goal pack and you go through every single little piece and you think, what am I going to do with another 1,000 stickers? So we all have stickers everywhere.
Yeah. So guys, I've done 24 hours.
Woo!
Actually over the 24 hours.
We closed it out. Yeah.
I appreciate you guys coming on and spending time with me. I appreciate you guys working with me. And I hope I work with you again on future projects. But if there's anything that you need from me, just ask.
Share my campaign. I got 6 days left.
All right. We'll be doing that.
All right. Get some sleep.
Yeah, that's what I had somebody else that's a friend of mine in film, and he's like, you're doing pretty good. You look busy, and I'm like, dude, I literally got maybe 2.5 hours sleep in 2 days. So
oh my God.
when this is over, my head might go right into this coffee cup. You know what I mean? But I appreciate you guys helping me close it out. And I just love what you guys do. I'm a big fan, of cool stuff. And you guys do it. And Jim, what you do, nobody does. And both of you actually, what you do, Kara, nobody does as well or as interestingly. And you're both evolving as you go, which is what I really like. You're not stagnant at all. You're not like, I did this and it was successful. You're like, that isn't even what I really want to do. What I really want to do is, and that's the sign of a true artist. So,
well, thank you.
Facebook
Thank you for having us.
Facebook has officially kicked me off because I did an 8-hour clip.
Wow.
Too big. So we just got kicked off, which I had a feeling they were going to do. And this will be on YouTube. And I will be sharing everything that you guys are working on. So, all right.
Awesome.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'll let you go. And I appreciate everything you do.
Thank you.
Tell everybody I said hi. Tell, Mr. Torrio, tell Alfred I said, yo. Right?
I will.
And Jim, you better cough up the name of that T-shirt or Kara's going to come looking for you.
Oh, I will. I will.
All right. And I am officially out. My wife will be relieved.
Thanks again. We'll talk to you soon.
Yep. Take care.